Hey everyone, today's ECQ. I'm Luis Scott Vargas here with Patrick Chapin, and today these 64 players are vying for a qualification to Worlds. So the winner will be qualified. We're going to be playing single elimination today. It's an expedition format, and these players they've battled through quite a large field in order to make it to this top 64, and well, they're hoping to go home with the first prize. Of course, we got big news. We recently just announced that Echoes of Eternity, the next expansion, will be coming in February, and we've got some preview cards today too.
Oh yeah, stay tuned. It's going to be a pretty fun mix.
Yeah, so we'll be previewing cards. We've got one for you after this round, and we'll be previewing a number of cards throughout today. So keep an eye out for that. We've got some cool cards to show you.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is our first big expedition tournament of 2020. It's kind of an interesting field. Looking forward to seeing a lot of sweet matches today.
Yeah, first big tournament of 2020 just entirely. So we've got a lot of cool matches. Our first matchup, we're going to be taking a look at a Dragons build playing against Argenport. And you want to tell us a little bit about this Skycrag Dragons deck?
So first of all, I mean LEV is definitely a force to be reckoned with, just straight up with anything. The winningest player against this field. And I think this is actually back-to-back tournaments where they've been the winningest player against the field going in. Just in terms of lifetime win percentage against all of these opponents. The Skycrag Dragons deck takes advantage of some of the recent micro campaign gave some new tools that allowed for a little bit bigger of a strategy with Skycrag and actually using Primal and playing a little bit more spell damage control type of, like a little bit more a bigger approach instead of the much more aggressive Stone Scar Dragons decks that we're going to see some of today. On the other side, the Argenport deck is kind of the bad guy of the tournament. It's it ended up being, I think, 28-29% of the field, and it's a mostly shadow sort of a board control kind of a mid-range,
like a classic mid-range strategy.
Absolutely, and then just splashing justice for mostly smugglers and cast into shadow, but sometimes like Defiance and or Seraph, a few nuts and bolts cards. And it's a strategy that is very customizable. I mean, there's a core that they use a lot, but it's going to be there's a lot of ways you can kind of make it your own. But this Skycrag Dragons deck it's LEV's own right out the gate.
Yeah. And it's always interesting seeing two decks that are a little mutable in terms of what their game plan is going to be. Because this does feel a little like a mid-range battle. Both decks definitely capable of killing the opponent very quickly with a fast curve out draw. But both of the decks actually have some pretty good card advantage engines and can end up, kind of controlling the board. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out of the gate swinging, whether their opponent takes the control role, and how often that'll switch. I think that's one of the most interesting things about watching the mid-range matchups is control versus aggro. If the game goes long, the control deck tends to win. And you know that their game plan is to preserve their health total. When you've got two mid-range decks, it's like sometimes you'll throw away cards for damage, and sometimes you'll take extra damage to get us some extra cards. It'll be interesting to see kind of how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean they're both playing with fives and sixes,
yeah.
And they both have expensive sites. They both are aiming to get some card advantage and try to go over the top. But they both are capable of some pretty explosive plays early on.
Yeah, when the Dragon deck has, one cost 3/2 quick draws, but also Dragon Forges to go tutor up, whatever it is they're missing. It is pretty funny to see how that ends up playing out in practice.
Yeah, and this one's actually a little bit more weapon based than most of the Skycrag decks that we've been seeing. I mean, mostly lately Skycrag decks have been more Yeti based or like spell damage, like being
And
very.
There's a lot of Yetis here today too, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I have no doubt about that. Yeah, a good what is it? Something like 10, almost 10. Yeah, 10.
There's
a little over 10%.
Something like 7 Yeti decks, I believe, and the powerful Yeti lobby is making its displeasure known that there's not more. So.
Yeah. Pock Rock Packer continuing just the unbroken streak of greatness.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to see quite a variety this weekend, actually, because we've had some tournaments in the past where there have been only 3 or 4 major decks and a few one-offs. But this tournament actually has, even with the higher representation of the mostly Shadow Argenport decks, there's actually a lot of 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny once you get past that big chunk of about 20 Argenport decks, you see a pretty like it drops off dramatically because some fields it'll be like 20 of one deck, 15 of another deck, 10 of another deck, and then some one ups. This is like 20, but then a bunch of sevens and sixes and whatnot. So we're gonna end up seeing a pretty wide variety naturally. And then if someone can beat Argenport convincingly, then we're gonna see or a number of people we're gonna see those decks kind of rise to the top as they play against Argenport a couple times in their first few rounds, maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's definitely the Argenport is kind of going to be the barrier to entry a little bit,
Yeah.
where there's a little bit of here's what you're going to have to do to keep up because its card quality is just so high. It's got a lot of that, it's got some 2-for-1s and just every single card in the deck is just a good card.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's again another hallmark of mid-range decks. They're not trading on synergy as much as just card quality. But it looks like our first round is just about ready to go here, so let's head on down and take a look. Alrighty, welcome to round one here. We have ELVI against Dark Revenger. ELVI on the Skycrack Dragons deck and Dark Revenger on Argenport deck of the tournament with, well, as Argenport is wont to do, a lot of 2-drops.
oh yeah, this is a great opening. Having access to either of these two powerful unseen for 2-drops, as well as the possibility of Vishni and then the potential for the Vara's Favor, ensuring that you can just make plays each of the first 4 turns. And then Cast into Shadow is such a powerful card for giving you defense against basically everything short of Varret. So here, Dark Revenger is continuing to just build their resources. At this point, it looks like they're both going to be very proactive. The question is, what's that Dragonforge toolbox going to actually open up?
Yeah, and that's going to be the next question, though. It is nice. Dark Revenger led with Fenris, got Fenris killed, but then has Rip Knife Assassin facing off against Kozin, which is a slightly better trade-off there.
So it's interesting is by keeping the Rip Knife Assassin home, like you can potentially keep the 1/5 from being Kozin from being able to actually advance that mastery at all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a defensive play and actually played really nicely for ELVI because they're happy enough just, tutoring up an Eclipse Dragon, which then leads to another Dragon Forge. Like that sort of chain there is going to be very effective against Dark Revenger.
As long just buying the time ensured that Kozin couldn't get a sledge or something else like that to trigger a multi-faction dragon, which I think is actually a really heads-up play by Dark Revenger. If Kozin had been able to make that multi-faction dragon, the Cast into Shadow would have been a lot less effective.
Oh.
Ooh.
Here comes a Spitflame Draconis, and, well, again, it seems like they've done a good job of baiting out removal, but we'll see if Dark Revenger, can pick up another piece with that Smuggler.
Yeah, the Draconis. I mean, this is just such a powerful new weapon from Promises by Firelight. Like the amount that it's able to play like 3 different ways. I mean, it's very hard to kill in general, although here we see obviously that Edict of Kogash, kind of the perfect answer.
So ELVI just drew their own Smuggler, so if that Howling Peak Smuggler can go get some kind of negate here, then that would be very strong.
Yeah,
It doesn't look like it, though.
Yeah, and unfortunately, without access to it, they may be resigned to just a backup plan involving Soulfire Drake or some other sort of threat, but because they got to see this coming. I mean, at this point,
Yeah.
obviously with deck lists public, the writing is on the wall for that Draconis, but it doesn't mean it can't get in for a nice hit for 6.
Soulfire Drake, a card that would have been really good at 5. Still very strong at 6 here.
The option that Soulfire Drake opens up as part of a toolbox is actually kind of interesting. The longevity. It's almost like a Poor Dragon's Svetya, like the way that it powers up your deck and gives you sort of an implied way to keep gaining advantage against somebody who's playing a lot of removal.
Yeah, unfortunate though for ELVI. So Dark Revenger drew Fell Ritual, which has to confuse ELVI just a little bit because now maybe they didn't go get a removal spell with that Smuggler. They were just waiting on the Fell Ritual. But if they had it last turn, maybe they would have played it last turn also.
Oh, that's interesting. But obviously, Edict of Kodash is so the perfect answer to Soulfire Drake. LEV's got to be second-guessing themselves a little bit, and here we see the Soulfire Drake slow-played.
And I think it's for that reason. I think ELVI is going to is gonna kind of suss out that Edict of Kodash is likely still lurking in Dark Revenger's hand. So there's kind of like a standoff, but it's a lot worse for EOVI because that's the only action they have. So now,
Sleeping Drop. That's an interesting kind of get off the listener.
yeah.
So the dragon continuing to put pressure on Dark Revenger. I mean, how long do you think Revenger can even wait? Because if you don't take care of that Eclipse Dragon, your health total is really in jeopardy. Even with the pressure that LEV is putting down, I mean, obviously if the listener goes unanswered, Revenger can just ride that to victory, but...
Yeah, it looks like Dark Revenger's going to pull the trigger now, use Edict of Kodash, and take out that Eclipse Dragon.
And it's interesting, the Sledge continuing to sit in LEV's hand just in case there's ever an opening for that Kozin to get in and make a real big play.
And Dark Revenger is getting some advantage here in that most of their plays cost 2 or 3 power, so they're playing 2 a turn, whereas LEV is really just restricted to 1 big dragon a turn. Luckily, most of them have charge; they get 1 hit in, but they're still down now 3 pieces to 1 here just on board.
Oh man, and this was such a huge turn. The fact that the 5-drop was able to be taken down with an Edict for 2, and now Vishni actually represents a potential blocker for the Soulfire Drake. And with the game coming this close to a conclusion, there won't be that much time for that Entomb ability.
Clutch of Talons is a nice one. Maybe had LEV drawn it the turn before and been able to play it and get a dragon out of it, it could have been something. But as was, it was a little bit too little, a little bit too late.
Yeah, so Dark Revenger taking a quick 1-0 lead over LEV. The Argenport deck showing sort of just how strong it is, in particular when it opens with those 2/2-drops. I mean, a lot of people put a lot of spotlight on Carvet or Tazbu. They kind of like, steal the show a lot of the time, but the best cards for Dark Revenger and the other Argenport decks to draw in their opener is got to be those 2-drops that let them just start out a beat ahead.
Yeah, and here we saw 2-drop into 2-drop into 3-drop with a bunch of like 2 to 4 cost removal spells facing down against an opponent with 6 cost or 5 cost threats.
Oh, so now here's an interesting grip. LEV does have to throw it back, but this new hand, this is a kind of an exciting one, right?
Yeah. This I mean the Oni Dragonsmith into Teething Whelp draw is I think a lot more what LEV actually wants in this matchup.
Yeah, and with perfect power and then some 3s, a pretty good mix. There's not a lot of interaction, but Dark Revenger is drawn a very slow, interaction-heavy hand.
Yeah, and look, this Dark Revenger's hand is a lot better against 5-drops than it is against 1-drops. And Dark Revenger's going to get run over. I mean, this game's almost over right away.
Even with Cast into Shadow, Dark Revenger's already just so behind the gun. The LEV dropping Kozins, I mean, the threats are not going to stop, and Dark Revenger going down a power to Decimate is going to really mess up any possibility of Incarnus, Carvet, or Tazbu.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't even do it, right?
It doesn't seem like that would be a winning proposition. And it is funny that you mentioned literally Tazbu and Carvet, and these are the cards in Dark Revenger's hand that are just kind of sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a hard way to do it. And now Dark Revenger is down a power, which implies that they're not even going to get to make a play next turn unless they top deck something.
Yeah, I think that they thought their best chance of victory would be to decimate, then hope to draw a cheap card, which they unfortunately for them did not.
Man, so at least that Eclipse Dragon is off curve, but Howling Peak Smuggler is going to keep the pressure on, and it's not like Streets of Flame isn't like a possible keep instead of the dragon with the Howling Peak Smuggler.
So next turn we're going to see Dark Revenger use Fell Ritual on the Teething Whelp most likely, and still face down multiple attackers here.
And part of the problem is with a Smuggler coming through, LEV is going to have it doesn't seem like they're taking their foot off the gas.
No, and they get to cash in something here for another threat.
Is there any chance we're at the stage where you got to just play the Incarnus? You got to play a Listener and
just hope to spike something good.
Nothing in your hand's going to get you there. So I mean,
I suppose you could do that. Killing the 5/5 flyer does seems like Teething Whelp is a little bit more of a threat right now.
Man, this is
LEV's market hasn't seemed the most well suited for this matchup right now. Like as you can see, they're just going back and forth. Like wondering what they should get. They have multiple ways to kill attachments, though, or a relic and an attachment kill with Draconic Ire and Siegebreaker, which I guess, it does mean because you want to get the bargain value without having to mark it, but that's still a lot of answers. And LEV just gets another answer here and is just not hoping that Dark Revenger goes for, a unit instead of a removal spell.
So at least it's something uncastable by LEV from the perspective of Dark Revenger, but that Kozin is threatening to completely dominate. I mean, the fact that Dark Revenger doesn't have an answer, I mean, that Seek power is brutal. Not being able to go get an Edict to kill the Kozin.
Yeah, missing. I mean, having to decimate on turn 3 would really impact Dark Revenger here, unsurprisingly.
And here we see Dark Revenger finally able to drop Incarnus. That Malediction, no good. The dragon that's going to come is a 4/4. Kozin's obviously a 1/5. I mean, Incarnus is going to have to find something good because the smuggler just doesn't have access to anything that could actually catch up being behind 3 units.
Yeah, that Seek power really was kind of devastating for Dark Revenger here. a somewhat ambitious torrent of spiders here. And Streets of Flame takes out the Incarnus. Ooh, Ruination Sledge. That offers 3 points of damage right away.
Which is not too bad. I mean, something to do with 2 power,
so
right?
if you do that, you'll end up with Dark Revenger at 3 facing down 3 units, 2 of which are lethal. That seems like a pretty good deal, though it puts you kind of far away from casting that Spitflame Draconis.
Yeah, the Torrent of Spiders is kind of an interesting one insofar as it like has the promise of potentially catching you up, but I just think you're going to end up too little too late with the attack now in the air because of Kozin achieving its mastery.
Yeah, and then getting that treasure trove, I think that's really what put the cherry on top of keeping the sledge, because your next turn scripted there where you get to do everything you want to do.
So ostensibly, Dark Revenger can beat like a paper napkin, maybe something, because at least they could survive another turn against air, but that permafrost seems like it's going to seal the deal and move us into a game 3.
Yeah, and both games firmly won by the person who was more assertive and the person who, again, was able to kind of curve out better. And that was Dark Revenger in game 1, and that was ELEV in game 2, where both players, it was kind of a reverse where one player was playing all the expensive spells, one player was playing all the cheap spells, and shockingly, the person playing more cheap spells won the game.
Yeah, I mean, there is the question of how greedy can you get, because a lot of times in mid-range, the conventional wisdom is, go a little bigger,
one level slightly above.
But it seems like Expedition right now is a tempo-based enough format that you've got to be able to switch gears. You've got to be able to put pressure on people who are too greedy, but you've got to also be able to slow it down and take advantage of a game that stretches. And that's one of the advantages of things like Fenris Nightshade or Kozin. The fact that Fenris and Kozin are such powerful early game plays but can generate an advantage later, great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot better to be on the side of my 2-cost unit can attack well, but also draw me cards later than my 5-cost unit just provides value.
So we are jumping back for our final game of Kozin, or of LEV versus Dark Revenger.
Well, it could also be Kozin versus Fenris, that also plays. Ooh, a double Oni Dragonsmith, but no dragons quite yet, though. You have to assume LEV is going to play one next turn, though. Actually, they still can't. They don't have any particularly cheap ones.
Oh, wow.
They just went for it.
Nice.
So Dark Revenger decimating on turn 3 again, but this time at a very healthy life total and not facing down any pressure, whereas LEV misses their 3rd power drop. Ooh, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, LEV was threatening even to, first of all, obviously, if they had just a power and a 5-cost dragon, they'd be dominating. But even with the hand they had, a top-decked 3rd power gets Dragonforge, which could find Teething Whelp.
Yeah, this is going to be a disappointing game 3 is what it looks like. LEV is just not able to assemble anything. Conflagrate means that they don't lose on the spot, but it's still not a great place to be against multiple smugglers when you're just stuck on 2.
But that
Conflagrate means we get to play a game.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know what they say. I mean, if Dark Revenger floods out a little, being short on power has some advantages over being flooded on power.
Yeah, I guess Dark Revenger now can get there's no threat they can get right now. I mean, they can get a Vara, but that's 3 power away. They get a bunch of answers, but answers aren't that helpful against your opponent who's got 6 cards in their hand.
And even just getting the emblem, it's not like that's the most intense threat ever.
No. Yeah, okay, so drawing that Confligate actually did put LEV back in the game. It's going to be an uphill battle for them, but if Dark Revenger draws a couple more power in a row, look, they just played a Hidden Road Smuggler and just didn't go to the market.
Definitely an interesting move, but it is also indicative of one of the problems. I mean, Dark Revenger, if they don't get one of their cards that can actually generate an advantage, without without a Tazbu or a Fenris or a Carvid or a Dizo's Office.
I mean, imagine a Fenris here. It would just run away with the game.
But a Carvid only being 1 power away does mean the Dark Revenger's got a lot of live draws. I mean,
yeah. At this point, this is exactly what LEV did not want to have happen. Where now Dark Revenger's happy drawing a power, happy drawing threats, and drawing answers prolongs the game. So it doesn't really solve all that much.
The one big advantage though is that with LEV finally at 3 power, they've got plays every turn for the next couple turns. Sadly, Dragon Forge is not the most tempo positive play you could make, but we are starting to get somewhere. I mean, with Dark Revenger not having access to a lot of interaction, I mean that Smuggler implies 1 answer to come, but LEV's it's going to be a grind, but it's not actually too bad of a spot.
No, we've got potential here.
And it looks like Carvit coming down, going to try to really put the pressure on LEV, but that Permafrost looking very, very important to LEV's chances of trying to stabilize.
See, now if LEV has a turn of Dragon Forge plus Permafrost, the next turn can go Eclipse Dragon plus another Dragon Forge. All of a sudden, things are moving along quite nicely for them.
This is an aggressive attack. Wow.
Yeah, they really don't want to trade. Oh, Karnas, another very good draw for Dark Revenger, because now you're in a spot where almost any card you can hit is going to be awesome. Even just like, some random 5-cost unit is just going to be great here. So interesting to see what Dark Revenger pulls. Spirit Drain.
Love it. Love it.
That's the spirit. Yeah, so Dragon Forge, unsurprisingly, into Eclipse Dragon to guarantee the setup of Eclipse Dragon into Dragon Forge.
And the Howling Peak Smuggler continues. Wow. What an aggressive line.
LEV just, sees themselves as the aggressor here, or at least sees them no good blocks. But that Spirit Drain is actually going to make the race really difficult for LEV.
Yeah, I mean, I got to imagine that Howling Peak Smuggler learns a little respect at some point, because this is a wild place to be racing so hard. But with Incarnus, the Hidden Road Smuggler, and the Cultists all coming in, I mean, Conflagrate, that solves one problem, but LEV's life... Then again, maybe having a health total that's a little lower isn't the most dangerous against these Argenport decks.
I get attacking with Eclipse Dragon every turn because you kind of assume that Dark Revenger is just going to kill it. They have so many removal spells in their deck, and indeed have multiple ways to kill it in hand, whether it's Hidden Road Smuggler for Edict of Kodash or Devouring Shadow. But yeah, that Smuggler finally stayed back. Finally decided it was flying a little too close to the sun here.
So now an interesting puzzle for Dark Revenger. Obviously, the Eclipse Dragon is the default juicier target. However, that Smuggler definitely, has a potential blocker, but it looks like instead Dark Revenger advances their board. Dude, you called it.
Yep, there you go. The Horse Snatcher Bat, the classic finisher.
Yes. Horse Snatcher Bat is, it's the perfect Eternal card. I mean, it's everything you could possibly want in a bat.
It's a really frightening bat, though, if you think about it. I mean, would you want to live in a world where bats literally were big enough to steal horses? That doesn't seem like a particularly safe place to be.
Particularly if they're ethically aligned where they just steal them.
Yeah.
So the Spitflame Draconis, however, a big, big game. But with that Devouring Shadow all the way up to 7, Dark Revenger actually has the answer.
And this turn, Dark Revenger actually has a pretty efficient turn. Last turn, they could only play one card, but now they're going to be able to play the Smuggler. I really hope they don't trade away the Bat, even though I think, yes, they kept it. Great. They got an Edict of Kodash. Vara's Favor not really doing a whole lot there.
LEV with no answer to that listener is going to have to, they're in a world of hurt, because if once the listener gets a couple more cracks in, I mean, at least LEV does have kind of a lot of things going on right now.
If LEV draws 2 removal spells in a row and is able to stabilize here, 1 to kill the listener and then 1 to kill that Horse Snatcher Bat, We do have a pretty good game going on. All right, Treasure Trove's going to need to hit something, likely this turn here.
Oh my God! The dragon's gonna have to chump block the
Horse
bat.
snatcher bat. It might not even get the opportunity to. I think Edict of Kodash lets horse snatcher bat deliver the death blow, which not words I expected to say today, but this is where we are. And I actually really like Dark Revenger's play of taking the bat and then not cashing it in with the smuggler, and then playing it and then attacking.
Yeah. You got to believe in the bat. I mean, this is the horse snatcher bat's finest hour.
It's not the finisher he deserves, but it's the finisher he has right now.
Yes. Oh man. So at this point, LEV obviously is in a world of hurt, knowing that there's something out of the market still in Dark Revenger's grip. All they can really do is hope that Dark Revenger was on kind of some weird different plan. But it looks like this is all she wrote. Dark Revenger takes out LEV with Argenport and
Argenport Batman here, and Dark Revenger advances to the top 32. LEV with a sweet Skycrack Dragons list. We'd kind of hoped that one would have racked up some wins here, but of course another strong performance. We've seen a lot of people in this top 64 who we've seen before. This is a really stacked roster, so it'll be interesting to see kind of who rises to the top here. But we've got a preview card, so I'm excited to get to that.
I like where this is going.
Let's take a look at our first preview. Oh, we got another game. Never mind. I slow rolled you.
Too exciting.
All right, we got another game. Our producer has reined us in. MJ, let's take a look at our next game.
Got the talent in.
Alrighty, welcome to looks like game 3 here of Unrivaled versus Sasquatch Bra and Mistveil Drake O's. Sasquatch playing the 4 faction control deck that we saw. They've got some wild pip action going on here, but unfortunately for them, Unrivaled, who's actually up a game here, is dominating this one. Incarnus coming down, Xenon Temple ready to emerge here, and even a Marionette cross off that Incarnus, not a bad hit.
Unspeakable Torment, huh? Unspeakable Torment. That's a lot of damage. Sasquatch Bra is gonna have to get it together real fast. And it's so brutal. 2 different cards in their hand that can give face Aegis.
Yeah.
But not right now.
Yeah, they already burned through the one from the Mistveil Drake, which also makes a 7-cost 3/3, and then no onslaught here on the smuggler. Let's see what they can smuggle. I'm sure their market's got some sweet stuff. Oh yeah, 8 of the Huru. They picked up what looks like a display of honor.
Yeah, but with no way to stop this 16 damage, Unspeakable Torment seals the deal.
All right, well, there you go. We got to see Unrivaled, pull off that win. And Sasquatch Bra had a really sweet deck, but unfortunately they will not be advancing either, as this is a single elimination tournament.
4-faction Blitrock, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yes. A lot of people didn't realize, at first some people were like, oh, I don't know, it's triple primal, it's a 1/3 for 4, but the key was to put it with 4 factions.
Yeah, you really had to earn it.
Yes. Yes.
All right, it looks like we got more games since our first match actually was pretty fast. So we're going to go ahead and head down to another match here. Alrighty, welcome to, we'll find out which game it is, of Alvar versus Twin Hex here. Looks like game 2 with Alvar up a game here against Twin Hex.
Yeah.
And twice we've come into a board where someone's dominating and up a game.
So Twin Hex is playing the Rakano Oni deck. It's got a very light dragon sub-theme, but it's primarily about the Onis. The dragon, some of them play a few dragons. Mostly it's just about the codes in action, but at the end of the day, sometimes the listeners in Tazbu get their money.
Yeah, and so far we've seen Argenport off to a roaring start. 2 wins on camera here. I guess it was Xenon being the other win, but
Shadow deck is sweet too.
Shadow seems like the place to be, at least initially here. We'll take a look to see what other games we got. A couple more going on, it looks like. All right, we're gonna hop in. This is kind of like the NFL red zone. We're just hopping in, watching someone score a touchdown, and then leaving. That's what we've gotten so far. All right, let's hop into another match here. Alrighty, welcome to game 2. We've got Zanman on looks like a 3-faction deck here.
Yeah, 3-faction curses.
Oh yeah, facing down against Minor Pentatonic on Elysian, who's again, on the aggressive. But this time Zanman is up a game, so we're at the very least gonna get another game after this one.
Yeah, this Elysian deck was the scourge of the expedition, if as the pundits would tell you anyway, a few weeks ago. But the rise of the curses strategies and some of the other impact, well, I guess here we see them scourging again.
Well, we're
new speed record.
We're gonna get to a game 3 though, because it looks like the game score is now 1-1. So
I'm starting to suspect our producer Michael Jacob is just messing with us.
Well, see, since he's got a lot of setup to do before it starts, we get to eat like our breakfast, which our producer Sam has very graciously picked up. MJ hasn't had his breakfast yet, so he can't actually hurry the actual round itself.
Yeah, plus MJ doesn't eat breakfast.
No, we all know that.
So I think we're going to be looking for one more match before jumping over to. Although who knows? At this clip, we could probably get like 15 or 16 more matches.
Well, we do have a game 3 here, so we're gonna get to watch the game 3 of this match and see how that goes.
The spoilers coming up though, I think. I mean, God, I don't know if they know yet. Maybe depends on how much people have been reading the lore. Definitely some contextual clues. But as for our matches today, we got another one. We're jumping right in.
Alrighty, welcome to game 3 here. Zanman 415 against Minor Pentatonic. So it says Twin Hex on the overlay. We'll get that changed real quick.
So Minor Pentatonic playing the Elysian deck, and it's been relatively stable and unchanged, but the rest of the format has really adapted. I mean, this Elysian deck was like really in the pole position before the recent micro campaign. However, it didn't really gain a lot from the campaign and the amount of new weapons. And in particular, this 3-faction curses deck gaining the Arch Griffin has really skyrocketed it into the mainstream.
Sandman unfortunately had to redraw twice, go down to 6 cards here, so they've got a pretty clunky draw. All seats, no sigils, which means they're playing kind of a turn behind. But Minor Pentatonic didn't have a play on 2 and doesn't have the most threat dense hand, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out from here.
Yeah, and this curse deck is definitely one of the decks that it can be hard to know exactly where you're at with it, because sometimes Avagraph could be an implied several for one, where the Archgriffin obviously could just draw you oodles of cards. And just depending on how Minor Pentatonic comes out, I mean, without having any 2-drops, like this is not exactly the most aggressive opening. Even just like a Sody Spellshaper here to try to generate an advantage, it all sort of falls apart against the right curses or removal.
And cashing in emblem here for an Ice Elemental. And then here comes Albin Roa.
Smart. See, this now Pentatonic knows what they're up against and can plan out their threats accordingly. Albin Roa definitely, a little bit misunderstood out the gate, has proven themselves to be a very, very impactful and just an important card to Elysian decks of a great variety.
That Permafrost was a nice draw, though, because now it'll let Zanman have, play 2 things on the same turn. And the Smugglers do kind of lessen the effect of Albin Roa a little bit.
Great
just
point.
Cash in that 8-cost Avagraph that you're never going to play. I love the Forbidden Rider Outcast. I'm used to first picking that card in draft, not as much seeing it here, kind of in ranked. But
and the Edict of Makar, another tempo great play. Being able to make 2 plays here, that Smuggler being able to block the Temple Shion, and then that Permafrost being able to ensure that Zanman will have 2 plays again next turn, really helping Zanman getting something going. And it's a good thing, too, because Minor Pentatonic already starting up a card has a lot of threats still to come.
Yeah, and drawing a second Albin Roa is not bad because they can continue the pressure. And this one even has flying thanks to the Shion.
Man, I was going to say it's interesting because there is like a temptation to hit the Smuggler just being greedy. But that Forbidden Rider Outcast is so effective against Elysian. Being able to effectively neutralize, it's better than killing some of these threats because of it sitting in play with a curse. While also being able to block something else, including in the air.
Outcast Fortress, not a bad draw because, it's a lot better when you're not under pressure, and that permafrost plus the smuggler means that you can play the Outcast Fortress and be reasonably confident it's not going to die next turn. Though of course, there's a possibility that Temple Shihan does get there, thanks to something like Sodi's Spellshaper.
So the short beak gets in there, ensuring the face and unit Aegis from the smuggler. Going to see the Outcast go away, but for what?
Oh man, I would love that Kodesh sees all, but that's a bit of a long-term plan.
Not time yet. So, oh man, I love it. I love it. This is the type
the
of
off-faction
grimy,
edict,
yes.
just getting there.
2 cost slow silence. Yep.
Yeah. Not the most effective smuggler in the world, and that's perhaps why Minor Pentatonic played Alban Roa, looked at the opponent's market, and thought, they don't actually have anything that's that great left. I'll just leave them with the smuggler.
Man, so the fortress itself is like such a game plan all of it on its own. That Daring Griffin's going to really struggle to try to find a spot, but it looks like Minor Pentatonic can't wait anymore and is making their move. Do you chump block here, or do you just take the hit?
I would be inclined to take it, because giving them a random card is probably slightly worse for you, or better for you, than losing a 3/2 Aegis in play already.
That's true. Zanman really needs the tempo. I mean, they're already behind in cards. They need to have something going for them, right?
And look at that. No Fear bouncing a smuggler again, knowing there's just not that much left to go dig up in the market.
Yeah, I mean, the Equivocate obviously normally would change the smuggler, but face Aegis here, stopping the transformation. But when you have the deck list and you know Zanman's market is super lean and now full of cards that cost 7 and 8.
They had their sale, all the good stuff got purchased, and it's a whole Black Friday situation.
Yeah.
The market's kind of empty. And so Zanman is choosing to go on the aggressive, which is always an unpleasant plan against something that has Sodi's Spellshaper on it.
And if Minor Pentatonic has to spend some time going after this fortress, I mean, the Outcast Fortress is definitely keeping up card parity, helping Zanman build some resources. But the race is effectively over. I mean, you're so far behind. And here we see the silence. It is interesting having to shut off your own -1 curse.
Yes.
But it does mean that at least Minor Pentatonic won't be drawing cards off of the Shihan anymore.
So it just opens the door for attacking the location there. And it just, that already gives you your card that turn anyway.
Right. And with Daring Griffin coming down, the location no longer a problem. Zanman's got to be careful here, because if they just they can't just play one spell without the Shihan suddenly becoming a giant threat. That said, if they have 2 forms of interaction, they could actually make, but the 3/1 Aegis, it's kind of awesome saving the Griffin for a turn where you can drop it with the Aegis.
Yeah, and I think Minor Pentatonic did that intentionally here, just trying to set up that power play. Though, Zanman does have a bit of a health advantage. Oh, wow, they're just trading off the Griffin, and I think just assuming that Aegis is going to be enough to protect this elemental here.
Yeah, I mean, without much left in the market, this is, although the Airmounts Designs is that's something. The problem here, you're going to have to rip something next turn. Wow, and they do not use the Airmounts Designs so that they can potentially use the fortress on the cruelty you could use on the Aegis Flyer, finish it off with Airmounts Designs, and at least you can sort of stabilize against the board. Man, there's an interesting one, because even though that -1/-0 curse is silenced, it's still on the Temple Shihan.
Yeah.
Which does mean Felrock's choice could potentially be used there.
Though you draw a silenced curse after that.
Man,
a silenced curse can pop an Aegis. So
it can. There's a lot.
There's some stuff going on here. That Edict of Grodov is going to be fairly impactful this game, I suspect.
Wow. So can you actually just? Oh, but you if you Felrock's choice the Temple Shihan, can't you play the Pacify curse on the Flyer and then Airmont's Designs to finish it and the Exalted threat? That's the whole board. You could stabilize in that order.
Yeah, but Minor Pentatonic has that Edict of Grodov, and I think that depending on when they want to use that could throw a wrench into Zanman's very well crafted plans. Because I like your line here, though. I guess they're going to start with a Hidden Fortress instead.
Oh yeah, I mean, with having 14 health and knowing you're up against something out of the market.
All right, they're going to use Protect, actually, as a way to knock off an Aegis. Ironic that Protect is actually knocking an Aegis instead of granting one.
And here we see Aramont's designs. The problem here, of course, Zanman has a cruelty in reserve, but the Felrock's Choice now may have to be used on that 6/3 flyer if Zanman can even draw a curse, because that Ice Elemental can actually take out the fortress.
Yeah.
Man, what a crazy game. I mean, Minor Pentatonic's got a lot going on, but Zanman's, not out of it yet.
I think what Zanman has to hope is that Minor Pentatonic goes at them, which is what's happening.
Wow. So, by double blocking the Shihan, it does mean that Zanman has stabilized the other big ground threat, and with Cruelty able to go to that Ice Elemental, Zanman's starting to actually turn the corner. I mean, if they can end next turn, if they can go through the next turn cycle and keep their Outpost Fortress, they're actually doing pretty well.
Yeah, and then they're the Aegis protecting from Reckless there. All right, so they're choosing what to use the Hidden Fortress here.
Man, so this is interesting. The putting Cruelty, you don't even need to do the Decimate. You can Cruelty the Ice Elemental, putting the curse on it. That opens up Felrock's Choice to stabilize the air. There's still 2 threats on the ground. Is there any chance that Hidden Road Smuggler just comes down? I mean, there's nothing really left in your market.
Well, you also have that inferiority or cruelty in hand, rather.
Oh, great point.
So.
Oh, and they wait anyway?
That's interesting. They didn't play the Smuggler and cash in the inferiority complex?
Interesting. So,
I don't. Yeah, that's tough, because now you're just depriving yourself of an additional blocker here.
Yeah, and if Zanman would have drawn a power next turn, that Kodosh Sees All could actually come down. So this is interesting. And now there's 2 blockers. The Outpost Fortress is continuing to generate advantage.
It's gonna get the Pilfer now. Let's see what it gets. Oh, Emerald Vinray. That's a playable.
You could do worse.
Zanman actually does have sufficient primal here.
Man, so now Kodosh Sees All is on the menu if you want it. Like for next turn, and with Zelia coming down, Zelia is threatening to completely take over the game, and Minor Pentatonic is out of gas.
Minor Pentatonic also took a kind of aggressive line here, where they committed to trying to kill Zanman before the Hidden Fortress procs, because they could have killed the Hidden Fortress. Like that was an option. They would have had to give up like 10 damage to do so. But right now it's looking dicey for Hidden Pentatonic, or Minor Pentatonic rather, just because they're not going to necessarily be able to kill that fortress, and that fortress is really gonna go off here. They don't have an answer to it.
Yeah, with no way to buff the flying explorer, it'd be nice if they had access to something, whether the ability to move that Exalted buff over or some kind of a weapon. But as it stands, Zelia is going to come down, and Zelia is a devastating threat at this point of the game. I mean, like, already here, the biggest question though, yeah, I guess you have no choice, but how much damage can this flyer even do before Zelia completely takes over? Besides, Kodosh Sees All coming down, isn't that just an unlimited amount of chump blockers?
Oh yeah, it's going to give you a decent amount each turn. So Zelia comes down off of that Hidden Fortress. All right, you get to Kodosh Sees All them. You get a 2/2 Griffin, but that inferiority complex, you can also play that, and then you'll get a 3/3 Griffin. They're really just not into playing that inferiority complex. I'm kind of into playing that complex on the permafrosted, the 5/3, because that way on Alban-Roa, because that way you just have a curse sitting in play for Kodosh Sees All.
Yeah, or even on the 4/3, as long as you're just making 3/3s so that you're advancing, because I think that things are going pretty well. You just need to stabilize things a little bit. Oh, that's interesting. Man. So Archgriffin Patriarch obviously gives Zanman a huge amount. There's no way they're not going to play.
Now you've got to play the inferiority complex, right?
It's a 0-cost cantrip. It also makes your Griffins bigger. This is, man. The only thing, though, with such a low health total, Minor Pentatonic, could they potentially sneak in that last little bit of damage somewhere? Wow. Interesting.
Okay.
Man, so by shrinking the Explorer, Zanman is definitely taking a line involving spreading out their curse situation, making their their flyers from Kodash Sea is all sort of the plan.
I mean, I think that a minor pentatonic's going to take it because that Zealot is reckless, and then go to 1 was really hoping to, if they drew any sort of way to deal with this Griffin, they would just win. At this point, they can put Zanman down to 1, and this is going to be a really close game. But it doesn't look like minor pentatonic drew any way to get 1 additional point through a Sodi spell shape or anything like that.
Wow, so it looks like Zanman is going to eke it out with minor pentatonic finally out of gas and just a single point short.
And that inferiority complex never got played, not even before the Patriarch here.
And
boom! Zanman 415 takes the match here and advances to the top 32. There will be more curses to come. The curses will continue until morale improves here. So let's see where that leaves us here. All right, that's it. We can finally now get to the preview card.
yes.
All right, so we do have a preview card here from Echoes of Eternatus, our first one. And let's take a look at Dark Talon Wivarch. So 4-cost, 3/3 Flying Aegis, which that's already a pretty sizable air threat there.
Yeah, and with an ability worthy of protecting with Aegis.
So whenever it hits the enemy player, they discard from the cards from their deck until they discard a unit. Obviously, the level 1 here is you're aimed at unitless control here, because this is just a one-shot kill.
Being able to just value mill people, it seems like being able to hit people, discard cards from their deck, it definitely seems to, it's kind of an interesting time for it with some of the recent action, some of the Feln action that we've been seeing from the most recent micro campaign.
Yeah.
Plus, Dark Talon Wivarch, an offering for Feln dragons.
Yeah, it's a dragon here. Again, 3/3 Flying Aegis is not the easiest to kill on turn 4. And even in a deck chock full of units, this is going to get you it's going to mill a couple cards, right? It's unlikely, and at the very least, it hits 1. So you know that you're getting minimum 1 for your cards that care about that. You could easily get 5 or 6 even in a deck that has a sufficient amount.
Yeah, I mean, isn't this just you hit them and then they flip over like 8 cards and then they put Jotun Hurler in their void?
That depends who you're playing against. But Dark Talon Wivarch here, our first preview card. And I'm sure the fine folks out there will find plenty of uses for this one. This has got a lot of different build arounds, between the discard theme, between the anti-unitless control theme, and then of course the fact that it's a dragon, like you said. That does have quite a bit of relevance these days.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any combos with this card.
I'm sure there is. So that is our first preview card. We're gonna take a short break here, but we'll be back with the top 32 in just a few minutes.
welcome back to the Eternal Championship Qualifier Strange Lands. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined this round by Corey Burkhart. Good morning, Corey. How are we doing?
Doing great. How about yourself?
I'm all right. That was an exciting match we just got to watch with that JPS, Justice Primal Shadow Curses deck, taking down Elysian in a very close 3-game match. What was your take on that one?
Oh, I thought it was super tense. At any moment, anybody could really steal the game. I mean, we saw both players ended up on 1 point of health when the concession finally came through. I mean, every draw could have just changed the outcome of that match. So hope we get more matches like that coming down the rest of the stretch here in our ECQ.
Yeah, the thing that I was impressed by in round one was the improvisational skills of the players demonstrated. In the first match, we got to see where a player taking some rather unconventional choices off of Incarnus like Spirit Drain and Horse Snatcher bat to great success. And then later on, we got to see plays like, I'm going to protect your unit so that way I can pop the Aegis that it already has. It was a good time. But to bring it back to this round, we are now heading into the round of 32. So for the competitors today, this is all single elimination, best of 3 matches. They've gotten through the first hurdle. They've got a few more to get through if they ultimately want to be the winner and get that qualification to the World Championships.
Yeah, and the qualification to Worlds isn't the only thing on the line here. I believe it is our top 8. All will be earning prize money this weekend.
Yep.
So, I mean, this round is really important. The next round's even more important. Just the stakes keep getting higher and higher as you move through this tournament. And then, of course, our finals will be this one really, really big match for these players this weekend.
Absolutely. Before we get to this round, though, we wanted to tell you about the expansion that is going to be soon to be releasing for our deck builder game, Eternal Chronicles of the Throne. And that expansion is called Gold and Steel. So if you haven't had a chance to pick up your copy of Eternal Chronicles of the Throne, it is a physical deck builder game that you can play with friends. It's all paper Eternal cards. A lot of art and inspiration from the digital game Eternal, but this is a entirely brand new game. If you haven't gotten a chance to play it yet, I highly recommend it. I think they did a great job, the team who worked on it, of translating sort of the depth of a strategy card game like Eternal into something where you can play a game in 45 minutes, but still get that feeling of I'm drafting a deck around these kind of cards and doing attacks, blocks, skills, pumping up my units, killing yours. It really all comes through in what is a really quick and easy to play game.
Yeah, I've spent multiple days here in the last month now staying late after work and getting to play, and it is a complete blast. I can't wait for it to actually come out, people to get their hands on it, and to see where that team continues to go over the course of the next few months and into years.
Yeah, and it's named Gold and Steel. The 2 big new surprises coming to the game are markets and weapons, and they're a real fun time. So make sure you check that out if you haven't gotten a chance to do so. You will need to purchase the original game, but it's highly worth it if you want to play with the Gold and Steel expansion. All right, so bringing it down to this round, our producer Michael Jacob is getting our first match set up, and we'll be, sort of running it back what you saw the previous round, jumping in, showing you as many games as possible for these players. It's been an exciting weekend, just getting to see how the Expedition format has evolved. A couple months ago when we had our first big Expedition tournament, that was dominated by Xenon Cultists, but this weekend it's a whole new field. It sounds like our match is ready to go, so we're going to bring the action to you right now. Good morning and welcome to our top 32 match between our champion of the first Expedition ECQ, Bruised by God, up against RNG. This time, once again, Bruised by God is put his faith in the hands of some big, expensive shadow cards.
Yeah, so, I mean, we have 2 household names here. I mean, RNG, you can't really be involved in the internal community, on Twitch, Discord, and not know RNG. So these are 2 heavy hitters, and we're going to watch 2 really powerful decks here in terms of Huru versus Argenport.
So the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler got in, and instead of dropping down the Sodi, RNG has elected to hold it, valuing the ability of that Sodi Onslaught, being able to kill a flyer or a sight. And looking at Bruised by God's hand, Corey, does that line look like it's going to be rewarded in the future?
Looks great here. One of the key points of this Argenport deck is the power at which it can leverage these powerful sights, and particularly the powerful dragons that Shadow has to offer, like Carvet. Sodi here is going to be one of the big hitters added to the Expedition format, and RNG is putting a premium on protecting it here in this matchup.
And Bruised by God, valuing that Carvet, actually went with a Ripe Enough Assassin, trades off, but now Siditi comes off the top, putting a Curse of Provocation onto an empty boarded Bruised by God.
And this is the perfect spot for Siditi. You don't see this often enough, but when these control decks, like this Argenport style, start taking over, Siditi really shines. With the ability for Bruised by God here to be unable really to deal damage, they're just going to draw so many cards off this Curse of Provocation, and they're just going to keep the pressure up and able to keep up with the more powerful shadow options that Bruised by God has. Maybe their individual cards are better, but they're certainly going to get pummeled here by the Curse of Provocation from Siditi.
And Avagraft is going to take out and lock out all future copies of Hidden Road Smuggler, opening up the door for another attack by the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler.
Yeah, we're really seeing RNG put a premium on this unseal here. They really don't want any option for Bruised by God to disable the onslaught ability of Sodi, so they're trying to protect their smuggler here from a potential cut ties off the site.
So Carve It, Solar Dragon comes down, brings along a dragon, and we see another free card drawn by RNG thanks to that Curse of Provocation.
Yeah, now they have plenty of options available to them. Drawing the Suroff here gives a different way to maybe reposition the game. Additionally, drawing the Icaria here gives an air blocker to prevent, Bruised by God actually coming in. And here now we have multiple blockers to hold off the Carve It completely. The Bruised by God, again with the unseal up from RNG, is not actually going to be able to puncture RNG's armor here.
That Curse of Provocation tempting Bruised by God into making an attack. They'd love to sit back and sit behind that 4/5 flying lifesteal, but they don't want to just fall behind on the card advantage race. So we see them teeing up potentially an attack by just the 1/1 cultist.
Yeah, Bruised by God's really in a hard place here, trying to disable drawing cards off this Curse of Provocation. They're thinking about throwing away the cultist, moving the weapon to the Carve It, but that also just doesn't help them enough. It doesn't get the Carve It up to a 6/7 where it could finally attack through the Icaria and the Wind Elemental. So they're actually going to throw out, try to do the cut ties, and RNG is really going to get paid off for this unseal.
Yeah, they've been spending a couple of turns trying to set up and make sure that they had unseal ready for the big spell, and it got its job done, countering that cut ties. A huge tempo play for RNG.
Yeah, and it looks like RNG is going to be in a spot here now where they'll be able to attack with all of their units, take out the site, and then use Sodi to actually take out the Carve It, fully clearing out Bruised by God and leaving them with just that one card in hand.
Yeah, and this attack does a real great job of disguising that this is all bait just to get that Sodi onslaught through.
So we see the Sodi come down, clear out Bruised by God's board, and now, again, we're in that position where Bruised by God, nothing in play. The Curse of Provocation is going to continue to chain through more cards for RNG, and RNG is really put on a show here in the first game for us.
Yeah, this is one of the... Siditi and Tazbu are two of the big hitters. They weren't in the Expedition format during our last Expedition format, but in the sort of the mid-format shakeup, they were added, and we are seeing the work that Siditi has done. Siditi was killed many turns ago, but its presence is still being felt.
Yeah, and here actually getting a silence effect off of the Suroff, disabling the deadly on the Rip Knife Assassin. All right, there's a Tazbu for Bruised by God. I mean, they have enough health to play with here. They could actually mount some amount of a comeback.
What is this attack about? Oh, it's just about stopping that Curse of Provocation.
Again, they're paying the cost from the onslaught from Siditi 6 turns later. Bruised by God is continually trying to just disable that curse.
Do you think that Bruised by God regrets not warping in the Tazbu before making that jump attack? They would have gotten to draw an extra card.
I think so. I think that this Tazbu here, you actually just need to warp it just so you can get further into your deck. They need to find more of these removal spells to try to catch up. They really need the Suroff off the table. Now they need the Icaria off the table. I mean, RNG just has their threats diversified in so many different buckets right now that it's really difficult for Bruised by God to really come back if their plan is, I'm just going to draw a Tazbu next turn.
Wow, and Bruised by God turns down the warp on Tazbu, thinks they need to make 2 good plays this turn, putting their faith in Makar. They're invoking Shadow. Let's see what they come up with. They really could use something good and something that they can play for 3 or less.
What are you thinking? What's the best option you could really find here if you're Bruised by God?
I think it would be Aramat's Designs, but I think if they hit Aramat's Designs, it would have already shown up. It would kill 1, 2, 3 units on this board.
I mean, that'll take out the Wind Elemental, but that's just not getting you far enough here if you're Bruised by God. So now they're facing down 6 in the air, and then, of course, this Avagraph's going to come down. This is just 10 points straight across, and they're lining up for a lethal attack on the next turn.
By killing Bruised by God's last unit, RNG ensures another turn of Curse of Provocation's call going unanswered.
Yeah, and here's the rough spot of leaving that Tazbu on top. If your Incarnus doesn't hit something awesome that turn, you know, maybe again that's a risk that Bruised by God had to take trying to find Aramat's Designs off of that Invoke. But missing there, they now know what they're drawing on the next turn. There's nothing that can bail them out.
It was pretty impressive how RNG's cards lined up that game. The Argenport decks got lots of removal, but RNG's come packed with a suite of units which can do quite a bit of work even if they're killed.
Yep.
Siditi can play the Curse of Provocation. Akaria can play Justice Sigil. Seraph can twist and bring along a double damage unit, just continuing to progress even if their unit is ultimately killed. It's really looked like it put a lot of constraints on what Bruised by God could do.
Yeah, and a lot of what you see from the Argenport deck is trying to play some sort of cheap unit and play a piece of removal. There's never the, oh, I'm going to answer this other facet in which you were attacking me, maybe taking out your weapons, taking out your curses. And I think that's why we've seen so far today the, TJP sort of style of decks, the Curses deck, and in this case the Huru deck, are sort of attacking from this angle that those decks aren't prepared for.
Our players are ready for game 2. The action is coming up right now. We've got top 32 action. RNG up against previous ECQ champion Bruised by God. RNG's up a game with their Huru deck against Bruised by God's Argenport mid-range control. It plays a lot of different angles, as we see with some of these efficient early units like Rip Knife Assassin and Marionette Cross, but it goes all the way up to things like Tazbu and Dizo's Office.
Yeah, so a slow start here for RNG. They're actually going to use this Paral's Choice here. Probably need to find an answer to this Marionette as a 5-5 on the third turn here. Even though Bruised by God not really looking at maybe the best play next turn of just Var's favoring Rip Knife Assassin as a follow-up, still 5 strength on the third turn, pretty big threat. They're going to lock that out and try to disable the offense here by Bruised by God.
And we see these players have some similar sorts of things going on in the sense that both players are playing with removal and hard-hitting threats. What's very interesting is each turn when one of these players decides, nope, I got to kill that, or no, I want to put the pressure on you and play another hard-hitting threat.
Yeah, and it looks like the breakpoint here for RNG, just looking at their powerful 5s. I mean, you see the Patriarch, you see Sazidi. If they can get to that 5th turn with some sort of a board developed, whether it be their curses on Bruised by God's units or a unit to attack with for Siditi, that's sort of their premium real estate. And we're going to see Bruised by God here, rather than developing an Incarnus of their own or potentially getting out a Wing Brewer with help from Vara's favor, they want to disable the threat of Onslaught.
So Archgriffin Patriarch comes down, draws a card thanks to the Permafrost on the Marionette Cross. Off the top for Bruised by God is an Emblem of Makar. That will allow them to either play Tazbu or Incarnus, and they bring down Tazbu the Forbidden. Every time one of Bruised by God's units dies, they get to draw a card and take a damage. I'm really into the draw card part on Tazbu. I'm not as much about taking damage.
Yeah, and again, this is another reason where the curse style of deck, so the purpose sort of factions here, the Justice, the Primal, and the Shadow, are matching up really well against these Archimport strategies, locking out the ability of actually just killing the units, just straight up, permafrosting them, maybe shrinking them over time with like shooting short beak. Those type of cards are actually helping delay the card flow from the Tazbu here.
Siditi trades with its shadow cousin in Tazbu the Forbidden, these 5-cost heavily pipped cards squaring off in battle. And we see Incarnus come down for Bruised by God. Once again, another exciting invoke decision for Bruised by God. Thinking carefully about how this card that they'll be selecting will fit in with the curve of cards that they have in their hand right now. And this Brain Down that RNG has brought hasn't quite gotten there yet, but if we ever see a Carvet show up...
It hasn't lined up yet, but this is another one of the spots where you look at Bruised by God's hand, and one of the cards it seems like that they would want would just be some sort of big flyer. And, the Bring Down would deal well with that. It could deal well with the future Carvet. And now we're actually going to see the Archgriffin get in again, and I think they were likely to see another Siditi come down.
So Death Ripple was the takeoff of Bruised by God. It'll do a good job of killing a cheap unit, but fortunately for RNG, they have not. You know what? Bring Down does a great job at removing at fast speed, both unblockable and deadly.
Yeah, it definitely does, and we might even see that this turn. Depends on how RNG actually wants to play this. They could just silence one of these two units and just try to pick them off, because they are in kind of the spot where they haven't actually shrunk all of the units that Bruised by God has, and they do want to enable the 2 Curse of Provocations. They can prevent Bruised by God dealing damage on their turn. They can start chaining cards together. We're actually going to see your play here.
Wow. So we see a decimated cast into shadow, taking out both the Ava Graft.
And one of the Curse of Provocations.
Yep. Is
So-
taking out the Curse of Provocation worth decimating? I wonder about that.
Yeah, it's unclear to me right now. I mean, just the ability to clear out both of the units here for Bruised by God is obviously a really big help. But yeah, I
Well-
don't know if the game is going to develop that way, but it looks
It looks good here.
It definitely looks good here. They did anticipate this pretty well of, maybe my Rip Knife Assassin is actually going to fall short here and I'm not going to be able to actually get in. That is a really, really large Carvet.
So a turn after the silences the Incarnus, a giant war-cried up Carvet Solar Dragon makes an appearance. And thanks to the Curse of Provocation getting killed, there was only one left to proc after that unsuccessful turn for Bruised by God.
Yeah, we're going to see some twisting here of the sprite.
Oh, that's probably a big game, that Ryan Cloudclave Smuggler. Let's check out the market, and we see
Do you see
Edict of Kodosh.
Yeah, that's going to be able to take down this Carvet here. And then just this Cultist is actually going to be the only thing left to attack to deal damage. So it is actually pretty likely that RNG over the course of the next couple of turns is likely to draw an additional card off this Curse of Provocation, as we see Bruised by God just finding a Seek Power for their turn.
Yeah, so for Bruised by God, underneath a Curse of Provocation, they'll have to make the decision, do they want to sort of chump attack with a Cultist to ensure that there is that we have damage dealt this turn.
It's also one of those things. I mean, look at Bruised by God's health. They're only at 11.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a costly attack. You're actually putting it such that, 2 more hits from this board and you're actually going to die, and that's totally ignoring what RNG may have in their hand.
So Wingbrewer shows up, can't do any work immediately, will not be successful at helping get through that Curse of Provocation. With 2 more flyers in hand for RNG, though, they are saying the skies are where it's at, and Bruised by God is going to need to find probably another Carvet real soon. Nothing off the top. Can the Wingbrewer find a way out for Bruised by God?
Yeah, now with the Wingbrewer exhausted, even Adiza's office isn't going to cut it here.
Fell Ritual. Even with the unit removed, I still see a lethal attack for RNG. If they can manage to hit A and then space, I'm loving their chances.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with RNG's deck building here and this choice. This actually looks like it matches up really well against this Argenport strategy this weekend.
And that'll do it. RNG wins the match 2-0 over Bruised by God in, I would say, quite impressive fashion. We got to see Bruised by God really deploy all of the major cards that sort of that headline that Argenport deck. We saw Carvet, we saw Incarnus, we saw Decimated Cast into Shadows, but just the resilience of those Huru units, leaving some value behind even if they were killed, looks like it matches up perfectly in a field that has a heavy amount of shadow removal and shadow control today.
Yeah, and again, I think that the curses just match up so well against the Tosbu portion of that shadow deck. Again, Sodi matches up exceptionally well against Carvet and against the sites. And then you had things like Bring Down able to silence off the unblockable as well as take down Carvet. Again,
A really savvy call, recognizing how useful Bring Down is, even if you aren't playing against a flying unit, with how invested in skill some of these are. All right, well, we've got another match queued up by our producer, Michael Jacob. Let's check it out. All right, we are now checking in on Pythias. Looks like they've brought Argenport this weekend up against Kidlet 1490, playing a Time Justice Shadow 3-faction control strategy. Couple of exciting new cards from the Flame of Zolta in hand in Incarnus and Age-Worn Vestige. The 6-cost relic weapon that has Spellcraft 3 play Harsh Roll.
yeah, definitely designed to take out these unit decks that are going wide. Sort of one of the big hitters against the Cultist strategy, and against actually a lot of what the Argenport style of deck can do. If you kill that Tosbu first so they're not drawing lots of cards off of it, it actually sets you up really well at dealing with the wide boards that sort of the Incarnus can help set up. Additionally, things like Rip Knife Assassin making units larger.
Scorpion Wasps in hand will do a nice job of helping Kidlet answer that Marionette Cross, bringing along its 5/5 stringed companion.
Yeah, and Kidlet's in actually one of those situations where you can tell that they're paying further 3-faction strategy here.
Mm.
Incarnus unable to be played on the next turn. The Ancient Lore unable to be played on the next turn. So we're going to see how Kidlet's, influence situation here develops over the next couple of turns. But with multiple Scorpion Wasps and access to the Ebon Smuggler, they're probably set at least for the next couple of turns to be able to, keep developing their game here. So we see access to their market. They have something like a Regent's Tomb that can help their card flow and maybe scout and find additional power that way.
So the ambush unit comes down, and unfortunately, when an ambush unit comes down, it gets to block before you can play a kill spell on it. Pythias' Marionette Cross was still blocked, but they were able to use Cast in a Shadow to kill the Wasp.
Yeah, and because Kidlet is using 3 different factions here, we're actually just going to see the Cast of Shadow fired off. They want to protect their Marionette. They know that it's unlikely that they're going to be able to decimate that at some point throughout this game and actually be able to take out 2 different threats of the same faction.
So this turn, the same as before, Scorpion Wasp comes down, and this time without a fast removal effect, the Scorpion Wasp gets its puppet, killing the Marionette.
Yeah, and Pythias here now really in a redevelopment stage trying to...
Wow,
that is really planning for the long game.
The ultimate end game for Shadow decks in Expedition is Vara Fate Touched. Can bring back Shadow units from the Void, and whenever another Shadow unit is played, another one will come back, but it'll get Void bound. For Kidlet, though, I like the way that this game is developing. They've got the board under control, and they've got some nice long game pieces in Ancient Lore, Age-Worn Vestige, and Incarnus.
Yeah, as this game goes long, Kidlet really has an advantage in the games that can get past the 6-7 turn marker, where if Pythias has a really strong board developed with like Carvit, Taspu, Dizo's Office, those are the games where Pythias is happy playing into turn 10, turn 11, turn 12. But as we see Pythias' board, there's just a lowly smuggler out there. There isn't something else going on. They didn't have a Carvit to help develop. This is allowing Kidlet keep hitting those power drops, keep sort of chaining together different card draw effects, and eventually we're going to get to the point where they're deploying their Incarnuses, they're deploying the Vestige to harsh rule the board, and slowly take over.
So Pythias picks up an Incarnus. This will be a pretty important invoke for them. Can they find a card that matches up well against this heavy removal, slow strategy that Kidlet's brought to the table? Elder Astrologer. Corey, you maybe play Elder Astrologer more than anybody else on the design team.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love this card. It actually pairs really well with Incarnus too, the ability to help push it towards that mastery even faster. And this is one of those spots that, we look at Kidlet's hand and they don't actually have any removal here for this Incarnus. If that could actually force this Vestige to come down and just try to single out, finish off the Incarnus, that would be great for Pythias here, as they would then be able to use the Elder Astrologer to push through and finish it off.
That's a pretty cheeky attack by Kidlet, and Pythias didn't figure out what was up, and what was up was that Ancient Lore made an Ebon Smuggler a 3/3, so now it gets to eat the Hidden Road Smuggler.
Yeah, actually making this Elder Astrologer worse here. And now Pythias is going to have to figure out, okay, how do I want to backtrack here? Do I want to use this Hidden Road Smuggler, try to find something out of my market?
Oh, no.
Yeah, not getting to use the summon
The
ability here.
post-attack Elder Astrologer. If it's the play to make, it's the play to make.
I mean, definitely looks good on this board. It is unfortunate to miss out on that summon ability here, but, I mean, they do need to make the best play there with their power. Didn't really look like a Smuggler was going to do all that much for them, and unfortunately, finding the Dizo's Office out of the market, cut ties are going to be able to protect the Dizo's Office going into the next turn, unless, maybe another Elder Astrologer shows up somehow, but we're not going to see any of those out of Pythias' deck this weekend, except for off of those Incarnuses.
Yeah, and once the Vara comes out of the market for Pythias, not a lot of great options that are highly impactful against a slow control strategy.
Yeah, Pythias is in a rough spot here. They really need to find a way to get this Dizo's Office off the table. I mean, the Cabal Chairman comes out. I mean, that's just another threat that Pythias is going to have to spend some amount of removal on. All the while, look at Kidlet's hand. Every one of their cards produces another card. They are set up for, I'm at 8 power, I'm getting to 9 power, I am just set up to use all of my power every turn and just take over this game.
Devouring Shadow kills a Ebon Smuggler. Yeah, not getting the most value out of their cards this game, Pythias. Scheme off of Dizo's Office will be digging for an answer to Incarnus, is my guess. I think if I'm Pythias or Kidlet, I'm trying to find something that can deal with the Incarnus. But you know what? Maybe this is just time to pop off the Age-Worn Vestige.
Yeah, I mean, Kidlet has several great options here. You can play the Vestige and not even use the Spellcraft ability. You could just single down the Incarnus, then you could use the Ebon Smuggler when, Pythias goes to attack on their next turn. Maybe you get an additional card out of the market. You could go to the market right now. Maybe they have an answer of their own waiting, and we do see that Edict of Kodash able to take out this Incarnus.
Yeah, I like this play. The Incarnus represented so much this turn, both being able to kill the Office and hit on her Mastery.
Yeah, that was the key turn. If Pythias could actually get to their next turn with that Incarnus in play, potentially invoke another card.
So what an interesting sequence. Both the 8th power for Vara comes off the top, but at the same time there's a Tazbu on top. Pythias says, I can wait on Vara.
Yeah, knowing that when they attack here, that this Smuggler has to die. They know that they're going to get a card out of it this turn.
Oh, that's an interesting play. So you're proposing that Pythias makes a chump attack into the Office, since it will necessitate a block and drawing a card thanks to Tazbu. Pythias says, no, I think I'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, if you could have hit something like a Vara's Favor there off of the additional card draw, that's just sort of the dream scenario. But they're going to hold steady here. Tazbu's going to fall to this cast into Shadow here. They're going to pick up one extra card. I do see another Fel Ritual, but Pythias is now on the back foot where they need to start developing further, as Dizo himself is actually about to come out of his office and join the party.
So Kidlet doing a great job. They've got this Hidden Road Smuggler up to a 5/3, and with Lifesteal, thanks to the site, Incarnus is showing up. They've got Dizo himself coming down next turn, and if anything goes wrong, they've got an Age-Worn Vestige back in hand.
That's a nice hit for Kidlet. Immortalize is absolutely awesome in their strategy. They have so many units that can chain together a variety of different effects that now being able to find the best one for the job is going to be perfect here for Kidlet going long in this game.
So once again, Pythias is going to hold off on the Vara, trying to ensure that their Void is as well stocked as possible before it comes down. And Headsman's Axe, a +1/+1 weapon for each unit in their Void, and right now it's 6. Fel Ritual is going to pump up the Headsman's Axe thanks to putting the Nile Draconis into the Void. What a funny sequence.
Yeah, so the Headsman's Axe here actually would be even more awesome if Kidlet hadn't gained all of this health off this Dizo's office. I mean, that said, that's going to enable Incarnus in one turn to get its mastery off.
So now here he is, Dizo Cabal Chairman. Kidlet could sacrifice a unit to Cabal Chairman's summon, but that... Oh, and they give up the 5/3 lifesteal. I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah,
But I guess with Pythias under enough pressure on their health total, maybe they think they have to take the hard way out of the extortion scheme and give up 3 cards.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me. I thought that you were going to be able to get 2 more attacks in with that Smuggler, but they want to right now send a message, drop Pythias down to 7. You have a 4 strength unblockable unit in play, the ability to play the Incarnus.
Wow, and nothing else comes down. Kidlet passes with the ambushing Smuggler in hand, but doesn't drop either Incarnus or Seraph. Or, for that matter, the Age-Worn Vestige.
Yeah, an interesting play by Kidlet. It looks like their plan, as you were saying, to ambush in the Ebon Smuggler here at the end of the turn, try to push through 6 points of damage, and then use the Vestige to Harsh Rule on their next turn to get that 3-point direct hit in with their Relic weapon to try to finish it off in one turn.
So here's a cheeky line for Kidlet. If they Ebon Smuggler for the Regent's Tomb in their market, they might be able to set up lethal, but Fel Ritual will put an end to that, taking out Dizo. For Kidlet, their board is now empty. Is this the moment that you pull the trigger on the spellcrafted Age-Worn Vestige?
Looks like not.
No.
Kidlet wants to play with all of their toys. They have so many options at their disposal. We're going to play Incarnus, we're going to draw up another card, and I think that we're likely to see the Seraph come down and potentially even twist this turn.
I like what Kidlet is doing. They know about the Vara from Pythias' market, and so they're trying to ensure that they have a Harsh Roll style effect ready for whenever Vara comes down and fills the board up with shadow units.
Yeah, Kidlet wants to play extra safe here just to make sure that this Vara cannot take over the game. You know, as you were saying, I think it's a totally awesome option.
Yeah,
here.
this is quite a chess match between these two players. Pythias is also respecting the possibility of a Harsh Roll effect and is trying to avoid playing a Vara until they think that maybe that the coast is clear. So we'll see who blinks first in that sort of duel.
Great pickup there by Pythias. Finding another Incarnus can help them keep playing into this longer game. But that Age-Worn Vestige, that...
Yeah.
Now Kidlet is actually able to move here on one copy of it. I think that we're going to see them sabotage. They're going to see this Headsman's Axe, and I think that we might actually see them play one of the Vestiges and take out this Incarnus.
Ebondoon Smuggler goes face, dropping Pythias down to 4. So as you mentioned, an Age-Worn Vestige shows up, the 3/9 relic weapon. It packs a walloping, takes out Incarnus, brings Pythias back up to 7 thanks to the lifesteal from Dizo's office, but Pythias is definitely behind now. They've got a unit, a sight, and a relic weapon to worry about, all on Kidlet's side.
Yeah, I think that we might be approaching the spot where Pythias has to pull the, pull their shot here at the Vara. They're going to just dump the Threaten. Do not want to bump up that Ebondoon.
Wow, so they picked Scheme there. I forget whether they have, they picked Threaten there. I forget whether they had Scheme or Cut Ties left.
Cut Ties remain, so they chose to actually leave the 2/2 in play, which does signal that Vara coming down, hoping to avoid potentially another Vestige or some sort of big removal effect out of Kidlet's deck. We're going to see the task be picked up, which does help against this Vestige play.
Does. So Swear Vengeance.
A nice little combo with your Harsh Roll.
Yep. Love that. Love that combo. An Age-Worn Vestige comes down, replacing the original. Spellcraft occurs. Harsh Rule. This ends now, killing both of Pythias' units. Kazbu will see them both die, get to draw 2 cards and take 2 damage. The Ebondoon Smuggler, thanks to that Swear Vengeance, revenges back into the deck. And on Pythias' side, yeah, no, the Cut Ties does nothing. I think Pythias has kind of worked themselves into not a bad position. It looks tough to get Impending Doom and play at 4 health, but...
Well, you do the Dizo's Office. Giving it lifesteal is actually going to mitigate that damage that it deals to you here each turn. And if you actually look at this, Pythias has all the resources now. They have a Dizo of their own coming out. They have lifesteal to all of their units. If Kidlet doesn't find something on the next turn, I think Pythias may have actually caught up here. And Zalia's is a great hit. Zalia's is really awesome against all the small units that Kidlet keeps producing.
So Kidlet worked themselves into an awkward position where they basically used an Age-Worn Vestige without getting too spellcrafted. And they picked up a Xenon Temple, which is kind of awkward because...
Oh, that's a great hit, though.
All right, so another Age-Worn Vestige on top. Does that mean you just do nothing if you're Kidlet? Because if you're probably going to be Harsh Rolling next turn.
Yeah, you are very likely to Harsh Roll next turn. I think that it's enough of a free roll that you should still just use your Vestige to take out the Incarnus. Yeah, I don't think that you want to use the Seraph here knowing that you're going to Harsh Roll in the next turn.
So here comes Dizo.
Do you sack the Impending Doom? I assume that you just can't. You cannot let this Regent's Tomb go off.
Oh,
That's
no.
just a wild idea, right?
Yeah, when Regent's Tomb agenda is complete at the start of the next turn, it will summon an Elias the Broken Wing in 8/4 Flying Lifesteal Revenge. Yeah, I can't imagine that Pythias wants any part of Elias showing up in this game.
Yeah, I think from Pythias' perspective here, they're trying to figure out, okay, what's going on Kidlet's side? They have 12 power available.
They passed. They didn't attack. They didn't want to attack into maybe a Scorpion Wasp or a Defiance. Holy cow.
Trying to play the game safe. And now Elias is out, and even with this Harsh Roll, it's going to go right back into their deck thanks to Revenge. They're going to have an Ebondoon Smuggler and an Elias waiting in the wings.
So once again, Kidlet has an Age-Worn Vestige in play, and they replace it with a new one. The Spellcraft comes down. We see another Harsh Roll, killing both of Pythia's units, and once again, Kidlet had a Revenge unit, so it goes back into the deck.
And again, not making that attack with the Impending Doom, Pythias' health total's in danger here.
Yep,
with
that's
only
a great
4 health
point.
remaining, that's 2 more attacks from this Age-Worn Vestige is actually going to finish them off.
So Pythias got a couple of options here.
And again, there's nothing big left in their market. That Vara has already come out. There's just a bunch of removal, a bunch of edicts left.
So Pythias preparing for some Revenge units showing back up, picks up another Devouring Shadow, throws down Zelia. And on Kidlet's side, is now the time for them to deploy the Seraph and start twisting.
Yeah, Pythias has a great setup in terms of multiple units in play. They're going to get around this Vestige here, potentially even using Zalia to play 2 Afflictions in the next turn, might be able to push through and finish off the Vestige in just 1 attack. All the while, they have no idea what Kidlet has. Kidlet just didn't use their power for multiple turns and then used another harsh rule. And here we're going to see, what can Seraph find?
So twist number 1 brings us a double damage Soul Collector. When you twist Seraph, you get a random double damage unit that has the same strength of Seraph. The next twist will get a 2 strength random double damage unit.
Yeah, so the first hit there, not a great one. We'll just die to the Zalia. And a Ruins Guide, I mean, they do manage to find these shift units, will be great for them here. Does pump up by finishing off the Smuggler there to a 2/2, so now it is safe from the Zalia. And, you know, Kidlet has gone somewhat wide here. They are going to be able to get through this suite of removal, but now even a power here. Seek power, maybe not the power that they were hoping for. So I think if you're Pythias here, you really need to get this Seraph off the table and just make sure that, you know, Kidlet is not able to build out such a wide board. You need to prevent this many units from coming out. Additionally, I don't know that you can let that Soul Collector get much bigger.
I can see why not. Soul Collector gets +1/+1 when either player has a unit that dies. And since it has double damage, it's going to scale up really fast.
Yeah, so Pythias working through all of their options here, just making sure there's nothing better that they can do outside of playing 2 of the removal spells in their hand and probably taking out the Seraph and the Soul Collector. All the while, we haven't talked about this, but Kidlet has that Xenon Temple that's just been waiting around in their hand for several turns now. They might actually be able to set up something here, maybe with the Xenon Initiation, where they could kill her and take down the Zalia if it doesn't get pumped up, using the Ruins Guide that might be left over. Additionally, the Xenon Augury, they have 2 units sitting there with Destiny in about the top 7 to 8 cards of their deck that they could still find.
But right now it's Pythias' turn, and they say first, Foul Ritual Soul Collector. Soul Collector will gain Kidlet a little bit of health. Next, Devouring Shadow Seraph, and will we see an attack by Zelia the Vain? We do.
Pythias just looking to pick up those extra points of health here. Sort of insulating themselves just a little bit. The Ruins Guide basically dealing 4 damage on this next turn, potentially 6, thanks to the Regent's Tomb. It looks like Kidlet's just 1 point of strength short. They can play the Justice Sigil to pump up the Ruins Guide to a 3/2, and then the Xenon Temple could get up to a 4/3 with the Initiation.
That's a great point. Yeah. Couple of tools to make this Ruins Guide bigger. Right, as you mentioned, can get to a 4 strength double damage if you were to play Xenon Temple and Xenon Initiation it.
So the Ruins Guide is going to take out the Dizo's office, try to prevent all the life that Pythias is gaining, ensure themselves that they have the long game set up, and now will we actually see Kidlet use the Xenon Temple? I think that, given that they don't have a blocker back this turn, I think that they're likely to hold on to it and see if Pythias will just spend all of their power on the next turn on Zalia to finish off this Ruins Guide.
Perhaps Kidlet is trying to save the Xenon Temple for the turn that Elias comes back so they can give it Killer and immediately use it to take down something like the Zelia. Marionette Cross the pickup for Pythias, but they're going to kick things off by activating their Zelia. When you pay 4, you get to play an Affliction on an enemy unit, and every time you do so, Zelia gets +2/+1.
Finally finishing off that Age-Worn Vestige. Now we have Kidlet back down to 36, and there's Elias.
Elias's revenge is complete, and it comes back with Destiny. For Kidlet, is this the moment that the new site, the Xenon Temple, comes down?
Yeah, so we are going to see Kidlet. Now, which ability are they actually going to use here? Are they just going to take... Yeah, they are going to take the option here to use the Xenon Initiation and get the Zalia off the table. Zalia just such a big threat going long in these games. The ability to spend all of your power each turn also allows this Acolyte to survive, not get an Affliction of their own on it.
Somehow there were still sigils left for that Amber Acolyte to find.
Yeah, through all the Amber Acolyting, all of the Seek Powering, we're actually going to see Pythias not use a Devouring Shadow here on this Amber Acolyte, wanting to hold on for any of the bigger threats that are still looming Kidlet's deck. Now, the Xenon Augury, are they going to end up finding that Ebony Smuggler? Will they be able to find like another Age-Worn Vestige?
Yeah, I think we've already gone through 3 of the Age-Worn Vestiges, so there may still be 1 floating around in there.
Ooh, a Ravid is awesome here.
Ravid Insect Master, summon. You could play a power card of your choice from your deck. That includes Cress or emblems or waystones. Instead, it just gets an Argenport insignia.
Yeah, Kidlet doesn't actually have any.
Oh, this is Expedition. There are no crests.
There's no crest, but the insignias, I mean, those are fine, but you would definitely love to have an emblem in that spot. But in a 3-faction strategy, definitely one looking to play much longer games. Kidlet's just looking to protect themselves here more so than actually dealing damage to themselves and drawing those extra units.
So the Marionette Cross comes in, and Kidlet, valuing the flying ambush deadly surprise nature of the Scorpion Wasp, does not use it to kill the Marionette Cross. To me, that's Kidlet saying, I want to save this and make sure I have the Scorpion Wasp available to me in case you play something a little harder to deal with.
Yeah, and Kidlet, as we noted, still had that Ebon Dune Smuggler looming, and now they're going to play the last spell here off of that temple. What do they have in their market here to actually trade out
You know what? Kirin Ascendant does a great job here. Kirin Ascendant, with its ability to summon, kill an attachment, can kill the Marionette Cross, and the puppet will go on sweet thanks to the Entomb, saying sacrifice all marionettes in play.
Yeah, and looking at this last Devouring Shadow here in Pythias' hand, none of these units are ones that you really want to kill. They are going to protect their health total here, not actually hold it for the World Joiner that's coming out on the next turn. You know, Pythias facing down 4 points of damage this turn, going to fall to 3. And now the World Joiner also joining the party.
You know what I think that was? I think that was the third different site that we have seen Kidlet achieve the agenda on this game. I believe Kidlet hit it on Regent's Tomb, Xenon Temple, and Nizo's office.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable feat.
If that isn't an achievement in the game, I'm going to run to my desk and put it in there right now. And so Kidlet comes in, World Joiner, shrinks and kills the Zoltan cultist, and finally, Kidlet has ground through Pythias, winning 2-0. Really, really controlling the game from start to finish, and an impressive victory.
Yeah, they absolutely earned that one. They had to go to the mat many times, as you said, completing 3 full agendas on 3 different sites in that one game to take down the Argenport Menace.
So our producer is getting another match queued up for us. Good for Pythias, and we've seen 2 different strategies that have 2-0'd the Argenport deck, the most popular deck in today's field. Through slightly different means. One player saying, I'm just going to kill everything and draw cards and play sites and protect them. You do a lot of that in play testing.
Yeah, I'm kind of the bully when it comes to that kind of stuff, so the Xenon Temple tends to be my home.
Yes. All right. Our players are ready. We're going to head down and check out this next match. Well, unsurprisingly, one of the last matches of the round is a matchup between Argenport Control and another Shenra Speaks Control deck. You know, we've got a lot of Yetis players in today's field, but I've got a feeling that they're not going to be the ones that we check in on when we've got one match remaining.
If we don't start with the Yeti deck, it's not going to be on camera, would be my take for this weekend. But here we have Gurga APM, you know, mainstay for all of our ECQs. Absolutely great player. Even score with the Dark Revenger. And we've seen the Dark Revenger before. They're on Argenport Control. And Gurg has actually shown up with this TJP sort of controlling deck.
This is kind of a mashup between the Huru deck we saw in round 1 beat Argenport and the Shenra Speaks deck we saw just win.
Right, you see a lot of the same tools sort of overlap here. You see the Vestige from the deck that we just saw, the Vision deck, and then you also see the Sodi Wingbreaker that we saw from RNG's deck, the Huru midrange deck. Sort of a lot of those overlapping cards of what are the pieces that I need to pinpoint attack this really popular Argenport midrange / control strategy, and we're seeing a lot of those just shoved into Gurga APM's deck and trying to build the best shell around it.
So Permafrost took care of Tazbu. That's not exactly the best way to handle that problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a temporary solution, not the one that you would really love to go to. And even though the Sodi is going to finish off the Carvet, the Tazbu is going to keep paying Dark Revenger time after time, drawing them additional cards here.
Did you see what just happened? So because Tazbu dealt damage to Dark Revenger, that means the condition on Sodi Wingbreaker was fulfilled. The enemy took damage, so Sodi got to draw a card. That's pretty wild.
That's an awesome play by Gurga APM.
Yeah, they saw the upside in that situation of Tazbu remaining in play. Now we see a Vishni come down, shifted, bringing along 3 of his Dark Elf friends.
Yeah, this is exactly what Gurg needs. Gurk just needs to find 3 more power. They're trying to live as long as possible to get to this harsh rule effect. They could find a Shenra Speaks, that would be awesome for them. But right now, if you look at the Dark Revenger's board, they're as wide as it goes right now. You know, getting to shift that Vishni out, getting all these Dark Elves. The Carvet's already come down, made a Cultist. Sure, the Tasbu would draw a ton of cards if something like a Harsh Rule were to get played in a few turns. But right now, Gurg's under such pressure that they just need to sort of hold back all of the Dark Revenger's forces.
So, Gurg APM just goes with the Age-Worn Vestige. It's 9 armored. Will do a good job of staying around for maybe a turn or two. Picks off a Dark Elf. And once again, thanks to Tasbu, Sodi Wingbreaker draws a card.
I wonder if this was actually part of Gurg's strategy of, I'm going to permafrost that Tasbu that we thought, you know, maybe this isn't the greatest answer. But what they really want here is, you know, if the Dark Revenger takes damage every single turn as the Sodi blocks here, another unit dies, Gurg's going to draw another card. Gurg's just going to get into the spot where I think that I am better than the Origin Port deck as the game progresses. And if we both just keep drawing cards, my cards on average are more powerful than yours. That if we play up to where we each have 20 power, as we just saw in our last match, that Gurg's actually going to be able to overpower and take down the Dark Revenger.
So Carvid was the pickup for Dark Revenger. And we see first a Fenris come down, and they're drawing a card off of it. Wow, they have a lot of cards in hand to be spending their power on drawing more cards, but they'll still get to make a second play in the Rip Knife Assassin and kick it on back to Gurg APM, who picks up an Eager Offering.
Yeah, so where is Gurg going to go this turn? You know, again, Dark Revenger's really wide on this board. They want to keep attacking. They want to keep applying pressure, try to get Gurg's Age-Worn Vestige off of this table. The Sodi, not great attacks thanks to this Rip Knife Assassin. You're going to see them take out the Fenris, which again, Tasbu's going to hit. Dark Revenger will draw a card. Gurg will be picking up an extra card at the end of their turn here, thanks to Sodi. I think that we're just going to see a Mark of Shame go into this Rip Knife Assassin to make sure that it's not attacking into and threatening Sodi.
They also followed up with an Eager Offering. Sodi draws a card thanks to Tasbu dealing 1.
Devouring Shadow, I think that these are some nice pickups here for the Dark Revenger. They really just want to get this Sodi off the table. It's drawn so many cards already.
So we see Devouring Shadow number 1 gives Sodi -8/-8. And Devouring Shadow number 2 takes out the Eager Offering. Dark Revenger offering up a Chump Attack, but thanks to the Zulta Cultist getting through, they finish off the Age-Worn Vestige.
Tasbu will do its job drawing the Dark Revenger even more cards. And now they even have the ability to play this Marionette Cross or play a Smuggler here, develop their board a little bit further, maybe figure out their next few turns. And one of the things that we haven't talked about is this Incarnus actually found a Minotaur Lighthoof. The way that Gurg's been playing this game is using their units and blocking a lot. You know, we haven't seen tons of removal out of their deck that we have seen out of the Vision strategy we just watched, that we might actually see a really big unblockable attacks happen at some point in this game.
So for the turn, we just see a Thunderstrike Dragon for Gurg APM, but a Shenra Speaks, and that's got particular relevance when Tasbu's in play.
Yeah, the ability to decimate and then silence all the units, preventing Tasbu from seeing all the units die with its ability, you know, not picking up, in this case, 6 cards for the Dark Revenger will be a huge swing, as it looks like Gurg's trying to figure out, do I want to play this Eager Offering, or do I want to hold up Defiance or potentially Scorpion Wasp for this turn?
For now, Gurg's playing it both ways, developing the Thunderstrike Dragon and attacking with the Forbidden Rider Outcast, doing a good job of leaving Dark Revenger uncertain as to who exactly is the beatdown at the moment.
Yeah,
look at this cheeky attack. The Marionette Cross attacks into the Thunderstrike Dragon, but Gurg APM isn't dissuade.
Yeah, I think Gurg's seen this note too many times, just this one game, where the Tasbu's in play, Dark Revenger's just going to keep attacking, keep hitting, and just keep trying to draw cards. Their health total is getting pretty low here, and it's not like these two flyers are small. Like, Thunderstrike Dragon, you know, Dark Revenger's looking to go to 3 on this next turn. They're going to really need to find a Dizo's Office or some form of lifesteal here, maybe to deploy this Carvet this turn.
You know what Dark Revenger might be trying to set up?
Malediction.
Yeah, oh well.
That's a lot of units dying, though. This is going to drop them, I think, to 6 as they're going to draw 5 more cards. That's a really great play of the Dark Revenger. You know, Gurg had been setting up this game that I just want to keep drawing card after card after card in slow incremental ways. And the Dark Avenger is just like, yeah, I'm having none of that. I'm just going to pick up 5 cards of my own, sweep up your board, and now, Gerg's really on the back foot.
It is possible that Gurga APM is going to be able to win this game by getting enough units into play on Dark Revenger's side, and then using Shenra Speaks to make it so that Dark Revenger draws too many cards and dies to that.
That would be a really sweet finale to this, as we're going to see the Casting Shadow protect Dark Revenger's health here, and it's actually also going to kill the Permafrost by being decimated, and this is going to drop Gerg potentially to 5. I think we're going to have to see the Scorpion Wasp finally come down, take out this Tasbu that it looked like Gerg was trying to use against Dark Revenger all game. Nope. It looks like he's taking your line.
So we see Defiance number 1 on Tasbu, and Defiance number 2 on Hidden Road Smuggler. This is getting dicey. If Dark Revenger deploys too many units here, they expose themselves potentially to dying to Tasbu's death ability.
Yeah, if Dark Revenger deploys the Savara here and gets back a Carvet, that would be the disaster scenario, but
Seek Power means there's no Vara coming. They've already played a power this turn.
yeah, and with both of their units stunned, I do expect the Dark Revenger to play 1 more unit onto this board. I think that they do want something that can actually brawl on the next turn to keep the pressure on Gurga APM. They don't want Gerg to potentially chain off like ancient lore style effects into a smuggler of their own and be able to catch up that way. But again, playing Carven onto this board is pretty scary. I mean, imagine when their Age-Worn Vestige comes down, you just lose on the spot. Wow, and they're not going to put anything.
Nothing for Dark Revenger. They've got 5 units in hand and 7 power, but they say I'm not getting exposed here.
Do you think that Gerg's just too far down this line that they're just not going to give up hope and they're just going to pass right back here?
I mean, this is what happens when you take lines like Gurg APM is playing. They've taken I would describe their lines as being sort of speculative, hoping Dark Revenger plays a certain way that they can get them with a sort of an improvisational line. They're not really playing the game straight up and just trying to attack and remove things. They're trying to bait Dark Revenger, and so far it hasn't worked. And oh my goodness, is there any chance Dark Revenger will warp in that Tasbu? Do you think they see what's coming?
I think that the Dark
They still played nothing!
The Dark Revengers, they know what's up. The Dark Revenger has seen something like this before, or they've sniffed it out. I think that they're on to, Gerg's tricks here.
So Pearl Abbey Smuggler is the pickup. There's a Bastion of the Dawn, a Sodi Spellshaper, an Ela and Mizo, an Edict of Kodash, and a Cleansing Rain. Corey, that's a collection of cards. I'm just going to sit back, and when Gurg APM does something with that market, we'll tell you why he did it, potentially.
Yeah, I think that we're likely to see a Saudi Spellshaper
Oh, you
here.
don't. Oh, wow, you nailed it. Great job.
But are they actually going to spellcraft it? It looks like they are, and they're going to put the Smuggler back in hand, turn that into a different 3-cost unit.
They turned it into another Smuggler.
And that's actually one that the Dark Revenger can use.
Wow, Age-Worn Vestige. That could clear the board and bring Dark Revenger down to 3.
Yeah, so now Gerg actually has 2 different ways to blow up the board, and the Vestige is actually the best way to do it. As that getting them to 3, the Relic Weapon would be the last thing in play. The Dark Revenger actually has to get some work done this turn, and they haven't been spending their power at all of late.
Look at how empty the market is for Dark Revenger. They pick up an Edict of Kodash.
I actually don't even remember. Can the Edict of Kodash silence? It could silence their own Tasbu and kill it if they wanted to.
If they do that, as Luis likes to say, they would be playing extremely above the rim. So Tasbu is making its attack.
I've been so impressed by both players this game that I think the Dark Revenger might actually Edict of Kodash their own Tasbu here.
No way.
What
They
a play!
did it!
What a play!
Wow! Edict of Kodash on Tasbu, protecting themselves from dying to the Tasbu death triggers. Holy cow! But now we could just see.
And I think that Gerg is still just going to play this Age-Worn Vestige. They have a Shenra Speaks to follow up on the next turn.
Yeah, do you just... Yeah?
Yeah, the Dark Revenger is going to go down to 1 point of health here. Can they actually come back from this? What options do they have? We do know about this Vara. Cast into Shadow. I mean,
Yeah, it's not. I guess you would start with Incarnus and hope if you could hit a sabotage effect off of Incarnus, something to insulate you from the Shenra Speaks, that would be ideal, right?
Yes, something to prevent another, like these harsh rule style effects that Shenron speaks, another Age-Worn Vestige coming down. You know, you could hit some sort of Entomb unit that could gain you health, or maybe put another unit into play off of your Incarnus. That'd be the best bet.
Yeah. Unfortunately, VAR is only going to be able to bring back any shadow units, so Forbidden Rider Outcast wouldn't quite do it. We're looking through a very healthy void, and I'm not seeing anything that VAR can bring back right now that stops the Age-Worn Vestige plus Shenron Speaks combo. So Incarnus is going to be the play. This is the moment for Dark Revenger. Can they invoke something to help them? A Noxious Whip Arc. That isn't it. So Dark Revenger, I think they are drawing dead right now. They're going to be able to bring back a lot of units with Vara, but I'm not sure how it gets them out of this.
Right, so it gets back the Carvet, which plays a Cultist, which will then get back another Carvet, which will get another Cultist, which can get another unit. But again, you're building out this huge board. That's great and all. But Shenron, when they speak, they mean business. And I think it's going to put Gurga APM into the top 16.
A decimated Shenron Speaks clears the board. Age-Worn Vestige makes the attack. Gurga APM wins the match. That was incredible.
That was a great game from both players. I mean, both players made some really unconventional plays. They sniffed out what their opponent was up to. But at the end of the day, the permafrost on the Tasbu, as we were jumping into the match, 10 turns later, had dealt enough damage to the Dark Revenger that Gurga APM was able to get across the finish line.
Yeah, and condolences to Dark Revenger. They didn't win. They didn't make it to the top 16, but edicting of Kodashing their own Tasbu to play around any sort of harsh roll effect, causing them to take too much damage from Tasbu, it's one of the best plays I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that they're going to go back and question everything that they did that game, but at the end of it, I think they took a lot of great lines. They were able to figure out a really unconventional strategy, and if I'm a player in the Dark Revenger seat, I'm disappointed that I lost, but I'm really happy with how I played that game.
So congrats to Gurga APM. That's going to be it for matches for this round. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
welcome back to ECQ Strangelands. I'm Luis Vargas here with the properly rated Andrew Backstrom, and we'll be taking a look at our top 16 round coming up here. Again, this is a single elimination tournament, best 2 out of 3 in games, but if you lose, you are donezo. You are
Every
done for
round
the
we
day.
eliminated a commentator. Round 1, Chapin was eliminated. Round 2, Corey was eliminated. Now the winners are squaring off.
Yeah, that's actually that actually works. How do you judge who's the winner of commentary? Is it who makes the most good jokes, or maybe just who makes the most jokes? Period.
I would say whoever does the best job entertaining the viewers and informing them about what's going on in the games.
Anyways, so we've got our top 16 coming up, and we actually have another tournament next weekend. It's back-to-back weekends of tournaments. Tell us about next weekend's events.
Yeah, so next weekend is the sort of the quarterly championships, our winter championships. So for the past couple months, if you were playing in some of our weekly events, hitting masters on our leaderboards for both Expedition and Throne, and accumulating enough of those points, you're invited to play in the Expedition Winter Championships and the Throne Winter Championships. The qualifying rounds for both of those tournaments will be taking place on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we'll be showing you the top 64 for both of those tournaments. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll be more eternal tournament coverage than we've ever done in one weekend.
A busy day for MJ, our producer, Sam, our producer, and then also busy day for the number of folks who I'm sure are playing in both of these.
Yes, and it'll be quite a grind for those players. So it'll be testing their endurance and sort of their stamina for playing Eternal. But it's going to be really fun to see. And if you are interested in playing in those tournaments and you did not qualify, well, the good news is our spring championships will be coming up in a couple of months. We'll be revealing all of the details on exactly how to qualify. But the important things right now are hitting masters on the leaderboard and getting a good rank. The system will be slightly different than we ran for the Winter Championships, but largely the structure remains the same. Play in Eternal competitive events, do well on the leaderboard, and you'll be qualified for our Spring Championships.
And so, like, if you're like BK and didn't quite get there for the winter leaderboards, you've got another shot here.
Direwolf Digital employees are
believe in you.
prohibited from playing in tournaments with cash prizes, and as such, I will not be competing.
I believe in you, BK.
Thank you.
We also have more preview cards today. Are we doing one after this round?
We
I
do.
believe we are.
We got another one coming from Echoes of Eternity, our newest set, dropping in just a couple of weeks.
And BK has stated he thinks this is the best card in the set.
This card will be fun for people to figure out how to use, and I am looking forward to them seeing it. But you will have to wait until the end of the round.
All right, so we're getting matches lined up here. Looks like we're actually right about to start. So let's head down for our top 16. Alrighty, welcome to our top 16 round. We've got Ender 1345 playing one of my favorite decks of all time, Skycrag Yetis, battling against Collector, also playing Skycrag Yetis. It is a true snowball fight, and as such, even though we came in turn 3, the board is awash with Yetis, Elementals, everything you could ask for.
Anders got one of the best cards to me in the mirror in Thudrock's Masterwork. Can just do a tremendous amount of value each turn.
And then you see a snow pelting there. Snow pelting critical because it's pretty brutal if you're the first one to snow pelting them. You end up wiping probably 2 of their Yetis and then ending up very ahead on board. Oh, an inspired prank here, making a 7/7 snowman.
So that's the Yeti bargain card. If you have that card in your market and you hit the player with 2 or more Yetis in a turn, you're allowed to play it from your market, and you get to play a snowman equal to the number of spells in your void. And boy, that snowman was huge.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, a bunch of snowballs make a bigger snowman. You just throw a bunch of snowballs, though. I guess if you're throwing them at them, anyways. Inspired prank was it's one of the big motivators to have your units all be Yetis.
Yes.
Because these focused aggro decks, you have to have incentives because there are some non-Yetis that are like maybe slightly better rate than some of the Yetis that are in the deck, but they don't help inspired prank. They get less of a bonus for all your other cards, so it's kind of the whole is greater than the sum of its parts situation.
Yeah, and it's exciting getting to see Yeti make their first big sort of show on the stage in Expedition this weekend. We've seen it plenty of times in the past in Throne with Womp and Champion of Fury. Those aren't legal in Expedition, but it's cool to see them show up in a new form here.
Alrighty, let's head back down because Game 2 is about to start. Also, this matchup is blink and you'll miss it, and
Yes.
game 1 was over in just a matter of turns. Here we've got Collector on the play this time with a turn 2 Yeti Pioneer getting onto the board, and
Wow, look at that removal heavy draw by Ender, 1, 3, 4, 5.
so leaning pretty hard on that emblem for additional gas here because Ender does have a lot of power, but yeah, double snow pelting permafrost means they're at least going to be able to buy some time before the opponent gets too much going. Chunk there for Collector, and
Wow, Ruin Crawler Yeti showing up in the starting deck for Collector.
yeah, interesting. That's more of a metagame call, really. If you don't have an enemy attachment to kill, that's not the most efficient of cards, but does pretty well against folks who are running attachments.
Another Snow Pelting comes down, takes care of the Ruin Crawler.
And then Dead Ash Elemental is gonna do some real damage here.
Emblem of Linrai is decimated, bringing along a 3/1 Ice Elemental. And there's a chunky boy. Chunk comes down.
The emblems go a really long way in these Yeti decks because they're fairly low curve, so just getting a bunch of extra units does work out. Ender here, more removal as before. Conflagrate taking out Chunk before he can build a snow fort.
Yeah, one of the payoffs for being Skycrag aggro and Expedition is your emblems are great. 2 3-strength units.
Oh yeah. So you got a pair of elementals here, and again, look, the emblems have done a pretty good job fighting against this kind of removal heavy draw on Ender's side here. But a Chunk is a pretty big draw. Chunk can buy some time against that elemental while threatening to make a snow fort and just being a 4/3.
Players have been doing a great job of trading off their threats and removal for one another. Who's going to get the first thing to really stick?
Well, Permafrost is likely gonna hit that Yeti there because getting a snowball here again when their opponent has tons of X1s in their deck is just really way too dangerous. Here comes Pock.
So Pock the Rock Packer gets to bond probably off the Wizened Crone, bringing along a snowball. And
probably just taking out that Wizened Crone right now.
yeah, and it deals 2, but
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't help.
yeah, so it's fine.
And here's Pock, but
brutal.
no one to bond with. Does Ender just permafrost the elemental and just wait on the Pock? It seems like that's what you might want to do.
I think I would have done that.
Yeah. So the main reason is that like you're not dying that quickly, and Pock's not that great of a defensive card because it has Reckless, of course. That means that you're just buying one turn there. But they might have had to play it this turn if they didn't draw anything here.
So with its Reckless, Pock attacks in. The 2/2 does a great job of keeping it at bay.
And here's a Conflagrate, maybe being yeah, I guess you're just too far away from the Amplify here. If Ender was at 6 power, I could see them trying to wait a turn to try to spike an additional power, but oh man, look at these emblems. Collector's going to end up with very little power in play, actually. But
yeah, can we get a look at Collector's power tray? How many times have they decimated this game?
4 times.
Wow.
But see, that's imagine a game where Collector those 4 power were just 4 normal power. Collector would have I think lost this game in a landslide. Just being, but they're up 4 additional units trading off their power, and then oh yeah, once the Inspired Prank hits like that.
Yeah, it does feel like Inspired Prank kind of is the end point in the mirror, because if you've hit with 2 Yetis, what is going on in this game?
Yeah, well, it only made a 2/2, but that just exacerbates Collector's lead here, and it looks like we're getting exactly what I was hoping for, which is a game 3.
Yeah, I haven't had my fill of the Yetis yet.
Well, I wouldn't recommend eating them, but yeah. All the Yetis having Reckless too does make it so that the who gets to actually block is kind of interesting on a game-to-game basis. Nothing Ender can draw here will stop 4 attacking units. Even Thudrock's masterwork here, being able to snowball one of them.
Mount Slushmore, as it is often called in design.
So who would be the 4 Yetis on Mount Slushmore?
Champion of Fury.
Definitely Champion of Fury.
Wump.
Definitely Wump.
I want to give it to Pock.
Yeah, I like Pock, and
I think the 4th is a little harder.
I mean Thudrock. It is. But is it considered kind of inappropriate when you create? It's Thudrock's masterwork. So are they actually gonna? You could put yourself on that? That seems a little self-centered.
Crunch is a good choice. Snowcrest Yeti's got a historic history, but I would say it's been nerfed off of Mount Slushmore.
We all know it's Yeti Spy.
Yes. Yeti Spy, but how many of them go on there? 1 or 4?
Yeah, just the one.
Okay.
All right, looks like we got a game 3, so let's head back down. Alrighty, welcome to Game 3, top 16 of this ECQ. We've got a Yeti Mirror here, and Ander 1345 on the play, and no one drops, but pretty solid hand. Yeti Pioneer into Pok Pok. That's kind of the dream, isn't it?
That will be a great start, especially against this mischievous Yeti.
And now Ander's significantly ahead on power here. Pok Pok, one of the bigger cards in the mirror here, because this is such a short game. Like the Yeti is, such an aggressive deck that getting a significant power advantage by playing that 3-drop and getting the snowball all on turn 2. Pretty strong. Snowballs have a lot of use here, and taking out the mischievous Yeti here is a pretty big game.
So, a couple of options for Collector. We could just see Thudrock's Masterwork throwing a snowball at the other Thudrock's Masterwork.
Yeah, you're just trading off. You are behind when that happens, but I guess Collector feels like they don't really have a better option, so take that. The snowball forts throwing snowballs at each other.
Yeah, and this is a good job by Collector. They're slowing the game down. They were definitely really behind on turn 2.
Well, getting they got a boar to take out that permafrost, and again, that's just a good short-term plan here. And ignoring Thudrock's Masterwork and just going straight for the face here, I guess Collector's going to use the snowball to take it out.
Yeah, Ender is really pushing the tempo, but are they doing enough to have a good long game?
So what they did, what Ender basically did there is snowballed the opponent's face for 4, because that's what they gave up by not attacking. I actually don't know if that was worth it, because look at this Collector with, playing a Wisen Crone into Pok Pok. They already have done a decent job of getting some more stuff onto the board. And that Wisen Crone means that the snowball will actually take out the Smuggler or the Pioneer.
Yep, just as you predicted, Yeti Pioneer goes down, and just a permafrostless for Ander. I think Collector might be turning this one around.
They're just going to go for it. They're going to permafrost. Ander's throwing away a lot of cards to get extra damage through. Is that gamble going to pay off?
No gamble, no glory, as they like to say.
I believe it's no gamble, no future.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm just trying to give you pertinent information. But the Smuggler here could trade Snow Pelting for a boar. In fact, that is what happens. Oh, look at that! They're saving up the boar.
Yeah, this is a cute play.
Because they're going to be able to boar and then next turn cash in the copy with Howling Peak Smuggler. And Collector deciding it's actually not trivial what to block here, because you could trade off. You could also block Pok Pok, and then you end up leaving your opponent with a Smuggler in play. I think Collector, especially since they have Wisen Crone, don't really need the effect of the Smuggler all that much.
Yeah, for Collector, keeping a spell damage unit off the board sounds great.
Oh, look at that. They put in the Snow Pelting, traded it for a boar, then played the boar, then traded the copy to get the Snow Pelting back. There is not a no returns policy here. Ooh, a second Pok Pok here with that Wisen Crone in play. That's gonna be pretty nice. That you get to snowball away the Smuggler here, or potentially the Crone if you're worried about Snow Pelting.
Does it, Ander? I assume Ander has an Inspired Frank in their market. It's gonna be a big game if they can get to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 7/7 right now.
That seems like that's gonna be.
Oh wow! So Thudrock's Masterwork plus Snow Pelting could take out that Pok Pok thanks to the extra damage off Wisen Crone, but it looks like Collector's still gonna maybe save the Snow Pelting for a little bit more value here.
Pok Pok blocks Pok Pok. That feels like a tongue twister.
Yeah, and then Snow Pelting just immediately gonna take down the wounded Pok Pok, and because Pok Pok has Reckless, and you get to block it with the Wisen Crone this turn to save your Masterwork. Oh, Ander's just going straight at the face. The face is the place for Ander, but this time that Inspired Prank is going to get to go off here.
Pok Pok gets stunned. Ander comes in for another 5.
This seems like a pretty mean-spirited prank. This doesn't seem very lighthearted at all. This is a 7/7, 8/8 Snowman.
And if you think it's mean-spirited, that really says something.
I don't really know what you mean, but all right. So, Ander really under the gun here. I guess the Smuggler here is going to be able to pick up potentially some sort of answer. A Crystallize. Setting up for next turn. This is a long game plan. I mean, you're taking 13 this turn. I guess you could trade for the jump kicking, so that this adds it up to 14. I guess maybe you have to block the Wisen Crone, or is Ander just going to take 14, go to 1? No, they're going to block. but they're just going to be down way too many resources at this point. Crystallize will buy a turn, but it certainly won't do more than that.
With Pock Pock coming off of stun, maybe they can finish off the masterwork. We see a chump.
Chump to protect Masterwork, just because Collector thinks it's probably going to go off, and in fact it does. There's no snowballs to stop it. Here comes Thud Rock.
Runecrawler Yeti and Pock Pock. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like Ender is just down too many cards, too many resources, and just too far behind on board. So the Yeti's Mirror goes to Collector, one of the most accomplished Eternal players.
Yeah, and a really great job by them recovering from that early start. They were up against Yeti Pioneer with a Pock Pock, and their first play of the game was a 2-1 Mischief Yeti.
Yeah, that definitely is not where you wanted to be, and they were able to rally there. Ender did a lot of trading cards for damage that game. I don't know if the game actually would have turned out differently because Ender wouldn't have had that many more resources, but they did make some pretty aggressive plays.
Well, our producer, Michael Jacob, has another match ready to go. It's time to check it out.
All right.
Well, D-Dub defeated Lynx in the Stone Scar Dragons versus Cambrai Aggro matchup.
MJ's really trying to like get us closer and closer. You know, we dropped
Yes.
in on some matches that ended that turn, but now we're even more advanced. We're just ending the match even before we get there. So
Yes, our hands are cursed. Whatever we touch ends.
yes. All right, MJ's looking for another match here, and we'll try to keep both commentators alive until that happens. Here we go. We got another match. Let's head on down. Alrighty, welcome to Soapy Low against Kalibovich.
Yeah, and a popular streamer and content creator, Kalibovich. I've really enjoyed some of the YouTube videos they've been putting out recently. I recommend checking them out.
Boom. Soapy Elo decimating, making it so that they're down only to 4 power, but again, killing multiple units in the same turn, always a good bet. All right.
I'm guessing that Ghost form is from an Incarnus.
Yes, that makes the most sense. Impending Doom. Edict of Kodash is an answer to that, but you're going to have to take a hit first, which is an uncomfortable proposition at the very least. And Kalibovich is at 10, so not too close in danger to dying to the smuggler, though having their own smuggler as well. One of the features, as we've seen these games play out, is there's a lot of ways to spend excess power, whether it's on emblems or other decimate cards, and both players don't end up with a lot of excess power in play. So you have things like this Carvet, which you normally would want to draw on turn 7 or 8, but still actually short, so having to trade that off for an Edict. And
Look at this.
wow, firing off the Edict on the smuggler just really amping up the pressure, because right now that means that both of Kalibovich's threats are lethal.
That power draw was critical.
Yeah, it was fine.
So in my opinion, it's going to allow Soapy Elo to play both the Edict and the Hidden Road Smuggler and not be immediately dead.
But that's just like your opinion.
I think it's good to not be immediately dead.
Okay, well, I can agree with that.
All
so,
right.
Edict taking out the Impending Doom here. Hidden Road Smuggler, which is going to be forced to chump. I wonder if Soapy Elo trades off the Tazbo here.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a dangerous line of text at
Well,
this
if
point
you
in the
assume
game.
the chump block is going to work, you're going to be at 5.
You're going to be at 5, it's true.
None of the other cards look good at all. I mean, you could get an Eighth of Makar if all you want to do is kill the Hidden Road Smuggler, but that doesn't sound like a winning proposition.
No, I think the Tazbo is the high risk, high reward play at this point in the game. I heard last round the Tazbo getting permafrosted was quite an impactful line.
It was really cool. All right, so Kalibovich is going to force the chump, and then we're going to see a trade with Edict of Makar and Hidden Road Smuggler, and then we got a good old-fashioned top deck war.
Oh yeah, both players on no cards. Kalibovich drawing a power for the turn. Soapy Elo also drawing a power for the turn. All right. I mean, Kalibovich has a clear advantage from being 12 versus 5, but otherwise, there we go.
Yeah.
On the first turn they could have cast it, they drew a 6-drop. That is a good place to be. Soapy Elo has one draw step, or they're straight up dead, and there's just not that many cards that get them out of this. Well, There Iron Shadow. There we go. Killing the Carvet here, leaving a 1/1 cultist with a no longer exalted even actually since the Carvet's gone. So Kilovich slightly ahead, but definitely still anyone's game here.
More power. Ooh, Fenris's big game.
Yeah, Fenris immediately going to be drawing Kilovich an extra card here, and now that puts Soap Elo in a really tough spot where, first of all, they're straight up dead if they miss. Second of all, Kilovich is up multiple cards, and that Vara's favor plus that cultist means Soap Elo is very close to dead even if they draw an answer to Fenris.
Yeah, I like firing it off here and just getting the damage done and spending the power this turn. Ooh.
Fenris there technically keeps Soapy Elo alive, but really going to be hard to win this game, almost impossible. Kalibovich drawing an Incarnus to really kind of put the nail in the coffin, and they might even find something that immediately gets them to win
find
right
something
now.
to win the game. Yep, sure
Spiteful
does.
Strike on the Cultist is going to end this game. And that's a pretty good one. Kalibovich just going for style points here, drawing an extra card off Fenris before concluding the game. I guess they don't know that Soapy Elo doesn't have an answer in hand.
But they'll take the chance. Spiteful
Yeah,
Strike
definitely
on the
worth doing.
cultist.
And bam, Kalibovich advances to our top 8, and we'll see if they have what it takes to take down this tournament.
Yep, nicely done. We've seen Argenport decks, win about half, lose about half so far today. We'll see how it shakes out in the end.
Yeah, Argenport, of course, the deck to beat coming into this top 64, but a pretty wide variety of decks here regardless, so interesting to see what ends up emerging victorious. It looks like we may have one more round or one more match left. We're going to take a look here and see if we can get into that game. And
only one game to go before we get to show the next preview card.
All right, looks like they're heading. Are they heading to a game 3? It looks like. All right, so our last match is heading to game 3, so we'll be able to see that one from the beginning, and then after that, we of course do have another preview card.
I bet it's another Yeti mirror.
I think that being the last match of the round seems unlikely to me, but I suppose anything is possible.
Yeah. Yetis can do it all. Yep. This will be a fun one. I think we're going to get to see another match of Gerger APM. They're playing their Time Justice Primal Control strategy. They got a lot of interesting choices. Thunderstrike Dragon. That's an old one. You know that
blast
one
from the past. Yeah. So Gerger APM is, this is they've played a ton of Eternal. We've seen them frequently in the top 64 of the ECQs. And them and ZDCH, another very frequent Eternal player, they work together. They tend to favor control decks. I remember they played a really long game Huru control deck in one of the previous tournaments, so not surprised to see them on a kind of board controlling card draw sort of deck.
Yeah, that deck I remember it had Scourge of Frostholm.
Yeah, just a hard cast, just straight up, because this is back in the Privilege of Rank days, so you could get up to 10 power, and now we're in a more of an Emblem world where you're just like, we're stopping at 5.
So yeah, like we said, the players are taking their break. We give the players a couple minutes in between each of their games if they need to do something like run to the bathroom or mentally refocus themselves.
Yeah, and these can be taxing days. I mean, this is something where you're playing a lot of rounds of competition, not a whole lot of margin for error. You lose, you're done. So they can definitely be stressful, and you need a little bit of time to recharge, get a drink, all that sort of thing.
Yeah. So what do you want to talk about?
I'm used to kind of deciphering the font of wisdom of all the things you have to say, but I do think it is worth highlighting that we have another tournament next weekend. That
yes, that'll be
the QCP Invitationals here are gonna be back-to-back tournaments on broadcast on Sunday, though playing throughout the weekend to get to our Sunday tournaments, both Expedition and Throne. A long day, a lot of commentary. We've got a bunch of different folks who are going to be showing up to cover these tournaments. So it's a good time to watch Eternal on Twitch.
And I've got a feeling there will be quite a many Echoes of Eternity spoiler card during that broadcast.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see cards leading up to it, and then during the broadcast, of course, itself. So the latest set, of course, Echoes of Eternity coming in February, and that's going to be something that I think every player can always look forward to. No matter how you feel about the metagame, how you feel about the current draft format, everyone likes new sets. That's just
it's going to be exciting. This week, there's some good stuff coming this week. I think people are going to be pretty excited.
Yeah.
So yeah, so as our players are continuing to get ready for Game 3 of the last match of our top 16, as a reminder, these players are going to be playing single best of 3 until we get to a winner, and that winner will be qualified for our World Championship. So that's what's at the line. In addition, everyone who makes it to the top 8 gets a share of the cash prize pool.
Yeah.
A couple $1,000s on the line. So it's this round determines whether or not you sort of are in the money for the weekend.
So this is a big round. I mean, obviously the ultimate goal of everyone here is to qualify for Worlds, is to win the tournament. But this is the cutoff round, like you said, between cash prizes and not. Which, of course, kind of you'll feel very differently about your weekend one way or another. You know, when you get there versus when you don't.
Yeah, and to be clear, everybody who didn't make top 8 but made our top 64 still won
Plenty
a
of other
boatload
prizes,
of packs and all sorts of in-game goodness. But yeah, this is where the money's on the line.
All right, let's see. Looks like they're taking their time, so they're taking full advantage of the break that BK talked about. And so if you looks like we got our match, so you don't have to listen to us anymore till we go down, which case you do. Alrighty, welcome to game 3 of Gurga PM against the Boxer. Got Gurga PM on that, tri-faction control deck that you talked about. Playing against Boxer, playing everyone's favorite Argenport here with looks like a solid hand. I mean, a little heavy on removal with casting a shadow and double devouring shadows. Lots of shadows there against a control deck, but pretty hard to turn down turn 2 Fenris, because even against control, you're pretty happy. Just turn 2 Fenris, turn 3 activate is not the worst.
And even if that Fenris were to get permafrosted, wow, Gurga APM was on the play. I didn't realize their hand it's got some risk.
Their hand is kind of thin on mana. Like they really need to draw something here. Well, drawing Seek Power definitely better than bricking, but also it does cost you an entire turn because you've got all these 3-cost cards. Though granted, once they hit 3, then they're pretty much good to go because they get to play that Acolyte and then play a Smuggler and maybe an Eager Offering can live through the turn.
Yeah, and they go for the permafrost, so that's going to expose the Gurga APM to every turn that Fenris just paying 3 and drawing a card and taking 3 damage.
Yeah, but I think that there's a couple of things in Gurga PM's favor. First of all, they have a lot of copies of Shenra Speaks, so at some point they're probably just going to wipe Fenris plus some other things off the board. Second, when you're playing a deck that has a better long game, sometimes you're going to be okay if your opponent's spending their turn drawing cards instead of developing. Though the Boxer, I mean, part of the strength of this Argenport deck, it's also got a pretty solid long game. You know, it's got Smugglers, it's got Incarnus, it's got a lot of ways to draw extra cards. It's got the Tazbu that unfortunately not getting warped this game, but still just going to be a solid play on 5. Oh man, no Aid of the Hru or Sturge of Frostome in the market this time.
So the 5th power comes off the top in the form of a depleted Seed of Progress. Gurga APM will have to decide which of their 3-cost units. They go for Eager Offering, the 0/4 that when it starts their next turn, sacrifices to draw 2.
So best case scenario, it blocks something and then draws 2. Worst case, well, you exposed one of your cards into a straight up trade for removal, which is not great.
So Seek Answers is an unconventional choice. It's not a common player in the Expedition format, but it looks pretty good here, giving the player the option, do you need power, do you need some gas? And it looks like they chose gas.
Nice. Thunderstrike Dragon, actually pretty strong here, though. Gurga PM is missing the 3rd Primal Influence.
So a couple of interesting options. They go for Sodi's Spell Shaper.
I would like that a lot more if the Smuggler had Aegis, but can't have it all. The Boxer now has spent some time using Fenris, but now gets to presumably advance the board here with maybe a Tazbu, which I guess Gurga PM has kind of anticipated with that Sodi Spellshaper.
Boxer deploys the cheaper Incarnus instead, invoking the power of Makar. And they pick up a Void Drummer. Oh, baby.
not basically a 2/2 unblockable. Not the pumping units in the Void, not hugely relevant here.
Well, if the Boxer has a late game VAR in their market, it could come up.
Yeah, but when you're VARing back a unit, it doesn't getting a extra stat bonus, not the biggest. All right, that gets transmuted to a Penitent Bull, which I guess could the ability could come up.
Certainly could.
It's also a combo with Tazbu. You get to get some sigils and an extra card.
Indeed. So the Boxer decimates their emblem, goes for Dizo's office.
I love the combo of decimating plus playing a 7-drop in the same turn. Diesel's office is a huge threat here. Gurga PM has no good answer to it, I guess, besides just playing a Thunderstrike Dragon and hoping to fly over, to kill it. But they can't think that that's all that likely to work out.
Yeah, a risky line would be Wisdom of Elders, try to draw into an undepleted power and play Forbidden Rider Outcast.
Yeah, which
You would
wouldn't
get
even
a Curse of Loneliness.
true, but well, no, there's a unit chilling in play.
So you do get the Curse of Loneliness if there are any uncursed, as long as there are 0
uncursed.
uncursed units.
I see. So
Yes.
the fact that it's permafrost, it actually works out nicely. They thought of that.
Yeah, we're so clever here.
Though the Curse of Loneliness is not really something Gurga PM's deck's all that well suited to take advantage of anyway.
It could pump up, get a little extra armor for your Age-Worn Vestige, but a lack of armor has never been the issue there.
All right. Threaten that Fenris here.
Yeah, a pretty clever play. I think what the Boxer is setting up is they're going to decimate and kill both the single faction Thunderstrike Dragon and the single faction Curse of Permafrost.
Ooh, and then amping up the pressure with Void Drummer here. And now the Boxer's just in great shape because even if Gurga PM plays Shenra Speak and kills those 2 units, the office is still sitting there generating value. And Gurga PM also, it's funny to say because they're on 6 power and they can cast all the cards in their hand, they're still pinched on power. They would really like to be making multiple plays in the same turn.
If only they had a Minotaur in their hand.
A Penitent Bull. Yeah,
Yes.
do you think it's kind of bold that Boxer has it and Gurga PM doesn't?
I don't know how to respond.
Gurga PM looking at the market, and this is why it's so valuable to have kind of like adjacent threats, sites like Dizo's office, where you're spreading out where your resources are. Because right now, Gurga PM's got tons of ways to kill units, doesn't really have a good way to kill a site, and they're feeling that pressure from that office.
I'll be honest, I didn't hear anything you said. I was just staring at that premium copy of Bastion of the Dawn.
Don't
Look at
don't
this.
indulge
Oh,
him.
it's beautiful. Oh. Yeah, what were you saying?
Well, I'm saying Gurga PM's in trouble because they're facing down a combination of a site and units,
Yes.
and really don't have good answers to them. All right, so the Outcast, but the Outcast can't even kill the office in one hit anyway. The Boxer, because of this, because of the Fenris, because of multiple other things, is up quite a bit on cards as well.
So we see Edict of Makar come down. I'll take out Forbidden Rider Outcast.
It could be that Gurga PM is just buying time, wants Dizo to come out, and then can play Shenra Speaks. Though, given the current situation, they might be obliged to play Shenra Speaks, then Dizo comes out, the Boxer plays something else, and then play another Shenra Speaks.
Yeah, the thing I would be concerned is if you take another hit and then the Dizo comes down, the Cabal Extortion scheme would be really impactful.
Yeah, so this is also eliminating that. So Dizo comes out, can't extort the opponent. Hidden Road Smuggler, maybe trading off one of those 2/2s for a Regent's Tomb, another another site here. But Gurga PM has multiple copies of Shenra Speaks, so the Regent's Tomb is not going to be quite as devastating as it could be. In fact, it can't even eliminate any of those cards. There's just 2 copies of each.
It's very nice for the Boxer to know that there still is one in hand even after that sabotage.
Well, there might be 0 in hand in a second here. We'll see.
Yeah, I think Gurga APM could let it ride for another turn.
It's possible, but and
Yeah,
it looks like
this
they're gonna Wisdom here.
Didn't hit any power. They did hit a Permafrost.
Eager Offering go. And the Boxer looks like, unsurprisingly, they're going to give Dizo
Very
revenge
nice.
here.
Very nice.
And that worked out actually kind of nicely for Gurga PM because now they can permafrost the Dizo. And I guess when Shenra Speaks happens, that eventually the revenge will kick in. But
Well, if they decimate the Shenra Speaks, that'll silence everything.
which they might be able to do, by the time, because now that they've drawn a bunch of cards, now they're hitting their power drops. By that time, they're going to have the resources to decimate.
The place you'd love to get to is it looks like it's going to be really hard for Gurga APM to stop the Regent's Tomb's agenda from completing an Elias to come out. So if you can manage to snag 2 revenge units with a decimated Shenra Speaks, that would be a really good play.
Decimated Shenron Speaks also getting around Tazbu kind of nicely too.
Certainly does.
Otherwise, the Boxer would be glad to draw an additional 3 or 4 cards.
So Thunderstrike Dragon went into the market, comes out of the market, and puts
It's a hot commodity. It's bought and sold all the time. All right, here comes Pearl Abbey Smuggler here.
Bastion of the Dawn. Bastion of the Dawn. Oh,
No,
Edict
look-
of Kodash. Yeah. The efficient removal spell is an excellent choice.
Especially when you have all these cards. You know, Gurgapy APM is actually doing a pretty good job of battling here. All these draw twos, the Wisdom of the Elders and the Eager Offerings, are really adding up. Boxer here with Lingering Influence, the last chapter of the agenda available. So next turn is when Elias is going to come out here.
Boxer checking themselves. Do I want to get Tazbu down before I make this attack?
Or maybe wondering if they want to leave back extra blockers for Regent's Tomb, because Gurga APM declined the trade there, assuredly, in order to try to set up a potential attack. But the Boxer with 3 blockers here. Let's see if Gurga APM can take out 2 of them.
Yeah, if they could pick up one more removal effect and get through to this site, it would be great.
Does the Pearl Abbey Smuggler have something that costs 2 or less? That's another removal.
I don't think
No, it doesn't look
so.
like it. Yeah, I think that edict was the last one. So, not going to be able to do that. They might be priced into edicting the Carvet anyway, just to take less damage. But, of course, why not kick things off with the drawing 2?
They don't find a permafrost or anything like that.
Yep, that would have been an easy solution. Could also potentially just Shenra Speaks now, and then maybe you just use Edict of Kodash on Elias or something like that. But that's not the most appealing combination of plays either.
Yeah, edicting the Carvet, attacking, and then you get the opportunity to play another 3 cost cards seems pretty attractive.
All right, they're going to kick things off by doing that, and I guess they also, it's not 2 trades. It forces the cultist to just straight up chump here, and then you trade maybe, well, probably the Pearl Abbey Smuggler for Rip Knife, depending on what the Boxer wants to do.
No attacks.
All right, just passing the turn.
Yeah. Gurg APM says, I'm just going to maximize my defensive capabilities before this Shenra Speaks.
And the Boxer knows about Shenra Speaks, plays out the Tazbu. I guess they're just going to cash in for some cards right now.
Yeah, interesting how much blocking you exactly do if you're Gurg APM.
They're just going to take it all. They're just going to go to 3. I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but that would line up with some of the ways Gurg APM is playing.
Wow. You called it exactly.
Yeah, no big deal. And this is going to lead to Gurga APM casting Wisdom of the Elders in a turn, and then setting up a Decimated Shenra Speaks, which will actually solve all their problems.
Do you make an attack first?
No, definitely not. All right, Shenra has spoken, and again, the Decimate is going to make it so Tazbu and Elias don't do, and Dizo actually, all of them who would have death triggers normally do not. And now the Boxer's down to just 2 cards, but Gurg APM's at 3 health, and you know, in Karnas, there's a couple one-shotters that you can find off that. Not very many, but there are some.
To be sure. On Gurg APM's side, they got the choice of deploying another Smuggler or firing off Wisdom of the Elders.
You know what? I actually think they should have attacked with just 1 Smuggler at the Regent's Tomb. And it was small enough that it wouldn't have killed any of the Boxer's units, and then that would give you Aegis now from the Smuggler.
Thanks to the Onslaught. Yeah, that makes sense. So Incarnus for the win?
Mm-hmm. There's also just the play Carvet, play Fenris, but you know, the Boxer might be in the spot where they want to start like doing stuff like playing Fenris and using it the same turn, and not playing quite as many threats, just to make sure you have more options. All right, Incarnus is coming in. Let's see what they can pick up here. Fell Ritual. Well, it's a good card at the very least.
But the pressure is on Gurg APM. 3 strength unblockable with them at 3 is a big issue.
And does the Pearl Valley Smuggler or Pearl Abbey Smuggler have something good that can stop that? You know,
Yeah.
it
Bastion of the Dawn is cool, but is mostly about helping you with your own stuff. It
Yeah,
doesn't do
no,
much to
none of-
interact with the enemy. So I think we're on a Wisdom of
on-
the Elders or Seek Answers.
Yeah. So Seek Answers, choosing non-power here.
That did not seek the answer.
Nope. All right, Wisdom of the Elders. So Gurga APM traded a lot of health for cards. It's the fourth copy of Shenra Speaks, but too expensive.
They took too much damage that one
They
turn.
flew too close to the sun, and the Boxer is gonna sneak out a game where they were. To be fair, they were winning the whole game, but it looked like Gurga APM had turned the corner. But a 3-power unblockable Incarnus is gonna take out Gurga APM, who dies with 6 cards in hand. Wow.
Always a tough battle deciding how much damage you can afford to take when you're the control deck.
I really liked how Gurga APM played that game. I don't think they necessarily shouldn't have. I like not blocking on that critical turn when there was a Tasmo in play. I do think that might have changed a little different had they picked up an Aegis and the Smuggler, but I guess they still would have died to Incarnus. So maybe that ends up being the same. But really close game there. Gurga APM again under the gun the whole time. Had some power issues early. Had to make some awkward plays as a result. Took a lot of extra damage and ended up falling just a little short.
Well, as fun and as exciting as that match was, does anything compare to the excitement of a new preview card?
Well, I guess not. So,
All right,
are we good to go? Is that our last match? All right.
let's take a look at Touch of Purity.
Touch of Purity is 2-cost fastball, gives one of your units lifesteal, and then also a unit weapon or spell. And that's like the really cool part.
Mm-hmm.
Gets lifesteal because if you put this on something like, say, Lightning Storm, you could be getting quite a bit of health.
I have seen some fairly ridiculous things happen with this card in testing, and I don't want to spoil anything. I'm sure the community will have a fun time discovering all of the sweet combos that you can do with
You
this
put
card.
this on Torch and you gain 3 health.
Yes, that's
And
it.
All
That's
right,
the
there
best
we
thing
go.
you can do with
Yep.
it.
We solved it.
But yeah, this one's sweet. You get to give something in play, permanent lifesteal, and give something in your hand, whether it's a unit, weapon, or spell. You could put it on a relic weapon. You could put it on a regular weapon. Anything you want. It's all good.
Yeah, so Touch of Purity, one of our preview cards here from Echoes of Eternity, which is the next Eternal expansion coming out in February. So we've got more preview cards here today, and this is the latest one, of course. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with more coverage and more previews.
Welcome back to ECQ coverage Strange Lands. We're going to be joining our top 8 here. I'm Corey Burkhart, joined by the Patrick Chapin, and we're going to get down into some matches here shortly. But first, we want to talk about our dice drafting digital adaptation of the board game Sagrada. So the Direwolf Digital team has been working on a adaptation to the board game Sagrada, where you draft dice, you try to build out your stained glass, and acquire points through different means of assembling different combinations of dice across the portion of the game. We don't have a date coming exactly for this, but it will be on phones and tablets here in the coming weeks or months. I'm pretty excited for this. We've been able to play it a few times internally, and I actually have it downloaded on my phone, and every time that I get to go to the airport, this is sort of my game to play, if you will.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of crossing a little bit of a couple itches. You know, the puzzle on one side, a little bit of deck builder like drafting, but at the same time, you know, just a great adaptation of the classic game.
Yeah, it's also really fun, the aspect of I can see what you're trying to do, but then you also have this hidden agenda that nobody gets to know about, and everybody's secretly acquiring points to a different mission at the end of the game.
Totally. And then so far, we've already seen a lot of matches that are pretty exciting. What else do we have in store?
Yeah, so we've seen some Yetis, we've seen a bunch of Argenport, we've seen, Gurg fighting it out. They just fell with their TJP control deck. We've seen a lot of everything. I think that where we're going to start this round is I think that we want to start with Collector and their Yeti deck. Get them a matchup that's not just the Yeti mirror and see what this Yeti deck can really bring to the table. I think that's where I want to start, and then, we'll jump into whatever may lie after the Yetis finish their first round. And it looks like our producer Michael Jacob here may have a match ready for us to go.
And stay tuned for spoilers after this round.
Ooh, more spoiler cards?
Yeah.
Gotta love some of that action.
Definitely one relevant to your interests.
All right, welcome here to top 8 coverage of our ECQ. We have Barfling on the top of your screen playing Argenport Control, and they're up against Collector, bringing the Yeti tribe to battle this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the Yeti's deck has definitely been an interesting one. Flying under the radar for the most part, the amount of people in the actual expedition queue that have been packing Yetis, definitely much lower than we've seen this weekend. I think there were 6 Yeti decks in the top 64, and this was actually one of our decks to watch going in because of how much it seemed to be overperforming by some key player, by some prolific players in the expedition, and it looks like they've brought it here, and Collector, to great success, is keeping it going.
Yeah, Collector has been sort of putting on a show here this weekend, as they have been for many months at this point, and we're actually going to see them keep on the pressure here. Bam, sneaky peeky, waiting in the wings shifted, and we're actually going to see the masterwork come down, and then with an additional snowball, finish off this smuggler, keep the pressure on. And looking at Barfling's hand, they don't actually have a play for the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Pock Rockpacker continuing to just dominate. I mean, this card was this is just such a perfect example of cards, not everything is so obvious on the surface. When this card first came out, it was like a laughingstock, but it has gone on to dominate many different formats over the entire life of it in Eternal. And it's been unchanged, nothing, no buffs, no nerf, nothing. It's just straight up continuing to put in work, helping headline the Yeti tribe.
Yeah, the Yetis are full of jokes, but Pock gets the last laugh many times.
So it looks like, the pressure staying on, Barfling's going to have to actually really get something together here. This mix of threats is so diverse, right? I mean, with Sneaky Peeky way too big to Malediction, same with Pock, the Ice Elemental having an Aegis, this is just like a very robust board that, it's very hard. Without harsh rule, the rules of engagement are just so different. And now we're seeing snowmen starting to proliferate.
Yeah, huge play there for Collector, able to get their 2 Yetis through. This is actually going to force, after the Inspired Prank there, a decimated Cast into Shadow to finish off the Snowman and the Yeti Spy. Oh no, they actually finished off the Bam Sneaky Peeky, so they're not actually going to try to finish off the Masterwork. They're going to let Thudrock come to the party.
Which, man, that's now there's just another big threat to deal with. And this Yeti deck continuing its just a relentless assault. I mean, even here, it's interesting, even taking down the Ice Elemental, it still gives Collector an extra card, plus obviously the 4 points of damage. But that Carvet isn't even going to be able to do much for Barfling with Permafrost coming down, keeping it going. Man. It's really interesting, too, seeing Yeti Snowslinger. The number of different Yetis that make snowballs different ways really helps emphasize the spell damage sort of sub-theme that this new breed of Yetis seems to be getting, wins with.
Yeah, there are a few different varieties that we've seen, and Collector really leveraging the extra just burst damage there with the Mortar, as we saw the Inspired Prank making this giant snowman. It gives this Yeti deck, the small early units to attack with, and then it can bridge into I make giant units thanks to Thudrock, maybe making a snowman, or making really powerful damage burst turns where they can turn a snow pelting into a way to kill multiple units, teaming up snowballs to take out multiple different threats, maybe even sites. And then, as we saw there, getting the Mortar out of the market, having none of that, and Collector takes game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the sheer quantity of spells that end up in their Void is also impressive. Between the site and all the snowballs that are created, that Inspired Prank is no joke here.
Yeah, and this is a deck that doesn't start with a ton of spells in their starting deck. I mean, they're just making a lot of them off of, Bond, off of Infiltrate, getting them out of the market.
All right, let's jump down for game 2.
All right, welcome back for game number 2 of Collector up a game with their Yeti aggro deck up against Barfling on the Argent Port control deck here, as we see Collector starting off with a quick start here of Yeti Pioneer and another 2-1. This looks like a great curve, Patrick.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to like about this hand, but Barfling's Airmont's designs really key there. And with the Smugglers and the Cast into Shadows to come, Barfling's got good plays every turn. I love this Shiny Finder here, though, leading with a threat that can't be cast into Shadowed.
Yeah, great play there by Barfling using Aramot's designs out of the most recent micro campaign to take off the early threat. But now, making that multi-faction unit there, the Shiny Finder actually gets through the Smuggler, and I think that we're actually going to see a BAM come down, and BAM is ready to brawl in the next turn, summoning more Yeti Spies and making an even bigger board for Collector.
So what do you think of the playing BAM, just playing it straight up instead of shifting it? I mean, obviously shifting can go after the market some too, but how much does it matter that Sneaky Peeky's not going to get a hit this way and is more vulnerable to being cast into Shadows?
Yeah, it's a difficult choice. Like, are you going to be able to sort of tax Barfling many turns down the line? I think Collector, with not many threats left in their hand, they were just like, it's going to be this huge burst of power if I can start getting Yeti Spies immediately. I don't have a hand that's going to be able to compete with Barfling going late into the game. Barfling tends to have the much more powerful 6-7 power cost cards in their deck. And does end up costing them the Cast into Shadow, does take out the BAM Sneaky Peeky, and the second now taking out the Ash Elemental and the Edict of Kodash, finishing off the entire board that Collector has sort of created here. And they're actually going to trade health total, so now Collector's the one that's actually behind against the control deck as early as turn 6 here.
Right, and that's what I was saying, is it seemed like once you're at the spot of that Barfling's already got to use their market, you might have to just give up the fast aggro. You haven't done very much damage.
Definitely.
So at least if you shift Sneaky Peeky, you get some equity from disrupting the market, but you also are guaranteed to get at least one Yeti Spy later. Collector, unfortunately, nothing new there. I mean, is there any chance that you can't really permafrost the Smuggler, right? Like, it's just too important to hit a Tazbu or a Carvet.
Yeah, it's just too much risk of ruin of, taking out a 2/2 lifesteal and then just watching all of these big threats come down. I think that would be the death nail for Collector here. Really feels like they're in a situation, if they can draw a Smuggler, they might be able to chain together some different resources. Another BAM Sneaky Peeky would be really great here, is they really need multiple Yetis to try to maybe get that Inspired Prank out of their market.
So it's interesting. We're seeing Carvet come down first. Obviously, Tazbu could have came down before the Smuggler even attacked, but it would seem that Barfling cares more about the Tazbu and is using Carvet as bait.
Yeah, I think that Barfling's also at the point where they can just go wider on the board here. They know how far they are ahead of Collector. Collector, the Yeti deck is going to spend its cards as soon as it has it. It's not just going to sit here and wait around for a better spot. And, here comes the second Carvet, and now we're going to get a lifesteal hit in, warp a Tazbu. I think Barfling is running away with this one here.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't... I mean, Snow Pelting, awesome card in this format, but man, it's not the way to deal with Tazbu and Carvet.
It matches up much better against the Smugglers that sort of come out in the early game. It really matches up poorly once we're talking about Tazbu and Carvet. What is the Snow Pelting going to do for you here? Do you want to kill any of these cultists? That's just going to make the Carvet even scarier.
So Barfling continuing their assault, probably a turn away from tying it up and sending us into a decisive game 3. Another Tazbu comes down. Is there any hope in the Howling Pete Smuggler's market? Is there anything that could possibly buy you time? I don't think so. It's too late for Crystallize. Not enough power, and even that would only be a short term. So we are on to game 3. The Argentport Menace continues.
The Argentport deck tying it up. So we're going to see Collector here starting us off in game number 3. What is your ideal start, Patrick? If you're Collector, what are you envisioning? What do you want to be trying to do to the Argentport deck in the first few turns?
So, I mean, obviously, most important thing, the best thing would be just playing a 1-drop and a 2-drop and getting ahead on tempo, because this Argenport deck has a lot of strengths. It doesn't have a very good mix of 1-cost cards, and its options for 2-cost are very limited. It starts dominating the game with its 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s. I want cheap cards and then a good spread so that I can keep the attack going. Maybe 1 or 2 removal spells. All right, we're on to game 3.
We're jumping into the decider here of Collector versus Barfling, the Yetis versus Argenport. Collector on the play here, starting off with a depleted seat, and it looks like their hand, looks to be all right in your eyes, Patrick, right? We've got an Infiltrator here in the Snow Slinger into potentially a BAM on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little slow, and the Snow Slinger is definitely the weakest. I think it's the weakest card in the deck, but at least it's a play. And it draws Airmont's Designs, and this is, that's not the worst card versus Collector. So, decision point here. We're at the fork in the road. Collector deciding between Sneaky Peeky and the Wizened Crone. Are you supposed to just shift the Sneaky Peeky and go a little slower? It looks like that's what we're going to try this time. The question is, what's going to become a Yeti Spy? Ah, got it. So now we're actually, that really limits the options a little bit. Barfling still has access to removal out of the market, but that's about it.
Yeah, so we do see Collector decimate here, get an Ash Elemental and a Wizened Crone onto the table. The Cast in a Shadow is going to take out the Elemental, but now that's multiple units in play for Collector. If they can start chaining together some spells here, an Inspired Prank maybe down the road, they can build up a big snowman and potentially go really, really wide on this board.
Yeah, I think that's just one of the key points, one of the key sub-battles. If Collector can ever, hit with 2 Yetis so that they can actually Inspired Prank, that's so big of a part of their plan against a deck like this that uses a lot of removal and does a lot of trading.
Yeah.
So the Wizened Crone continuing to get in there. Barfling actually considered blocking with the Listener briefly, but has decided, they thought better of it. Here it looks like the only thing that could be really devastating for Collector is if another Cast into Shadows were to appear, but that doesn't look like what we have. And it does mean that Sneaky Peeky's going to get in there. Ooh, with the Incarnus actually getting in there too, it does mean that Inspired Prank is an option if you want it. It's not the biggest prank yet. Do you think you might wait?
Yeah, I think I would actually wait here. I mean, you're only going to get, like a 2/2 Snowman? That's just not enough. The Collector actually needs to build a big unit out of this to actually overpower many of these middling units that the Argenport deck can make. And we actually do see Collector hold up and wait a turn and even holding onto the Chunk Chunk in their hand.
Well, that's interesting. What do you make of the keeping Chunk Chunk back?
Yeah, I actually don't know why you'd want to hold on to the Chunk Chunk here, especially you're just not spending your power. And of course, Livia not in the starting deck for Barfling. This was not something Collector could have anticipated. This was a great choice off of the Invoke from the Incarnus, that now they have to burn the Conflagrate there. They still lose their Wizened Crone, and Barfling is now able to go get a Cleansing Rain to potentially deal with this Permafrost.
Now, it's interesting. Snow Pelting is just the perfect card here, right?
That was a great hit for Collector. They're actually going to be able to use their Yeti Spy, potentially not draw a card this turn, make more of them with the BAM in play, take out both of these 2 health units, a huge play off the Snow Pelting. And now they're starting to fill up that void with extra spells, and they have enough Yetis in play they're still going to be able to potentially getting through and bargaining out that Inspired Prank.
Yeah, I mean, this is... That was just such a phenomenal turn for Collector. They're not completely out of the woods yet, though, because at the end of the day, Barfling's got some heavy hitters. And it's not like Barfling's health total is so low that Collector has them on the back foot yet.
Yeah,
so, maybe they're on the back foot, but they're not against the ropes or against the wall.
So the Infiltrate on the Yeti Spy is going to find a Conflagrate, so it's more spell action here for Collector. Extra pieces of removal to take out these smaller units. But a Marionette Cross, that's not one small unit.
No, and Cleansing Rain, particularly devastating if you ever end up in a spot where you're able to hit the Permafrost and make value out of the Aegis.
I think we might see that here this turn.
Interesting. What could be the... Oh, Single Justice. That's why. Still,
oh, I didn't even notice.
Yes, that's... Tazbu is not without a, without a steep price. And sure enough, Barfling paying it as we speak. The Yeti's going wider and wider. Barfling going to be desperate with that Wing Brewer. That said, if Barfling can find an Aramont's Designs, that's a huge swing. I don't know if it's enough yet, though.
They do find the
sure-
Aramont's Designs, but that's only going to clean up all these Yeti spies. It's still going to leave Bam, Chunk, and the Smuggler coming through,
Yep,
and that'll move Collector into the top 4.
crazy.
The Yeti deck really impressed there. Collector really showed how, maybe they didn't have that one-drop start. Their first Yeti got killed by an Aramont's Designs, but Bam really stole the show that game.
And that's why, like, when you shift Bam and you set it up so you just throw off their ability to keep trading so that then you have a real big turn that hits them a couple turns later. Excellent play and a great showing from the Yeti deck advancing.
Yeah, and it was also just the disruption to the market. We went and saw the Cleansing Rain grabbed, anticipating a permafrost, but that Cleansing Rain never was able to be deployed. I mean, multiple smugglers got used and just weren't able to find anything that could deal with Bam, and Bam just, really ran rampant that game.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the weaknesses of the Argenport strategy anyway. They just don't even have access to an edict that hits primal.
Yeah.
So we are on to another match.
All right, welcome here to bonus top 8 coverage of our ECQ. We got Kalevovich on the bottom of your screen playing the Argenport control deck up against Unrivaled, playing, looks like a sort of Xenon mid-rangey sort of strategy here. Lots of Death Elementals clogging up the ground as they're trying to battle back against this impending doom, as Kalevovich is up a game and Unrivaled is only sitting on 8 points of health here.
Yeah, I mean, the Kalevovich definitely has the tempo here and is just continuing the assault. I think we might be just in time to witness the end.
Yeah, it looks like Kalevovich there, the Decimated cast in a Shadow, taking out both of the Death Elementals, and then a Devouring Shadow finishing off the Smuggler, allowing the Puppet to also push through with the impending doom. It's going to put Kalevovich and Argenport control into the top 4.
Man, our producer Michael Jacob continuing to delight in sticking us with the last 15 seconds of the highlight reel. But I think we got one more match that we're going to be jumping to in just a second here. The top 4 shaping up so far to be one in which, we saw some early waves, but actually let's just jump down to the match.
All right, doing our best here to not miss any of the action. Our producer Michael Jacob has actually found us a match in game number 1 here. We got Lights Out Ace at the top of your screen going off here with Dizo's Office and Argenport Control, fighting up against Kidlet, who we saw battling earlier with their Vision Control strategy. And just when I say that Michael Jacob's going to find us again, that's not ending. It is only game 1, so Kidlet, on the back foot. They've got to win 2 in a row here to stay alive and make our top 4. But this is a matchup they've shown that they can win. They've already won one match earlier, I believe it was in a round of 64, a round of 32, and they're going to have to do it twice now here in our top 8.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a classic battle of attempting to go bigger than the mid-range deck. This is sort of like an Argenport deck, but aspiring to even higher heights.
Yep.
A little greedier, though, and the Argenport deck has the ability to switch gears and go aggressive, which we saw very briefly just now.
Yeah, the Argenport deck actually playing options like Fenris, whereas Kidlet is actually playing with things like Eager Offering, both allowing you to draw extra cards, but again, just gives the Argenport control deck just that extra ability to try to push through more damage, apply pressure on a different angle, and we'll see if they can keep Kidlet off balance one more time.
Yeah, the Vision decks definitely, there's a lot of power and so much opportunity to customize them against whatever you want, but it's hard to beat everything at the same time.
Definitely.
I mean, it's the classic control deck dilemma, right?
Yeah, it looks like Kidlet has really customized their deck here to be good against the Argenport strategy. Let's imagine they get through this round and they might have to fight Collector at some point in the Yeti deck. Are they going to be able to stand the test of the Skycrag Yetis?
Yeah, I mean, I happen to love this field for Yetis anyway. Like, I think that the Yeti deck is well suited. Like, their diverse mix of threats and ways of attacking the enemy player kind of seamlessly blend Aegis units, big health units, evasive units, some card advantage, some direct damage, some removal, like it just hits from so many different angles. It's hard for the Argenport deck to contain everything, while at the same time they're a bit faster.
Yeah, and it's another thing where everyone saw that Argenport was this great deck coming in. We saw it as our most popular deck here in our top 64 with, I believe, about 20 copies. And then you saw several control decks. We saw Gurg APM with their TJP deck. We're seeing Kidlet here with their Vision strategy, both trying to go over the top of it. Any deck trying to go over the top of a sort of mid-range deck, the Yeti's just going to prey on with their sheer speed and that powerful resilience that you talked about, where they attack from so many different angles.
So we're jumping down to game 2.
All right, once more time with feeling. We got Kidlet on the bottom of our screen playing their Vision sort of control deck here versus Lights Out Ace on the deck of the tournament, the Argenport control strategy, the most popular deck here this weekend, as Kidlet is using Seek Powers to try to find all of their influences here, chain together a good series of plays, as they also have Avara's Favor to find a 4th power.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good hand. I mean, it doesn't actually have the removal, but Lights Out Ace's big threats don't usually come down so early. Even like something like Fenris, if Lights Out Ace spends their turns removing things like things that got value on the way in, you know, it's definitely not the worst, because giving Kidlet time to set up, Kidlet's got a slightly bigger, better endgame. Lights Out Ace now in the position of having to decide, do they try to advance their own game plan with the Smuggler, or do they remove the Smuggler on Kidlet's side and keep the pressure on? Presumably, Lights Out Ace doesn't want to allow the Smuggler to live. There is also the option, of course, to just draw a card, but I think at this point you cannot afford that tempo hit.
Yeah, Lights Out Ace, again, as we've discussed, the Vision deck is going to go over the top of what their strategy is providing, so they want to actually build out a wider board here. Unfortunately for them, Kidlet's going to make a great turn here of double Vara's Favor, taking out the Fenris, removing the option to draw extra cards, and the Smuggler is going to stay at home here, preventing future war cries from the Swift Knife Assassin. So I think we're likely to see a trade here.
Now, this bodes well for Kidlet, I think, because at this point the game is not very. I mean, you kind of want the game to be quiet. You've got a kind of a great mix of cards in your hand. What you don't want is things to just start running, falling behind on tempo.
Yeah, you don't want an arms race sort of developing on the board while you're still trying to get all of your influences together. I mean, we see the Age-Worn Vestige in their hand. I mean, that's a triple justice card. They're still missing an extra time influence for the Shenra Speaks that's in their deck. They really just want the board to be simplified right now so they can leverage their powerful sites that they have. And Lights Out Ace just ready to play the long game.
I love this play. This is this is a veteran play. Lights Out Ace preemptively getting Vara Fate touched long before there's any possibility of being able to play it. Just anticipating the pace of the game is going to be such that they're not going to be able to win through Kidlet's interaction. They're going to have to grind, and they're going to settle in, and they're just going to have to do the best they can, and their hope is that Vara Fate Touched will actually go over the top of Kidlet before Kidlet can establish too much dominance with big things like Age-Worn Vestige.
Lights Out Ace here prioritizing, trying to stay ahead here on the board, but actually choosing to not actually attack there with their Smuggler.
So this could be because of the possibility of Kidlet having the Xenon Smuggler.
Yep.
It would have been potentially problematic there, but now Lights Out Ace knows that there's no Smuggler coming, and they are back on the offensive. Impending Doom coming down. And what do you think of that over Carve It?
Yeah, I think that what you'd spoken to earlier of holding on, going to get the getting the Vara with the Smuggler. They're planning for this really long, drawn-out game that they want more value out of that Carvet, being able to make a Cultist and get extra Shadow units back with Vara. But now, they need to still get something onto the board. They know that Kidlet used a Smuggler earlier, could have grabbed a Regent's Tomb. They need to set up to make sure that they're able to take out that powerful site.
This is tough. I mean, Lights Out Ace has like the best card you could ask for here, but it's his only card. Kidlet has a full grip. Man, I mean, you gotta like Kidlet's position here, right? Like, Vara Fate Touched is incredible, but it can't be this good, can it?
Yeah, it's going to be really rough. And an Isolate is what we're seeing on the top here with the Scout from the lingering influence of the Tomb. With the Cultist in play, we're going to send that one packing. And this is sort of the first turn where we've actually seen, someone actually get something to stick on the table that was actually meaningful. Lights Out Ace finally getting this Carvet, building towards its mastery, and a huge draw with the Dizo's Office as the scheme is going to see if it can find an 8th power or potentially, there we go, another Carvet for Lights Out Ace.
That's an incredible draw. Such a good draw. Lights Out Ace being able to actually present an incredible threat on the table, get another card to try to recoup some of the advantage, threatening to kill anything Kidlit plays next, and setting up the top of their deck. So, I mean, suddenly Lights Out Ace is starting to snowball a whole bunch of card advantage. Tazbu coming off the top. Man, the tides have turned quickly. That said, Kidlit does have access to Age-Worn Vestige this turn, but Lights Out Ace is going to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, we're sort of into, the late game. For this matchup, it's going to be the mid-game battle of both players just jockeying for position, battling for those extra cards, and now we see Lights Out Ace up to the power. They could deploy a Vara. They have a Carvet, an extra Dizo's Office, another Smuggler. They actually have to burn off their cut ties off of the Dizo's Office this turn. But now it's on Lights Out Ace. How are they going to sort of develop and position for this late game here, knowing that they have the Cabal Chairman coming out the next turn?
Yeah, I mean, the amount that I think they're just going to try to present enough of a threat each turn that kind of demands an answer from Kidlit. They're going to have to fight through a lot of Age-Worn Vestiges and Shenra Speaks. And it looks like Kidlit is going to be patient and is going to allow the Carvet to tussle with the Scorpion Wasp instead of trying to do anything big. And with good reason. I mean, you're going to have to deal with that Dizo anyway, and at this point, you really don't want to trade one Relic Weapon in for another.
Definitely. So we see the Cabal Chairman come down, obviously not sacking such a powerful unit like Carvet in this situation. Ooh, what a great pull here.
Yes. But Scorpion Wasp does strike a blow back, as that is not something the Cleansing Rain can protect against. Cleansing Rain does give Lights Out Ace some important anti-sweeper protection, however.
Yeah, so this turn we're not going to see Kidlit likely fire off one of these 3 harsh rule effects. I think that we're likely to see them actually just, take out this Smuggler here with the current Age-Worn Vestige, try to utilize the actual Relic Weapon portion of it, even though maybe it doesn't match up the best here against Lights Out's, late game units like Dizo and Vara. But we're going to see them sort of, invoke up here, see if they can find extra material, maybe some sweet action here out of this Incarnus. What's sort of the best hit you can think of?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think at this point, something that costs 6 would be the dream. Something, basically in anything in particular that that can allow you to solve a problem and then make progress. Death Ripple, not that exciting.
I was hoping for the Horse Snatcher Bat response.
No. The Horse Snatcher Bat's already put in its work for today. No, Horse Snatcher Bat's obviously it's a solved problem, but it's, soft banned among gentlemen. So Lights Out Ace continuing the attack while snowballing more card advantage. Man, Ravid though is kind of an interesting wild card. Like the amount that Ravid kind of implies a game plan that's a little bit wider. It's not like Lights Out Ace is that long on interaction. They got a lot of threats. The real question is going to be, how long can Lights Out Ace go without playing this Vara? Right? Because that's the dream, is Vara will win the game for you if Kidlit doesn't save a Shenra Speaks or an Age-Worn Vestige for it.
Right.
However, they know that you have it.
I think that interesting. I was actually expecting Lights Out Ace to try to set up the Vara with Cleansing Rain, sort of really wide Carvet turn.
All the way up.
Oh yeah, we were planning for, for at least 3 more turns, many turns from now. But instead, Lights Out Ace trying to push the tempo here, actually going to use that Cleansing Rain, protect the Dizo, and we might actually just see a threaten here.
Yes. Dizo's been known to threaten. Gets in there, hits Kidlit for another 6. I mean, if you're Lights Out Ace, do you even bother committing another threat?
No, I mean, this Dizo's so threatening.
Yeah, I mean, plus this Relic Weapon would just eat the Fenris. You want to save the Fenris for when you're at least going to get a card on the way in, if nothing else.
Yeah, definitely. Lights Out Ace is in the situation where they are starting to run low on cards. I mean, they're really trying to plan for this Vara being the very last thing that happens in this game. And from Kidlet's side, they have a great turn here, finding an Ebon Dune Smuggler to go get the Dizo's Office out of the market, finishing off the Dizo himself. And now Lights Out Ace is actually on the back foot. Their Dizo's off is potentially under pressure here in a few turns.
Yeah, but I mean, with no way in sight for the Dizo's office to actually go down, I think Lights Out Ace is going to be able to protect this pretty effectively. I mean, Sights have always had such an advantage against relic weapons, really limiting a little bit this Age 1 Vestige. That said, of course, obviously Age 1 Vestige is about to go away, but Kidlit does have the third copy in grip. Incarnus giving Lights Out Ace a very exciting Ultra Veil Drifter, Veil Ripper. Not a lot of shifting. I mean, we've seen some of the Argenport decks this weekend actually are playing the Crooked Alley Guide, but we're not seeing any of that here.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Vishni yet this game either, so just we're going to see the Aldra come down, actually just a really large unit here, and Kidlit now has to figure out, how am I actually going to deal with this Aldra? They know that Lights Out Ace Dizo's office has one spell left to play, and it's a cut tie, so any potential blockers are actually, really risky in this situation. Is this actually going to be a board that draws from Kidlit another harsh rule effect?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to try to just power through it, I mean, you could Death Ripple the Incarnus and just put down Ravid and make a blocker and just try to suck it up and let Katais be really strong. But it's so hard to risk your Dizo's office that way.
Yeah, I think the most likely thing we might see here is just the Relic Weapon taking down the Incarnus. Ravid, as you said, maybe making some extra units here, getting a Humbug, and then maybe the Smuggler actually trading in, getting Suroth. Kidlit
What
is
about the Edict? I mean, if you just Edict the Veil Ripper and Death Ripple the Incarnus, you're kind of stabilized, right?
Yeah, that actually seems like a great play also, but interesting, Kidlit is going to use one of their harsh rule effects here. They do have a Shenra Speaks waiting in the wing, probably the best one in this situation against Lights Out Ace's strategy, preventing things like Tospu drawing extra cards thanks to that Decimate.
So Lights Out Ace at a healthy 53 health, continuing to advance the board. This time, though, needing to finally pull out the Vara. Vara's going to have a huge chain, but Kidlit will be able to undo all of it. I do like the timing of this now. By doing it now instead of next turn, it does mean that when Kidlit actually sweeps the board here, at least Lights Out Ace will be the one with the Dizo.
Right, so they've already seen Kidlit play 3 Age-Worn Vestiges, so all the Shenra Speaks are still left to fire off, but as you were saying, now we're actually going to be able to chain Carvets here. The Dizo is going to be able to sacrifice the Cultist if they want, go and get that Extortion Scheme, and even if there is a Shenra Speaks coming, there's going to be the ability to rebuild again starting the next turn with another Dizo, as we're watching this Vara basically chain together a bunch of extra cards for Lights Out Ace. This is sort of the big turn that they needed to make sure that they could keep pushing through. And
with an extra card from the Incarnus and the Cabal Extortion Scheme and the Dizo in play having an Aegis from that previous Cleansing Rain, Lights Out Ace has definitely, milked this advantage for all he could, and this is going to force Kidlit's hand. The question is, what kind of a follow-up? What kind of a follow-up is Kidlit going to have?
So I think Kidlit here is going to go get that Edict that you were talking about earlier. Likely actually to get the Edict of Makar, given there aren't that many great targets for it. Break the Aegis on the Dizo, use the Shenra Speaks, annihilate the rest of this board, and then they're going to be the one with the Dizo on the next turn facing off Lights Out Ace's Dizo.
So you could have done it in the other order, right? Like, could have just Shenra Speaks first and then play the Smuggler and then got the other Edict. It's not like Kidlit used the extra power. It does mean, however, that Kidlit's market is a little juicier for later. So maybe that's the value that's enough to be worth the 2/2 lifesteal on the battle.
Yeah, definitely trade off the ability to get a Cabal Extortion Scheme on their next turn to have that Edict still in their market potentially to use later against another large threat. As we see Lights Out Ace finds a Taspu on top of their deck, they're going to be able to warp that one out. And now figuring out whether or not they want to deploy this Fenris, draw extra cards, or if this is sort of enough to get Kidlit to kind of move again and make another powerful play in answering this board.
I mean, what a strong showing from Lights Out Ace. I mean, he was down 5 cards and has just been grinding, aiming super duper 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 long. And we're seeing a control battle here. Lights Out Ace successfully transforming from a mid-range deck into a much more controlling strategy in an effort to re-up and instead of just trying to duck under, is actually trying to go over the top of Kidlet.
Yeah, we've sort of seen them switch roles here several times throughout this game, and all the while, they actually look like they're ahead here. They continue to have better board presence than Kidlet. They've run Kidlet out of 4 different harsh rule style of effects, 3 of those vestiges, and a Shenra Speaks. You know, they have a 19-19 in their hand. They have the ability to draw extra cards with this Fenris. They have the ability for their power card to actually make an additional threat. And they're putting the pressure on Kidlet here to really, you know, answer what's going on as this Taspu's threatening to draw more and more cards.
The extortion scheme's also kind of interesting. Normally, a 7-point drain wouldn't be that impactful when you're both at such a high health total and trying to grind. But the fact that Age-Worn Vestige has so much armor, it's very possible we could end up in a spot where Lights Out Ace playing Cabal Extortion Scheme actually ends up killing the Age-Worn Vestige, because Kidlet's just not going to want Lights Out Ace to draw 3 cards off their deck.
Yeah, and a Crooked Alley Guide there picked up from the Incarnus. We might see some sort of way to get back that Ultra Veil Ripper at some point, as we see the Taspu come in. Obviously no blocks from Dizo. Doesn't want to just bite the dust there to protect the Age-Worn Vestige that could finish off the Incarnus next turn. But now we might see that play that you were talking about, the Extortion Scheme threatening, hey, I'm either going to kill your Relic Weapon or you're going to give me 3 more cards.
Yep, and we do in fact see the Extortion Scheme. And yep, as anticipated, Kidlet takes the 7, sacrifices the Age-Worn Vestige, which does bode well for Incarnus. Lights Out Ace definitely just keeping more threats, lots and lots of threats. And here we see Dizo going after, which you got to stop all the lifesteal, because otherwise you're not even making progress. You might as well stay home and block. So Xenon Temple coming down. It's definitely not going to be able to stabilize, but this is definitely an attempt to just find more action. And if Lights Out Ace commits their whole turn to attacking the site, you're happy anyway, because man, are you starting to need some of the time.
Yeah, and we do see Kidlet there pick up a 10th power once again. They also buffed up this Smuggler here with this Ancient Lore, but Lights Out Ace scouting that Carvet to the top. They just have even more action here.
I mean, you have to. There's no way you don't kill the site, right? I mean, it's not like Scare and Xenon Initiation are that good, but you don't want Xenon Initiation on Dizo, right? I mean,
it's definitely not the best option, and now I'm kind of into it even more. If you want to go everybody at Kidlet, you can actually kill the Dizo. There's no threat of a killer attack. But Lights Out Ace, you know, they're up cards. They're up on the board. They have 61 points of health to play with. They're kind of happy here. Just, you know, let's keep playing this game of I've got more cards than you. I have the ability to regenerate card advantage on the board. I also have cards that are making multiple threats sitting around in my hand. All the while, Lights Out Ace might be just playing a game to this Umbran Death Watcher where eventually they're going to run Kidlet out of resources and then just play a unit that can one-shot them.
Wow, what a control battle. Both players continuing to just fight battle after battle after battle. And here Kidlet using the Augury aspect of the Xenon Temple to find another Cast into Shadows. Just such a fantastic card in this matchup. But with that Tasbu on the table, Lights Out Ace is not even close to running out of gas.
No, so it's a great pickup for Kidlet, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save this site, as we're likely to see a Cast in Shadow from Lights Out Ace finishing off this Dizo, and then using all of their units to push onto the Xenon Temple and make sure that it falls this turn.
Man, with Lights Out Ace just having so much gas still in the grip. And one of the places where Fenris just really shines is when you're playing against some kind of a control deck that's just not punishing your health total. Lights Out Ace being at 61, you're like, oh, whatever, this is just unassailable. Well, it does matter because now Fenris is just unbelievable, right?
Right, we get to see Taspu all the time being the one that's drawing all these cards at the cost of your health. And now, when you have this much health to play with thanks to that Dizo's Office, Fenris is just really going off this turn.
Where's the Nahid the Immortal when you need it?
Dude, seriously, that would be a great one out of Lights Out Ace here. Unfortunately, going to be difficult to actually play it if they ever draw it. And this is actually a great turn here for Kidlet, as Lights Out Ace just going for 3 attacks here at the Xenon Temple, not actually using their Devouring Shadows or Cast into Shadow before attacking. Looks like they might actually be able to take this site out.
Yeah, this is interesting. By not removing the blocker, it does mean that Kidlet was able to finesse the Xenon Temple living. Except it looks like Lights Out Ace. No, yeah, by Lights Out Ace, yeah, it's going to continue. I was going to say, Not really a lot of interaction you could do there with Lights Out Ace's hand. I mean, do you think that there might be any buyer's remorse on that play?
Just a little bit. As we spoke about earlier, look at this board. The Zenith Initiation isn't doing anything. The Scare is really weak. There's not like a Wing Brewer employee they're going to be able to kill, or maybe shift the stats on some unit really well in your favor.
Dude, look at that. Decreasing the attack. Fenris has been neutralized.
I mean, that does actually prevent it from one-shotting the Zenith Temple. If Kidlet actually had the ability here to build out a wide enough board that they could set up enough blocks to protect their Zenith Temple, I mean, the World Joiner is a really big threat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, it's how funny. What was it, like barely 8-9 turns ago when Lights Out Ace was down to 1 card and Kidlet had a full grip? Now Kidlet's down to 1 card and Lights Out Ace has a full grip.
Yep.
That said, if you've only got 1 card, you could do a lot worse than Suroff Grand Strategist.
Yeah, with the power next turn, Kidlet would be able to twist that twice and potentially find many different options here. So we're going to see Lights Out Ace basically burning through all of their removal this turn. They just really want to get this Zenith Temple off the table. The Devouring Shadow is now going to come down, take out the Reveed. Might see a second Varus Favor taking out the last Humbug.
And, I mean, now you're going to have to actually, in order to take down the Temple, you're going to, okay, this is a smart play. This way, Varus Favor could actually potentially take down the Temple if Kidlet, doesn't chump. And Kidlet takes the bait, and sure enough, Lights Out Ace will be able to finish the job with Varus Favor. I love that the play wasn't telegraphed because of Fenris staying home being like such a logical, reasonable, normal thing for Lights Out Ace to do.
Definitely. Great play there by Lights Out Ace, being able to just use that Varus Favor to kill something much more impactful than a Humbug. And we're going to see the Amber Acolyte go and find that 12 power. Kidlet's really putting all their eggs into the Suroff basket here.
Yeah, and here we see it paying off. Kidlet could have used the Suroff that turn, but was patient, waiting to ensure that they get a chance to play at least 2 units off of the Suroff before it dies. And it's a good thing, too, because Lights Out Ace drew 2 Cast into Shadows on the very next turn.
Yeah, definitely going to be hoping to twist into some multi-faction units here, as the Fenris is going to trade off with the Amber Acolyte and the Humbug. The Assassin pushing through, getting Kidlet back down to 25 for our Lifesteal battle, and the Carvet going to join the fray, adding a Cultist to the party. And we're going to see that Unburned Death Watcher, they're going to hold on to it just a bit longer.
And it looks like there is just the Death Elemental. Lights Out Ace slow playing, and it paying off with Shenra Speaks right here. I mean, presumably, Kidlet's got to be interested in Shenra Speaksing, but is there any chance you just play the Suroff first, use that to buy time, and then try to get even more mileage out of the Shenra Speaks?
Yeah, I mean, if you have all the information that we do, Lights Out Ace is really playing around this Shenra Speaks, that unless your Suroff really hits some great units, that it's not going to be able to get you across the finish line on its own. And here we're actually seeing Kidlet burning the Suroff early, only getting 1 twist out of it here, and finding a Grenamender, which, maybe not the best at this point in the game.
Yeah. No. So, Lights Out Ace now in a commanding position with Kidlet pulling out their final ace. The thing is, Kidlet's got a lot of great cards on top of their deck. Lights Out Ace, though, with a 26-26 is not going to leave Kidlet much time. Incarnus, as long as it's not Touch of the Umbran.
Touch of the Umbran here would be a pretty big swing.
Woo!
We don't get to see this one very often. This is awesome.
That is a spicy one. Wow. That could be a game changer, right? Like when you have, if Kidlet can set it up so that the Incarnus could potentially do a fatal blow, I mean, it's going to be hard to juggle because Kidlet just doesn't have very many options, and Lights Out Ace is going to be going for the jugular, but Vicious Rejuvenation is the type of card that... Oh, okay, so Kidlet's not even going to set it up, just wants to ensure the extra value now. Definitely a high-impact card. I mean, you could do worse than just draining your opponent for 24. Time will tell if the greedy approach might, I don't know. I guess we won't know for sure, but here it looks like Kidlet going with the conservative 24-point drain in order to just start making some progress.
Yeah, as we see Lights Out Ace here now fighting back onto the board, using double Farah's Favor to take out the Incarnus. And, I mean, we're just looking at a 26-26 Unburned Death Watcher, getting the Edict of Kodash now out of the market. They're actually going to use that to make sure that there's no health gained on Kidlet's side. And Lights Out Ace is going to push Kidlet to the brink here as they've got 1 turn left to try to find some sort of action. And they do! They find an Age-Board Vestige that's actually going to be able to clear the board.
I gotta give it to Kidlet. That their play of just using the Vicious Rejuvenation kept them alive long enough to give them one more draw. And here Kidlet top decks at the Age-Worn Vestige and is suddenly, making progress. Obviously Lights Out Ace still in a great position, but Carve It is not the most dominating. It's a great threat, but it's not a game-winning threat necessarily against a player with the Age-Worn Vestige and 20 health. Lights Out Ace does have a couple removal, but Kidlet's making a game of it. This is the 4th Age-Worn Vestige, and wow, was it on time.
And another great hit for Kidlet as they find another Incarnus off the top of their deck. And there's so many good options here. If they could just chain together something that would take out this Carve It, they would have sort of the last-ditch effort on the board here with an Incarnus that could potentially get to Mastery, unlikely given Lights Out Ace plethora removal in hand. That Age-Worn Vestige is completely unchecked at this point. They can start just pecking Lights Out Ace out of this game.
So Malediction, not the most exciting get, but it can combo with the Age-Worn Vestige to stop the Carve It and actually allow you to keep the Age-Worn Vestige.
Yep.
At least you have a 3-1 Relic weapon. Still way behind. But Lights Out Ace, their only threat is a 2-2. You could be, and now Kidlet, misses for a turn, is going to have to just fade some action, but Lights Out Ace doesn't have anything either. They've just obliterated. Ooh.
That's a big hit in a top deck war.
Man. So what's Lights Out Ace is listening? What are they listening for? Always having access to a unit when you're in a position like this, boom, that's a big game.
Bane Wolf's a big one here. The unblockable not going to be that important, but
I don't know.
7-6 is huge.
Dude, it only takes 1 hit for the unblockable to be on, and then Kidlet is off of chump blocking capabilities.
Yeah.
Scorpion Wasp, no longer an option.
Yeah, the Ebon Dune Smuggler wouldn't be able to help out in terms of ambush blocking 2 unblockable units pushing through. But they're actually going to hold onto the Bane Wolf and stay patient once again.
Man. So Incarnus continuing to get in there. Lights Out Ace, wow, what a statement to not just jump. Obviously Kidlet has an unbelievable amount.
Oh, and 1 turn late on the copy of Isolate there. The Bane Wolf comes down, pushes Kidlet down to 6, and because there's multiple units attacking, the Isolate is left to die. And a Cast in His Shadow is a huge draw right back.
Wow, back the other way. Unreal. So Kidlet now has the ability to buy themselves another turn. Obviously, Lights Out Ace is going to keep it going. Obviously, the Vishni is a devastating threat, of course, but Kidlet does have some answers still left in their deck to being able to go wide. But man, if Lights Out Ace ends up in a spot of needing to just play a Marionette Cross, it keeps going.
And another harshful effect is the second Shenra Speaks comes off the top for Kidlet. Keeps them alive against the series of Dark Elves here. Vishni hits the Void, but now an impending Doom joins the party for Lights Out Ace as it looks like we're going to see a Marionette Cross and potentially another threat here to force lethal one more time onto Kidlet. They have to get there again. Can they find another answer?
Ooh, the wrong one. That would have been nice last turn.
It's a 3-cost and a 4-cost unit. The designs not going to fight the good fight, and Kidlet looks like their tournament is
Finally succumbing.
going to fall here in our top 8. And congrats to Lights Out Ace with their great ability to shift roles there multiple times throughout the match. They were on the brink of it. They were down to 1 card a couple different times. They had that 1 Vara left. And 20 turns later, they managed to draw enough cards, churn through their deck, find an Incarnus, finding a Bane Wolf, forcing out an additional copy of Shenra Speaks. They get across the finish line.
What an epic game. Epic. So much. So many battles. But believe it or not, that was somehow our last match of this round.
We did somehow manage to join them in game 1, and that was only game 2. There was still the possibility for one more round, and just another great show put on by 2 great players for us here today.
But that does mean we have another preview card coming up.
An exciting one, I've heard.
Something relevant to both of our interests.
Definitely the case. As let's show to you Display of Menace. So we got a 3-cost Fire Primal Shadow spell, and with the display cycle, we have a fast spell with 3 different options. Deal 1 damage to each enemy, kill an enemy relic and give relics in the enemy void voidbound, or sacrifice a unit to draw 2 of the top 4 cards of your deck and put the remaining cards on the bottom.
Right. So this is, I mean, obviously this is, bodes well for anybody who is interested in, anything that any of these three faction combinations, that were hinted at by the most recent sites. Display of Menace speaks to a lot of different things, but obviously here the part that really interests me, I'm kind of excited at the idea of the build around aspects. Like this, there's a lot of raw power here, but also it matters what you put this with, and I think there's also some hints here a little bit about some of the themes and strategies coming up.
Definitely. Like, you look at the deal 1 damage each enemy and you're like, okay, I can find some good spots for that, but can you leverage it more? Can you find something extra to be doing with that? Sure, we've seen some really powerful relics here this weekend. We've seen Kodash Sees All, we've seen the Age-Worn Vestige, potentially locking those out from coming back from the Void, and all other relics coming back from the Void. That's definitely something that I can get interested in. And then, last but not least, the ability to scheme not for 1 card, but for 2 if you're willing to sacrifice a unit.
So I'm super, super excited for Display of Menace and all of the other the cards to come in Echoes of Eternity. But we're not done with spoilers. We're going to have more later in the broadcast. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we will be in our top 4.
The last 3 matches here of our ECQ.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the top 4 of the ECQ. I'm Luis Vargas here with Andrew Beckstrom, and you just came off of a pretty long match here. Lights Out Ace playing well against decks with many sweepers. We counted 13 or so. But we're on to our top 4. We're going to watch our 2 top 4 matches sequentially. So we've got our first top 4 match here.
Yep.
Followed by our next top 4 match, followed by the finals, and that'll determine, of course, who's qualified for Worlds.
And the best part is that we get to see both the semifinal matches. We are not going to have them playing at the same time.
Yes, that is what I just explained. So we were going to be getting the players going here relatively soon. We've got another preview card after this round, so stick around for that. That'll be pretty sweet. And of course, I mean, we've talked about it so far on the broadcast, but the next set, Echoes of Eternity, is coming out in February. So that's what we're seeing these previews for. That's what kind of hyping up, and we've got a new expansion coming with quite a few cards.
Yep, a couple hundred new cards coming to the game. Lots of exciting new stuff. We've seen in the last round that the display cycle is returning. There's some 3 faction cards
I don't know if
running
the
around.
whole cycle's returning. I don't know if that implies that. There's at least one. We know that.
Yeah, it implies that. But there'll be a lot more exciting stuff to see. And our preview card this round is going to be a fun one. So that'll be exciting to look forward to. But first, we got the semifinal match. We're going to be seeing a Stone Scar Dragons deck up against Argenport. So we'll see what the Dragons can do against their foes, the Incarnuses and Carvets and Tazboos of the world.
Yeah, we actually kicked off the broadcast with Skycrag Dragons against Argenport. So this is seeing, and Argenport did emerge victorious. We'll see whether the Stone Scar version has a little more luck there.
Yeah, the big new addition for Stone Scar Dragons is from the new campaign last month, Dacus Ancient Flame. Every time Dacus dies, you have the ability to sack one of your units and draw Dacus from your void. So it's a really persistent threat. So we'll see what methods the Argenport deck can come up with. Edict of Kodosh coming out of the market is a real nice permanent answer, but some of the other responses will just be temporary.
Yeah, as BK likes to say, Dacus comes Bacchus.
Yeah, that's just how I like to say it. Uncanny impression.
Well, we players are just about ready here, so we'll be getting down to the match when that starts. And who do you expect to be on the more aggressive side in this matchup?
Yeah, I like Stone Scar Dragons. They've got an ability. This version I would not describe as all in. Sometimes you see all in Stone Scar variants where they're running the full 4 knife, Jack's Knife, where they can just immediately throw it onto a master unit. This version's got the ability with Dragon Forge to be able to play a longer game. They can go and get Carve It and some of the more expensive dragons if that's the way the game's trending, but they still have a copy of Jack's Knife, so if they just have the early start with an early
they can Dragon Forge for
master unit, Dragon Forge, it reduces its cost by 1. You could just play it the same turn for 3.
Yeah, and then and then you've got some cheap master units. You have smoke dancers. You have ways to pressure your opponents there. So we'll find out because the round is starting. So let's head on down. Alrighty, welcome to the top 4 here. D-Dub on Stone Scar Dragons facing off against Lights Out Ace on Argenport mid-range here.
Look at that impending doom that Lights Out Ace just picked up. That does such a fantastic job at blocking dragons.
Oh yeah, I love it when these big kind of pseudo vanilla units really see play like that. When impending doom is there because of its stats. It's a big flyer. That's it. Nothing. No, it's not really a value card, and that's kind of what I like. I like to see that.
So with the 2 copies of Cast in a Shadow and Lights Out Ace's hand, one of the best things that D-Dub can do is to try to ensure that they apply enough pressure to keep the game moving, but not so much that they lose it all to a big decimated Cast in a Shadow.
Though the more time they wait, the less costly the decimate becomes. So Cast in a Shadow does get better over time if you give Lights Out Ace too much breathing room. And yeah, D-Dub is kind of getting brickwalled here. That impending doom stops Eclipse Dragon. That whelp is going nowhere, and then it's not D-Dub's not even playing the Eclipse Dragon due to the fear of Cast in a Shadow.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for D-Dub. They do have some different options between Cremate and Voprex's Choice, which can deal with an impending doom, but they don't have access to them at the moment.
And by not playing anything here, they're just giving Lights Out Ace full reign to add to the board. Though Lights Out Ace not doing much, and then there's Cremate. All right, that does the trick here, and that actually. Maybe they're trying to set up an impending Cremate after playing the Eclipse Dragon, but I don't think that's actually going to work out all that well.
And with only 5 power and a Carvin in hand, Lights Out Ace actually doesn't decimate. They say, I've got this Teething Whelp under control. I'd prefer to have power, please.
Yeah, what I'm drawing Diesel's Office could play into that, but they could also potentially just cash in the Diesel's Office right away with Hidden Road Smuggler. We'll see what Lights Out Ace elects to do here. Also, if you're Lights Out Ace, you wouldn't put your opponent on having another Eclipse Dragon because they passed with 5. You know, D-Dub passed with 5 power up on turn 5, didn't play anything, and then it looked like they played an Eclipse Dragon next turn.
It's a great point, but D-Dub is going to get punished in the sense that Lights Out Ace did hold up, leave up that Cast into Shadow. So once again, we see Eclipse Dragon come in, and the response from Lights Out Ace, Cast into Shadow.
And again, not decimating because a power certainly better than a 2/2 here. Also, Lights Out Ace is rich with Cast into Shadows here.
Yeah, an excellent card. Finally, D-Dub finds a multi-faction dragon in the form of Dacus Ancient Flame. And this is sort of the card that could help them get back into this because it's a multi-faction unit. It can't be cast in a shadow. And with 5 strength, it can block down successfully both Carve It and Impending Doom.
Yeah, as you said before, Lights Out Ace has a pretty good chance of getting an Edict of Kodosh right out of the market here with that Hidden Road Smuggler. Now that they've drawn the 6 power, they also have a competing interest in potentially playing Carve It.
So both Rip Knife Assassin and Impending Doom come in. D-Dub queues up a trade. Yeah, interesting the Lights Out Ace didn't just go for the Edict of Kodosh there.
I would have put D-Dub down to 2 here if that Impending Doom hit, and they're just going to play a Carve It. I guess this kind of sets up the win next turn.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
D-Dub did not sacrifice the Teething Whelp.
Or use Cremate. In fact, now they're using Cremate on Carve It, so some good patience there. I wonder how that's going to end up playing out for them, because now they're at 7 facing down just a 2/2 and a 1/1.
So D-Dub Dragon Forging, looking for a weapon or dragon and can reduce its cost by 1.
Interesting. I wonder if that Teething Whelp play is really better than having the Dacus in hand. I suppose if you weren't going to bring it back, there was a pretty good chance that you wanted to trade with the Rip Knife, but I guess the Whelp now takes to the skies.
Yeah, and maybe a misstep by D-Dub, using the Dragon Forge as a fast spell on their own turn when they couldn't play the dragon. It gives Lights Out Ace a little more information about what's happening in the next few turns of the game.
Yeah, Lights Out Ace has a lot of removal anyway, but it does mean that they could potentially save a piece of removal if they were anticipating, whatever dragon that D-Dub played. Yeah, and Carve It is likely going to eat Cast into Shadow or something along those lines. Potentially Edict of Kodosh.
So a 3/3 Hidden Road Smuggler buffed up by the Rip Knife Assassin's Warcry comes down and goes into the market for an Edict of Kodosh. And we see a Voprex's Choice. It could make Lights Out Ace sacrifice a unit, but that Zoltan Cultist does a good job of dissuading that option. Instead, they'll probably be relying on the draw a dragon or weapon from their void.
Pick up a Dacus or an Eclipse Dragon, something like that. Or just Carve It, depending on how it dies. Edict of Kodosh, of course, silences something on the way out.
Yeah. Lights Out Ace could make a misplay and cast into Shadow right now on something, which would give D-Dub the ability to draw back right away. But I think we'll see Lights Out Ace recognize that and just play it at end of turn, if at all.
Also, Lights Out Ace has been kind of waiting on this 7th power for Diesel's Office, so I don't think that they're in a hurry to decimate. So they might want to save the Cast in Shadow until after the office. Office hours are, in fact, open here. Gonna cut ties with that Carve It, and yeah, so far that Whelp can't quite threaten to take down Diesel's Office by itself yet. Though an Eclipse Dragon here off of Vobrex's Choice would do a nice job of that, and then that would also put multiple threats into play. It looks like another Carve It, though.
Yeah, Carve It's nice in that it gives you 2 different factions worth of dragons, gets you a couple more cultists to work with thanks to its summon ability. And yeah, the big downside is it allows Lights Out Ace to fire off the scheme and have the site in play for another turn.
And here's where Cast in Shadows is just going to be devastating, though.
Well, fortunately, it won't be able to kill both dragons. They have to be the same faction. But yeah, definitely Lights Out Ace is well stocked up on removal for the threats in hand, and just has to make sure that they do a good job of not taking any unnecessary damage and getting full value from their site.
I mean, just using Edict and Cast into Shadows is going to take out D-Dub's pressure, and at this point, Lights Out Ace even has the ability to put a 4/3 lifesteal out, thanks to Diesel's Office, which is going to stick around another turn, it looks like here.
So D-Dub got paid off for Lights Out Ace waiting on the Cast into Shadow. If they had fired it off on their own turn and killed the Teething Whelp, the Smoke Dancer would not have gotten the Dragon Ally bonus. But obviously, Lights Out Ace, fearing a potential Eclipse Dragon, wanted to wait until the last possible second.
Yeah, and getting the Eclipse Dragon would have let them snipe both with the Cast in a Shadow, but at this point, Lights Out Ace is significantly far ahead, and even if things kind of trade off here, Lights Out Ace is going to end up with a huge health advantage.
Yeah, and Lights Out Ace has done a good job of getting D-Dub down to a low health total, so when Diesel comes down next turn, that Cabal Extortion scheme is going to be mighty threatening. Caleb's Persuader can be a huge tempo swing on the early turns of the game, but right now all it can do is turn a Cultist into a 4/4. Doesn't match up very well against that 4/5 Carvet.
No, Carvet, along with all the other enemy units, is going to take out D-Dub here in pretty short order.
So D-Dub, kind of bluffing that they have something more threatening, does successfully get Lights Out Ace to block with their deadly unit. It's not that profitable of an exchange anyway, but I guess you could say that they got him.
Here comes Diesel, and Lights Out Ace is going to be able to warp if they really want to.
Well, first we'll see the force play of Cabal Extortion scheme.
Eating a
D-Dub,
Cultist.
being at 7, cannot. Well,
Oh.
they can.
They decided that they were not going to negotiate with extortionists. they just took the hit here, and well, we're moving on to a game 2.
Yeah, so well done by Lights Out Ace, sort of keeping things under wraps early with Cast into Shadows, and I think that's just
Also late.
and late. Yeah, I think that's the best card that Lights Out Ace has in the matchup. It just cleanly deals with so many of the dragons and can be a huge tempo swing against the Stone Scar Mastery deck. If there's anything that I would want to draw if I'm Lights Out Ace, it would be more copies of Cast into Shadow.
By itself, it's 3 cost to kill, often a 5 cost unit.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you can ever land the Decimate, then you're talking 7 or 8 cost total or potentially more for just a 3 cost card. And then throughout that whole game, we just kept seeing Lights Out Ace using removal that costs less than the targets. All right, we've got another game here, so let's head back down. All right, welcome to game 2. Lights Out Ace up a game here with their Argent Port deck, facing off against D-Dub's Stone Scar Mastery / Dragons deck, and did not play their
Yeah,
only
look at that. Fearing the Var's favor, that is in fact in Lights Out Ace's hand. Let's see if they fire it off here.
Well, if you didn't fire it off turn 1, you're probably not firing it off on turn 2, would be my assumption.
Well, this is the critical turn. If you do it now, you can play Dacus next turn.
But it still opens the door for the Var's favor that is in fact going to land.
Yeah, so unfortunately, D-Dub got punished there. Drawing the Teething Whelp 1 turn too late. It would have turned Oni Dragonsmith into a 3/2 and made it immune to Var's favor. Instead, D-Dub got punished.
And missed out on a point of damage.
Indeed.
Still, if D-Dub can draw a 4th power next turn and start playing Draxes, that seems like it's not too bad. Teething Whelp going to come in. And Lights Out Ace just kind of chilling, not playing either Seek Powers, not playing Devouring Shadow, presumably waiting to play this Cast in a Shadow and deciding, I'm not going to get better than this.
Yeah, Devouring Shadow is a great answer for Dacus. It gives it a permanent stat reduction, so makes it not very attractive to buy back. Fortunately, D-Dub does have a second Dacus, and as it stands right now, Lights Out Ace doesn't have an answer for this second one.
Yeah, and that's a relatively fast clock, though. Lights Out Ace has a pretty powerful hand here.
Yes. So first things first, we'll probably see Incarnus come down. Get to invoke the power of Makar.
And let's see what Incarnus delivers here.
I bet it's going to be a Debtor's Shackles.
All right, I think it's a ghost form.
Wow, Banished Umbra. That might be the worst thing I've ever seen come off an Incarnus.
That looks to me like a market good for sure.
Holy moly.
That must have been I'm curious what the 3 cards are now.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. Well, Conflagrate takes out Incarnus, and then Dacus comes in for the iron price of 5. And Lights Out Ace now summoning the Banished Umbran.
Well,
Nothing better to do, I suppose.
I'll say that it makes the Voprex's choice even worse.
True. It's protecting from making your opponent making you sacrifice. And I guess the idea now is Carvet to potentially trade for Dacus here.
Yeah, on D-Dub side, they've got the Stone Scar Smuggler, and they elect not to even play it?
Huh.
None of their cards are fast.
And Voprex's choice is having the second one is not like all that exciting.
No.
All right. Well, here comes Carvet.
None of the... Ooh. This is a tough spot for D-Dub. Voprex's choice.
Voprex's choice is losing just massive amounts of value here.
Yeah. The only dragon they can buy back is that Teething Whelp, which doesn't even have flying or anything.
Yeah, the Devouring Shadow shrinks Dacus permanently, so not a good choice there. All right, here comes the Smuggler. Gonna toss one of these redundant choices for a Fell Ritual, but imagine had that been done last turn, then Dacus could have just hit in for another 5 here. Ooh, they can even get back the Draconis here with Voprex's choice if they really want to.
So Fell Ritual is now the pickup that will kill the first Carvet, but yeah, Lights Out Ace is not wanting for bomb epic units to play between another Carvet, a Tazboo, and an Incarnus all in hand.
Yeah, maybe they'll get a second Banished Umbran and they can just play it. All right, here comes Tazboo, so making this trade-off fairly advantageous for Lights Out Ace. But, you know, the fact that Carvet has lifesteal here is just really going a long way, because otherwise this attack wouldn't be all that appealing.
Yeah, I think playing Tazboo is probably better than activating the Banished Umbran. Having a 6/6 Deadly is probably better than having D-Dub discard some cards from their deck. It would power up. It would power up these Voprex's choices.
All right, here comes Fell Ritual, killing Tazboo. And now D-Dub is really feeling the fact that they're just on 4 power, because they're locked into like 1 play per turn max, whereas Lights Out Ace is on 7 and now is going to get to have a turn where maybe they play Incarnus and Marionette Cross, unless they get something better with Incarnus, which isn't super likely, but it is possible. Ooh, the Devouring Shadow.
Well, that's a good one.
And now Lights Out Ace is firmly in control of the game. They've got a massive board here, and you know multiple removal spells in hand, including one that can kill a multi-faction unit.
Yeah, this is really rough. These Voprex's choices have looked beyond bad in this matchup. You really need to find a way to use them before Carvet comes down. The Zoltic Cultists on that side of the board just make it almost impossible for the sacrifice mode to be impactful. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, not a great spot to be in. You're spending two power in a card to kill the Afterthought 1/1 that their opponent essentially got for free.
Yeah, and if it hadn't been that Afterthought unit, it would have been the Banished Umbran instead.
Yeah, which not a whole lot better.
So Kozan Darkheart we're already in chump block mode.
Yeah, stepping in the way of the Marionette Cross here, and then or the Marionette even, and then another Carvet coming down, and then a Fenris, and Lights Out Ace doesn't have to worry about sweepers, doesn't have to worry about units because of the multiple removal spells in hand, and Lights Out Ace is going to be advancing to our finals here.
Yep, kudos to them. They navigated very well against this Stone Scar deck, and they are now just 1 match away from locking up their space in Worlds.
And I think it would be no surprise if Lights Out Ace was, in fact, one of the players at Worlds here.
Yeah.
So,
A
Worlds
fixture of the
win.
Eternal community for many years.
Definitely. So it was Lights Out for D-Dub, and that will advance Lights Out Ace to the finals here. We do have a sweet preview card before we get to our next top 4 match, though.
Yes, we do.
So let's hop right into it. Let's take a look.
I heard there's something lurking in the jungle. Let's check it out.
It is the Lurking Raptors, 2-cost 6/6. Need I say more? Well, yeah.
Well,
we should probably
Lurking
read the card.
Raptors can't attack the enemy player or block, so...
What can it do?
Hmm.
Well, it can attack sites. I think that is a relevant part of the game text.
That's true.
But past that, you have to be creative to make use of it. I mean, there's plenty of ways you can. We leave it an exercise best left to the reader. But a 2-cost 6/6 is certainly a pretty appealing
It's so
stat
appealing.
line.
It's like getting a free timeshare just for going to the presentation.
Yeah, it's something like that. So, Lurking Raptors, preview card from Echoes of Eternity. 2 cost 6/6. Cannot attack the enemy player. Cannot block. But they're the Lurking Raptors. They spend most of their time lurking, but every now and then they do make you do get to make use of them. I'm sure that folks can find plenty of creative ways to utilize them. And if you do, let BK know because he's been looking for that.
Yeah, every day I come into work and I say, what can I do with Lurking Raptors today? I say, oh, probably nothing. It's time to go to lunch.
Yep. So that is our preview card for Echo of Eternity, and then we've got a short break before our next top 4 match. That was a fast one, so we're going to be right on to our next top 4 match. Following that, the finals.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just catch you in a few minutes, and we'll be back then.
And we're back at ECQ Strangelands. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, and I've got Corey Burkhardt in the booth with me this round. Corey, what's up?
Hey man, how are you doing?
I'm good. Last round we saw Lights Out Ace book their ticket for our finals today. They won with Argenport. This round we're going to get to see Collector on Yetis, and we've gotten to see them a couple times today, and since we're seeing them now, it means they were successful in all of those times.
Yeah, Collector really having a sweet run here with their Yeti deck. I've been a big fan of Yetis for a long, long time, and they sort of have their road paved out for them. They've got to beat 2 more Argenport decks to be able to take down this tournament and make it to our World Championships. But just as we said, they have to take down 2 of them. There's also 2 of them standing in their way. We've seen them do it before. Can they actually make it happen 2 more times?
Yep, so we'll be getting that match started soon. But before we do that, we wanted to tell you about the Acquisitions Incorporated pack that you can pick up for Clank and Clank Legacy. So if you go onto the Direwolf Digital website, this is a product that we put out recently that gives you a set of special cards and figurines that you can use to play in both original Clank, our award-winning board game, and in Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated, the new Legacy version of Clank that we put out recently that we partnered up with Penny Arcade and their Acquisitions Incorporated brand. If you have never played Clank before, I highly recommend it. I think it's one of the best deck-building card games of all time, and Clank Legacy just builds on that. I recently started a game session with some of my housemates, and we've been having a blast with it. It brings all of the fun, exciting action of the deck building game Clank and partners it up with Penny Arcade and their great team of writers. And there's just so much fun humor engaged with it. You're building the world as you play in it, and I cannot recommend it enough. So definitely check out Clank Legacy, the Acquisitions Incorporated pack on our website. Well worth your time. It's been getting rave reviews, so you don't have to take my word for it, but I personally highly recommend it.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. I was not invited to the Clank Legacy show.
Well,
I was left out.
Look, it's so a legacy game is a game that you play multiple group games with the same group, and so it's just the people in my house playing. But if we needed to invite anyone else, you would be high up on our list.
I'm sure.
All right, so make sure you check that on our website. As for the Eternal Action, it's going to be coming to you shortly. Our players are getting queued up right now. We're about to watch our second semifinal. The winner of this match will be playing up against Lights Out Ace in the finals. We'll be heading down to them very soon. We've got an Argenport versus Yetis matchup. We've seen Yetis have good success so far today against Argenport. The combination of fast, aggressive units backed up with spell damage has been a great recipe, and we'll see if they can get it done this time as we head on down to our semifinals. All right, welcome to our second semifinal. Kalibovich up against Collector, and these are two popular players in the Eternal community. Excited to see what this Yeti deck can bring to muster as they get things kicked off with a Wizened Crone, which unfortunately meets a top-decked Vars favor by Kalibovich.
Yeah, that one really draws a big grimace. Is that Wizened Crone has the ability to do so much for Collector in these games, but getting taken out by that Vars favor off the top from Kalibovich, they're now just set up to continue removing these Yetis one at a time, or now actually might just be able to develop a Marionette cross here and potentially multiple units over the course of the next few turns.
So fortunately, Collector has a couple of great tempo plays in store. Chunk Chunk comes down and stuns the Marionette, letting Wizened Crone get in.
Yeah, so the play here from Collector is to try to keep Kalibovich off balance as much as humanly possible. They're going to try to develop out their board and make a series of plays such they can make really explosive turns with the stuff like the Inspired Prank, the Snow Pelting. They actually want a board like this being developed from Kalibovich, but they really need those powerful options to then punch through. The Snowball from the Thudworks Masterwork is really going to help out here, taking out either the Fenris or the Rip Knife Assassin, thanks to the spell damage from the Wizened Crone. But can they actually keep pushing across and keep Kalibovich off balance while getting damage through?
So a giant attack for 8 comes in. They're leaving their site exposed, but in the process, they'll be able to continue to push damage.
Heads up play there by Collector, actually looking to spend their 2 pieces of disruption, the Snowball from the Masterwork and their Permafrost that turn, to actually get the Rip Knife Assassin out of the way. So they just need both of these units. They don't have many other resources at their disposal here, and this is actually going to work really well against the Argenport strategy. It's usually about deploying one big thing, as now the Tasbu comes down. Collector is able to push through 6 more points of damage and potentially use the Tasbu against Kalibovich here later on in the game.
Point. Kalibovich hits power number 6. That emblem does deal another point of damage, dropping them down to 9. We see Devouring Shadow number 1 hit a Chunk Chunk, and Devouring Shadow number 2 it's another Chunk Chunk. So a great turn for Kalibovich in terms of cleaning up the board a little bit. On the other side, picks up an Iceberg Shiny Finder. 3 cost 3/3 pledge with Amplify 2 deal 1 damage. So for every 2 power plus that Iceberg Shiny Finder spends, they can deal 1 damage.
So we are going to see a stun come out here from the Thudworks Masterwork. That's going to help push the Wizened Crone through for 3 more points of damage. And I believe that was a Permafrost left on top there by Collector, but a big draw there from Carvet. So Carvet being a big lifesteal unit here, that Permafrost is going to be really important to make sure that Kalibovich never gains any health. As Collector's getting to the portion of the game here where their units are no longer going to be able to push through. There's no more of this, I'm attacking with a bunch of Yetis, I'm going to try to find an Inspired Prank. Collector's getting to the point of the game where they're going to need to find a smuggler and go get that mortar out of their market and try to go directly upstairs at Kalibovich's health total.
And yeah, as you mentioned before, Collector can try to start turning Tasbu against Kalibovich. Every time one of Kalibovich's units dies, Tasbu will draw a card for them and deal a damage. So definitely in range thanks to the Wizened Crone's +1 spell damage of finding outs to burn them out. And look, you notice that Klibovich decides not to shift the Vishni, just play it straight up. Putting a bunch of X1s into play could be a liability.
Could be a liability, and I think it's a heads-up play against a future Thudrock's Masterwork. Getting a jump kick here and pushing through a 5/5 Shiny Finder would put them at risk of any units die. They lose the game. They would not be able to play any more edicts, or sorry, not edicts, emblems. And as a result here, Klibovich really trying to preserve their health total as best as possible.
So Vishni and Fenris Nightshade successfully attack in. Vishni steals the enemy Void. No blocks from Collector, trying to maximize their attackers. And Klibovich has to decide, do they want to get that 2/2 lifesteal body into play or save it till next turn when they can go to the market?
Yeah, so this looks like another spot where if Klibovich doesn't actually play out this Smuggler, they're at a real risk of another Thudrock's Masterwork coming off the top. So they are going to deploy the Smuggler here to potentially gain additional health if that does happen. And a little bit late for the Snowslinger, would have been a lot better a few turns ago. And now that emblem not likely to do much here for Klibovich, but now it's just a matter of can they close the door before the Yeti deck manages to find enough spell damage. All the while they have to keep themselves safe from things like that Thudrock Masterwork pumping their team, or potentially like a Snow Pelting killing off multiple units and allowing them to push through.
These spots can be so tricky when you have to figure out how much to attack for to not expose yourself to the counterattack. Klibovich wants to get it over, but they don't want to leave a window for Collector to sneak out a win here.
Yeah, all the while, Klibovich actually has to worry about their own units dying.
Yeah, and I love this attack with Tazbu. It pushes damage to make it so Vishni will be lethal next turn, and if Collector were to block down the Tazbu, it would sort of remove some of Collector's outs of burning them out.
So it looks like Collector here is thinking about a block here that would kill the Smuggler and block the Tazbu to preserve their health total a little bit longer. And now this is going to drop Klibovich down to 7 as they draw an additional card there off Tazbu. But at 7 points of health, I mean, Collector's really going to have to find multiple things here to be able to actually close the door. I think it really starts with a Snow Pelting being able to take out Vishni, and then potentially also finish off the Fenris. But again, that lets Klibovich draw 2 more cards thanks to Tazbu.
Collector. So Klibovich deciding, wow, they deploy a decimated power, and they decimate, dropping them to 6, getting them a 2/2 deadly. Iceberg Shiny Finder can amplify once.
Yeah, so that can actually put Klibovich here down to 5, which again can make a Masterwork lethal, but a second Carvet, I think that's got to be able to close the door here. Now Klibovich can play it extra safe, just push with the Vishni, and now have a really, really wide board to be able to attack with every unit on the next turn.
Snow Pelting.
Is that going to do enough?
It does it. You kill 2 units and you send 3 to the face.
Oh, they have 5 power!
Yes.
And the +1 spell damage, yeah, that's 3 damage upstairs and killing the 2 cultists.
What an impressive win by Collector, finding a victory from the jaws of defeat, turning Tazbu against Klibovich. 2 units died. Tazbu deals 2. That gets exactly lethal. Amazingly navigated by Collector.
I thought it was too late for the Snow Pelting. I thought that ship had sailed multiple turns ago. But that was a heads-up play there by Collector, setting up those specific blocks, making sure they had enough Yetis, making sure to preserve the Wizened Crone, and then the Snow Pelting came at the very last moment.
And how about that last turn by Klibovich? They played the Emblem of Makar and dealt 1 damage to themselves and then died to Xaxes.
Yeah, they did end up drawing a Carvet, which, completely sealed the deal in terms of being able to get across that finish line. I think it made sense at the time why they did it, but again, taking that 1 point of damage, every single point matters against this Yeti deck. You see so many little effects like the little snowballs that come, the Shiny Finder 1 point of damage off the Amplify. Every single little thing matters. You just can't take the risk there
you're
with
right.
an
They
emblem.
send that Shiny Finder just straight upstairs. Wow.
Yeah.
So really impressive done. Yetis don't... Some of the best Yetis in the game are not an Expedition. There's no Champion of Fury.
Yep.
There's no Wump.
Yep.
There's no Crunch.
No.
But, man, Collector has done an impressive work of finding ways to get in every last point of damage, giving themselves a chance at outs, and they came through there. So that's not it for the match, though.
No.
These players are preparing for Game 2. Collector needs to win 1 more, and they'll be in the finals, and Klibovich on the other side Well, they're going to need to win the next two. The good news is that in this next game, they'll be on the play, so that'll give them sort of a nice little head start against the fast Yetis. But, you know, these players know that there's a lot on the line right now if they want to get to the World Championships.
Yeah, and I think Kolovich has all the tools at their disposal. They have, additional 2-cost units with Fenris, and they've got the Rip Knife Assassin and the Var's Favor that I think that they've got a good setup here as we are going to join the game right now, game number 2.
All right, welcome to game 2. Collector is up a game in this semifinal matchup. And fortunately, once again, Kolibovich has a turn 2 Var's Favor that can pick off a 1-health Yeti. On the other side, Collector has a nice 2-drop to follow up with in terms of Yeti Pioneer. And one critical thing I want you to note about Kolibovich's draw, they have 2 casts into Shadows. They do not have any Justice Influence.
Now to Smuggler to that mix, and that's 3 cards in Kolovich's hand that they are unable to play. Fenris Nightshade's going to line up a potential block here on this Yeti Pioneer. But we're getting into the stage where Collector is going to start taking over the board, and Kolovich doesn't have the tools available to actually catch up. I mean, sure, they have an additional Var's Favor and a Rip Knife Assassin to play next turn, but we're likely to see Bam Sneaky Peeky to come down here after the attack trigger from the Pioneer, and that's
so Bam Sneaky Peeky shifts into play.
Disabling the Malediction.
Yep, turns it into a Yeti Spy.
And Kolovich again unable to find Justice Influence here.
So Kolibovich drawing the emblem of a car could potentially both play Rip Knife Assassin and Decimate to get a second play. And we'll see them do that, so that will help them stabilize.
Ooh, another big draw here for Collector. Finding that Howling Peak Smuggler, they now have access to, the world is their oyster here, able to pick up a Mortar for later in the game, a Crystallize, potentially keep pushing through. Bam is emerging here in 2 turns. It's also something where maybe they actually just set up playing 2 different units this turn if they wanted to.
So they've got that extra power to work with thanks to Yeti Pioneer attacking. That's why you see 4 out of 3 in their power tray. Carefully evaluating their options. We're going to kick things off with Howling Peak Smuggler, trading away the power and picking up a Mortar. Once again, Kolibovich whiffs on finding Justice Influence. And we see Bam Sneaky Peeky's shift timer ticking down in 2 more turns. It will emerge unblockable for the turn.
Yeah, and even worse for Kolibovich here. They end up finding an additional Argenport faction card. And they just have to pass the turn without doing anything. And it looks like here we're just going to see the Smuggler trade off for the Rip Knife Assassin. I think we're likely to see the Shiny Finder come down as a 3-3.
Yeah, it seems pretty good on this spot.
Yeah, and then we're potentially facing, multiple Yetis coming out, and then the Inspired Prank being playable out of the market. There haven't been many spells played yet, but that Zeke Power, this kind of enables Kolovich now to start playing the game. Like, what can they actually do here to start catching up?
So Cast in a Shadow will be online. This was a critical turn. This was the first turn that Bam is emerged from its shift. And potentially Kolibovich could even Decimate if they want to kill the Yeti Spy, but with a Var's Favor in hand, it probably makes sense to hold off instead. Iceberg Shiny Finder hits in for 3, dropping Kolibovich down to 19.
We'll see Collector here Decimate for that emblem, get an Ash Elemental, and now, again, this is the go wide sort of strategy against Kolibovich. That was a really good pickup also. Now the Var's Favor can take out this really powerful Wizened Crone, which Collector used to such great effect in the last game, and also deploy a 5/5 unit.
Well, that was a critical decision. They could have used Var's Favor on the Yeti Spy or on the Wizened Crone, and they went after the Wizened Crone. That'll open things up for the Yeti Spy to potentially get through here.
Yeah, with the Permafrost here in hand, I think we're likely to see Collector push that 7 points of damage. Just, again, every point of damage mattering here. Trying to keep Kolovich off balance as long as possible. And another Permafrost here is another great pickup. At a power for Collectors, totally fine to be able to deploy both their Mortar and their Permafrost next turn. And any time that they can hit a big effect like a Chunk here against this Taspu that was just warped off the top would be huge.
So Permafrost comes down. Collector gets in another attack, drops Kolibovich down to 6.
And this is getting into Mortar range. Being able to Decimate again for this emblem, play another Ash Elemental. I mean, we're at the point where even if Kolovich plays Smuggler and Decimates a Cast in a Shadow, kill both Ash Elementals, you're then getting back into that spot of this Tasbu is a liability. You're going to see an Edict of Kodash here pulled out of the market, which will likely be used to take out the Shiny Finder here on a later turn. And another BAM. Do you think that Collector is just going to play the BAM normally here? They're not going to shift it?
So oh wow, look at this. So we're unlocking our Tazbu with Cast into Shadow, and we'll also be able to decimate and kill a Yeti Spy.
No,
just
the second
kill the
permafrost.
second permafrost.
Really heads up by Klevovich, killing both of the curses here.
Wow.
This is actually going to enable blocking down all of the 3/3s. What are they going to do with the Smuggler here? They definitely need to block with it.
I think we're going to see Collector be 1 point short here.
Yeah, the 2 points of life still going to fire off here, getting Klevovich back to 5. They're out of mortar range because there's no additional the spell damage.
What a turnaround by Klebovich.
Really, really great play there by Klevovich, actually killing the curses rather than the units. Again, Klevovich's cards are just rawly more powerful than these Yetis, but the Yeti deck is so good at keeping you off balance and not actually allowing you to use these really powerful options that you have available to you. But the liability there with the permafrost is that it sticks around. The unit's still there, and Klevovich found a way to actually free up 11 points of strength here, and it looked like they're actually going to be able to potentially kill a Shiny Finder here and battle back for 11
Holy
points
cow.
of damage.
Look at this giant attack.
Yeah, Klevovich is really going for it here. They're going to Edict of Shakar, take out the Shiny Finder, likely to play a second Hidden Road Smuggler, but Collector's going to have one turn. Can they draw a Masterwork? They don't. They find a Fire Sigil. So, going to make the attack here, get a Yeti Spy. This is going to almost for sure draw a chump block here.
If you're going to chump block with one, you might as well block with both.
Definitely the case. Klevovich actually missing on a 2 points of health there. It wasn't like the second Smuggler was going to die. Tasbu does deal an extra point of damage, dropping Klevovich back down to 6, and Collector has the Mortar in hand here. If they don't actually die this turn,
Spiteful Strike. What an amazing pickup off of Incarnus. Klebovich has fully turned this game around. They're swinging with everything. They've got a Spiteful Strike. That's going to get played on one of these giant units. And we're going to see Klebovich go from the brink of death to being in a commanding position momentarily.
yeah, the lifesteal here on any giant unit is just so brutal. You know, using the Spiteful Strike here on the blocked Tasbu just so they can gain the additional points of health. Klevovich is going to jump up to 16 after damage here.
Do you mortar your own unit?
Let's see, so you would go down to, you take 7 down to 5. Klevovich is going to gain 2 points of health up to 8. Bam's not getting through, unfortunately, so.
Sit back. Klebovich was dead. They were dead this game.
Yeah.
And now they're at 16.
Klevovich faded multiple draws there from the Yeti deck, facing down, knowing they had to play around this mortar for several turns off that Howling Peak Smuggler.
And carve it on top.
Snow pelting just a little bit too late, as I think that Klevovich is actually going to tie us up here and send us to a third game of Collector versus Klevovich.
That cast in shadow was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a really, really heads-up play to realize, yes, I can kill these 2 3/3s, but not only do I need to actually answer what you are doing here, you have so much burn in your deck with all the spell damage effects the Yetis have access to that I need to make sure you die quickly as well.
And the couple of points that the Hidden Road Smuggler picked up were critical. Klebovich or Collector did not have to attack with the Yeti Spy, but they chump attacked into the Hidden Road Smuggler, thinking they would push enough damage to get lethal on that critical turn when we saw the cast into shadow. And yeah, we're all queued up for game 3 now. Collector will be back on the play with their Yetis. That's a great spot to be in. They can get an early tempo advantage with the right draw. And on the other side, Klebovich will need to sort of find a way to get things stabilized fast, because we've seen how well the Yeti deck can stay and play a long game with the Argent Board deck. The extra burn spells, the shifted units, the stunning. There's a lot of great tempo plays they have access to, but boy, what an incredible comeback.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm really excited to see Thudwork Masterpiece here going first. If Collector can actually just leverage that really powerful sight with, you know, maybe a Yeti Pioneer, maybe a Snow Slinger, something to that effect, that they're able to get that through and keep that consistent source of damage going into the mid game, potentially even getting all the way to a Thudrock, that's going to be sort of my picture for what Collector wants to be doing here. And then using all of their chunks and their BAM sneaky peekies to then keep the Argent Port strategy off balance.
Yeah, and I think the thing that stood out to me about those first 2 games is if you're both of those players, you must be thinking, Oh my gosh, I can't believe I lost that game that I lost.
Yeah, no, from both players. Like game one, like I thought Collector was just dead. Like they had a couple
course.
outs every single turn, but just not finding that snow pelting, not finding the snow pelting, and then the last turn, the snow pelting comes off, and it's like, oh, it's too late. But no, using the Taspoo against the Argenport strategy once more, and then Klovovic that game looks like they're out of it. Looks like they're out of it. Unable to find Justice Influence, and then a huge cast into Shadow, freeing up a Taspoo, freeing up the Marionette, and that just managed to turn the game and end it in 2 turns. As we are now going to head down into Game 3 of Kolevovic and Collector.
All right, welcome to Game 3 of our semifinals. Kolevovic on Argenport up against Collector on Yetis. Collector is on the play. Kolevovic is evaluating their redrawn hand, and both players have kept a 7. Interestingly, Collector decided to keep a hand without a 1-cost play.
It has turned out to be a liability for them so far, facing down these Varus favors. But this hand just has a lot of raw power here for Collector. This Yeti Pioneer, if it can get an attack through, deploying multiple Yetis on the next turn. And it actually looks like Kolevovic doesn't have a play for this turn, unless they want to fire off this Varus favor just to make sure that they have a Shadow Sigil coming on the 4th turn to make sure that they can naturally curve out.
A really tough decision, and they go for the Varus favor. This will ensure on turn 4, like you said, they can play that Incarnus, but it means that these Wizened Crones are free from Varus favor, free at last.
And a great draw there for Collector. What their hand really lacked was some way to keep Kolevovic off balance if they started putting units into play that would be able to block. He's going to be able to push through the Snow Slinger, and they're going to have 2 Wizened Crones in play with also a Smuggler in their hand. This is the ability for this Snowball to take down almost any unit Kolevovic can play for the next few turns.
Collector is making tremendous tempo plays thanks to the power generating ability of Yeti Pioneer, and we're going to see it once again this turn. Another attack for 7. Yeti Snowslinger infiltrates in, draws a snowball. 3 more power still to go this turn thanks to the Yeti Pioneer, and we could see another Wizened Crone and a Mischief Yeti, and things are rolling.
And this is the draw why we see some of the Argenport decks bring Air Moss designs. The Yeti deck can go so wide so quickly and just have these explosive starts where, look at all these units. Every single one of them is something you want to kill. We can make more snowballs, extra spell damage. The Infiltrate's already thrown the Snow Slinger. The Yeti Pioneer making extra power. And Kolevovic just has to pass here. I think that what we're going to see is a Cast into Shadow potentially decimated, freeing this Vishni and killing one of the 2-strength mono-primal Yetis here.
And you called it. Once again, we see Kolevovic demonstrating the power of Cast into Shadow to kill single faction curses, freeing up Vishni from the permafrost. Unfortunately, Kolevovic falls down to 9 from the attack. Howling Peak Smuggler in hand. Well, we see the snowball. Oh, it's just going to finish off the Vishni. Interesting.
Yeah, I like this play here from Collector, and now I think they're going to trade in the Snowslinger, get the Mortar in case they draw a power. This is really going to put Kolevovic on the back foot. They're facing down Lethal on the table. They know that Collector's best card in the market against them is this really, really powerful burn option that if Collector ever finds another power now, the game can just end.
And thanks to the Yeti Pioneer, if that were to start the turn. So does Kolevovic need to kill the Yeti Pioneer now to ensure that there isn't a 4th power?
Yeah, Kolevovic, they have deck list here. Kolevovic is going to be scrolling through looking, okay, what would Collector get out of the market? They know about this Mortar. They have to figure out, okay, do I have to use this Cast in Shadow?
What a heads-up play by Kolevovic. Playing to their outs. Collector does not draw the 4th power. Kolevovic lives another turn. Can they find some help? An inspired prank from the markets for
Collector.
Collector.
Going to make about a 3/3 snowman, I believe. 2/2.
Just a 2/2. There's the Hidden Road Smuggler. They don't have the 5th power. I don't think Kolevovic has the tools this time. They've played valiantly all match. They've been digging deep, finding every little edge where they can, and that Malediction is going to come up 1 turn short. Collector sees the writing on the wall. They draw the 4th power for the Mortar. It's going upstairs. 6 damage thanks to the spell damage effects, and Collector advances to the finals of this ECQ.
Really sweet set of games there. I mean, that one was clearly a bit more one-sided than our previous 2 affairs. We had absurdly back and forth game 1 and game 2 there, but then the Yeti deck was just on full display there in game number 3. The power of Yeti Pioneer, accelerating your power, allowing you to get out multiple extra 2-drops there on the 3rd turn of the game, and then just leveraging the extra synergy between all the spell damage that goes on. the extra damage that the Snowbolt dealt. We didn't actually need it that game, but the Mortar dealing 6 points of damage, the ability to play a bargain card that makes an extra unit that we've seen be as large as, I believe, an 8/8 or a 9/9 here today.
So expertly navigated by Collector. We've seen them dominate Argenport decks all day, and we'll get to see if they can do it one last time. We're going to take our last break of the day. We're going to get Luis, Scott Vargas, and Patrick Chapin in the booth for the finals of this ECQ. 2 players remain. One is about to book their ticket to the Eternal World Championships. Stay tuned. We'll be back real soon. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the ECQ. Luis Scott Vargas here with Patrick Chapin. We've got the finals coming for you, and we're going to find out whether it is Yetis, piloted by the Collector, or Argenport Midrange, piloted by Lights Out Ace, who makes it 2 worlds. Of course, before we do that, we do have something sweet to tell you about. We've got the Zoltan Champion Avatar Bundle. So this is a bundle where you get 10 avatars and 32 packs of Echoes of Eternity, the next expansion, which you can open once the expansion comes out. The 10 avatars are the avatars of the champions from the last micro release. So a pretty cool bundle, and one that you'll definitely want to pick up if you want a bunch of new avatars and you want to get a bunch of packs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 5 champions of Zolta as they were both in life, and then the 5 as they are in Legend.
Yeah, so we've got the champions bundle here, and it looks pretty cool.
Definitely. And for our finals, man, this is the matchup of the tournament, right?
Yeah, this is the Yeti deck, which was one of the second tier in terms of popularity decks against Argenport, which is by far the most popular deck in the tournament. And the Collector, playing Yetis has defeated a number of Argenport players, including one we just saw Kalibovich on the way here to the finals. So presumably the Collector's not feeling too bad about this matchup.
No, I mean, it's just there's a trail of Argenport bodies. But it looks like we're in the match, and let's jump down to the finals.
Alrighty, welcome to the finals here. Collector against Lights Out Ace. And Lights Out Ace, the first unit on the board, which is not typical in this matchup. The Collector, of course, going second, has a Yeti Pioneer to match that Rip Knife Assassin. And so some of the big themes that you'll see happen in this matchup are whether Cast in the Shadow can hit two things, which often it can, whether Lights Out Ace can afford the Decimate, and then how far ahead Collector can get on the board, because Lights Out Ace has the more powerful suite of cards.
Right. I mean, if Lights Out Ace can survive long enough, the whole problem here is just that Collector is usually lower to the ground and has some really efficient tempo plays, as well as a diverse mix of threats that can be hard for Lights Out Ace to deal with. You know, like Malediction, it's both a crucial weapon against the Yetis and also woefully vulnerable to a big variety of possible threats, ranging from the Masterwork to Snowmen to Sneaky Peeky to Pock Pock.
Yeah, and Bam Sneaky Peeky, gets around Malediction here by just having enough health to survive it, while also letting Collector play a threat that's not exposed to removal. Mischief Yeti here to make sure you're still adding to the board, though.
Right. I mean, Lights Out Ace is going to constantly be having to switch gears forward and backward depending on which, like how much Collector is presenting more threats versus how much Collector takes the turn off to set up. Yes. That's just, dude, that's muscle right there. Can't snow pelting that very easily.
Yeah, back alley bouncer really putting Lights Out Ace in the driver's seat here if they can get that out. We've also got Collector utilizing an emblem, playing Chunk here to lock down the Rip Knife Assassin, leaving the better Incarnus, but also the better trade for Collector when that Mischief Yeti comes in.
Right. I mean, I think basically this here is it represents I don't care about the race. I don't think you can afford to race. I don't want you to be able to trade your Rip Knife Assassin for my 2/1, but I would offer the trade for Incarnus. Lights Out Ace declines, and Incarnus is going to get in there, is actually advancing, which does represent a turn off, and no Cast into Shadow this turn means that Collector's advantage is going to continue to accumulate. I think that Lights Out Ace is just really banking on trying to get as much out of this Malediction as possible. One of the challenging parts, though, if Chunk ever gets renowned, it's going to be a lot harder for Malediction to get its money. The extra point of health combined with Thudrock's Masterwork potentially giving something an extra point of health is going to really limit how much exposure Collector is even, vulnerable to here.
Yeah, and Collector, I think, is well aware of the different removal options Lights Out Ace has, and you can see them try to sequence it so that Cast into Shadow is less devastating, so that Malediction's less devastating. And here comes the Masterwork.
Dude, when you give Jump Kick to the Chunk, now we've got, now there's a Snow Fort.
And that Snow Fort will protect, from the Malediction, from any future Vars favors. It might make trades a little harder, though. That back alley bouncer, you just traded a 4-drop for a 1-drop. Granted, the 4-drop was free. It was a free card. But you still traded 4 for 1 in terms of power, and that adds up over the course of the game. You make such trades.
And here's one of the reasons why it was so important for Lights Out Ace to keep this listener. As an unblockable threat, I mean, obviously it dies sometimes to Snowball or with spell damage or Snow Pelting, but it is so crucial to get that Masterwork off the table. So Sneaky Peeky continuing the assault, and Lights Out Ace now getting into a spot where they have both Sneaky Peeky and Chunk that are not going to be able to be hit with Malediction, and that's particularly devastating because Chunk is not vulnerable to Cast into Shadow the same way. Chunk as a 4/4 is actually like a legit threat.
Though that Incarnus is well on its way to mastery here, so Collector's going to have to give up that battle and just set up a big Crystallize here, but that doesn't play all that well against Lights Out Ace having removal.
Right, I mean, the Crystallize can be a big tempo play, but with 18 health to work with, it's not like Lights Out Ace is like, back against the wall.
And I think, given that the Incarnus did fulfill its mastery here, Collector may have regretted stunning the Rip Knife Assassin instead. It could have delayed the Incarnus by a turn the way the things ended up playing out.
Yeah, the only question is if the damage ended up being worth it, because he did end up trading that 1-drop for a 4-drop.
Yeah.
Man, it's going back and forth, but Spiteful Strike seems like it could be tactically incredible.
Spiteful Strike is something we've seen come out of Incarnus many times, and I think it's because when you see Spiteful Strike, you're pretty likely to take it.
Oh yeah, and here Malediction does take down Chunk Chunk thanks to a timely Varus favor. That said, Collector is ready to rebuild, albeit a little slowly, and without any immediate answer to this 6-5 listener that's just hammering down on him.
Well, I mean, once Lights Out Ace gets to this point of the game with a relatively healthy health total, then it becomes very difficult for Collector to close it out. Because we saw Collector kind of steal some games from Kalovic there where, the early aggression was dealt with, but then a top-decked Snow Pelting or Mortar out of the market could finish things off. At this point, Collector's not really able to do that, and they are eventually going to lose to Lights Out Ace's bigger and better threats.
Oh yeah, so this is interesting. Collector choosing to stun the Carvet, thinking that it's just so important to be able to take that Masterwork off the table, might as well deny the health, the health gain from the lifesteal. With a Permafrost on top, Collector does have a little bit of action and does have enough power to eventually crystallize when they, at whatever spot they think they can get the most out of it. Part of the problem, though, they still don't have an answer to whichever out of the Listener and Carvet that they don't Permafrost.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see Lights Out Ace go directly at Collector here, because that just puts Collector on a one-turn clock, and in fact, just using the Spiteful Strike to get just additional damage through, gain a little bit of health, or a lot of health, and make it so it's just purely a race here, except Lights Out Ace is at 24.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Jump Kick is doing a whole lot here either. Man, I mean, once you're at the spot of just needing to use the defensive Crystallize, it's not great.
Not going to work out all that well. Buys you a turn here, but again, without pressure, that doesn't really get you anywhere. And now Lights Out Ace is able to just flood the board and put Collector in an untenable position.
And Lights Out Ace does, in fact, decide to draw the extra card.
Which isn't something you'll see all that often from them. And I guess, so double Permafrost, deal with the 2 evasive threats, play Pock Pock, and then have 2 blockers.
You could do worse, and you got Thud Rock coming down next turn.
Is coming next turn. Lights Out Ace still has Impending Doom. Oh, Hidden Road Smuggler has got to do the trick. Just getting the Edict of Kodash can take care of Pock Pock here and allow Collector to attack past for victory.
Yeah, it looks like
Lights Out Ace, rather.
Yeah, it looks like Lights Out Ace has got the action. All they have to do is remove one of these blockers. Collector with no cards in hand and no power available. This is as safe as a play as it comes. A valiant effort by the Collector, almost staging the comeback, but that was very, very tight.
Yeah, as we'll see, next game and maybe in a game 3, if we go to it, if Collector doesn't get out ahead, then one for one, their cards are much worse than Lights Out Ace's. Their cards just tend to be cheaper, and they can pressure Lights Out Ace into making decisions they don't want to make. But if you don't have that early aggression, then all of a sudden you're just lining up your 2-2s and 3-3s against 5-5s.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes you can sneak a last second comeback in certain ways, but you've got to get some advantage, whether it's on the table or their health total or something. If you're just falling behind starting on turn 2, it's going to be tough to come back against a deck like Argenport and against a player like Lights Out Ace.
And Argenport also uses its health total extremely well, so if you don't pressure it, then things like Impending Doom and Fenris give Lights Out Ace quite a bit of value. All right, game 2 is ready. Let's take a look. All right, Collector down a game here with their Yeti deck against Lights Out Ace on Argenport. Lights Out Ace starting with some Seek powers. No plays until turn 3. This is the opportunity. Can Collector get out ahead here? And Yeti Snowslinger, not a bad one. Yeti Pioneer, certainly the premium 2-drop here because it can just ramp them right to 4. But they have a 1-turn window, and those snowballs add up. Yep, Weisencrone exactly is why. Cards like Weisencrone and Howling Peak Smuggler make those snowballs quite potent indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the Yeti synergies are already have you interested in a 2-drop, but the idea that you're countless. I think there's like, what, 16 ways to make snowballs in this deck?
It's Pock and Snow Slingers and Mischievous Yetis and Thudrock's Masterwork.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're no shortage. And here you see Yeti Shinefinder with immediately playing a Pock despite being, at this point, a 3/3 vanilla for 3.
It does have the secret super ability of being multi-faction, making it not able to be hit by cast into shadow.
Yeah, but look, this is one of those games where Weisencrone into Snowball could remove that Hidden Run Smuggler, but Collector is wary of Malediction and doesn't want to play into it.
Yeah, I mean, particularly when you've got Emblem of Linray giving you a backup plan that could, give you a chance to kind of play through Malediction. Man, this is an interesting little dilemma, and it looks like Lights Out Ace is going ahead and trading with the Snow Slinger rather than doing the Pock progression, largely because just doesn't want to trade for a Snowball.
Yeah, but if you're planning on casting Malediction next turn, I guess this means you don't have to cast Malediction next turn is the point of the trade.
That is I mean, to me it seems like it's hard because it's kind of nice to get greedy, but because there's just so many other threats the Collector could have that the Malediction's not going to be able to hit.
Yeah, Malediction is getting weaker by the turn here as Permafrost takes down the Marionette. It lets Collector hit for 7, and then they can play another emblem to, again, reduce their exposure to Malediction, which they have to, I think, assume is what came out of the market.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too, but man, this is getting to the spot. Lights Out Ace has got so little time. I mean, at this point, do you even have any other options besides the Malediction, popping 2 Aegises and taking down a single Shiny Finder?
Well, it looks like leaving up casting a Shadow. I mean, we've seen this play before. You take out the Permafrost mid-combat and lets you go ahead and block. It doesn't even look like Lights Out Ace needs to decimate here because all it would do is knock off an Aegis. So this lets you block one of the Aegis threats. You have a good chance of losing your unit to a Snowball here. Collector might go Weisencrone into Snowball and kind of walk into Malediction, but if you don't remove the Marionette from play, you're going to have to face it next turn.
Right, and I mean, there's also the option of using both Snowballs. Looks like doesn't care.
Oh, you know what? I think Collector is probably setting up Weisencrone double Snowball you for 4. But a Carvet's going to throw a wrench into that plan because it just puts a big 4/5 Lifestealer into play, and right now Collector doesn't have a way to get the Lifestealer out of the way, and with 2 Reckless units, Lights Out Ace is going to get to block with this Carvet and going to get to accumulate a lot of value. This is the nightmare scenario. Collectors found themselves without a Permafrost, and now the Carvet is just going to stabilize Lights Out Ace.
So if you use a Snowball on the Cultist, swinging with the team, 2 of the units will get stopped. That means 7 damage gets through. Lights Out Ace will gain 5 from the Carvet. So you end up with Lights Out Ace still going down, but only down to 5. And with a Wizencrone in hand and a Snowball in hand, there's not quite enough to finish him off. Man. So it looks like Collector's instead going to try to set up a situation in which they use Wizencrone and drop both Snowballs to finish off the fatties. And the problem here is going to be that Cultist on the block is going to make things really difficult. It's going to make it hard for us, the 2 Snowballs, to actually finish both. Realistically, you're going to end up in a spot where you're going to have to pick your poison.
Yeah, and double snowballing a Carvet is what Collector is going to be forced to do here. I really don't see how they win the game if the Carvet survives. But that just sets them perfectly up to losing to the second Carvet or Incarnus potentially. But just slamming the Carvet against a reckless Pock that has to attack into it. Lights Out Ace can see the finish line in sight. They are ready and waiting.
Whoa!
Permafrost, a turn too late to win the game, but definitely keeps Collector in it here. They still have that Pock is a liability though, because it's just going to have to attack into that Marionette now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the decision point. Do you swing with everything and force through the 1 damage? And I think it's smart not to, because the difference between 7 and 6, not big enough to throw away your whole board, but Lights Out Ace not taking any chances, no breaks, continuing to put the pressure on, and this Incarnus isn't even the end of it.
Name taker. I don't think we're going to see that one make the board here, but it would be pretty funny if it did.
That's the late game.
Yeah.
Is Fenris coming down? I mean, like at a certain point, you just... What do you even... I mean, this Malediction may never end up getting played.
Yeah, it's not going to, I don't think. Collector could have played it last turn to pick up the 2-for-1 with the Cultist dying. Oh, another Carvet. Oh, Collector had a good run, but Lights Out Ace has not only managed to stabilize. They're on the offensive, and they're not at a ton of health, but that second Carvet means Collector has to draw a way to deal with Carvet and still is in a world of hurt. Emblem's not going to do it.
No.
That second Carvet is going to bring Lights Out Ace out of range of any top deck burn spell, even with the Wising Throne in play. Collector still fighting the good fight. It's the finals. You can't do much else, but Lights Out Ace has this. It is Lights Out for Collector, and I believe we have our champion.
With Lights Out Ace continuing the assault, Vara's favor in hand, a full grip. At this point, Collector, I mean, part of the problem is Collector doesn't have an axis they're really winning on other than the health total, and now they don't even have that advantage.
Yep.
So I think at this point you gotta go through the motions, but I think this Yeti deck, I think that there's a lot to like about it. Very, very exciting offering. We saw it defeat Argenport several times throughout the day, but in the end, Lights Out Ace too strong.
Congratulations to Lights Out Ace. They are our ECQ champion. They have qualified for Worlds. They managed to pilot the boogeyman of the tournament, Argenport mid-range, all the way to the first place.
Awesome, man! A lot of great matches.
Yeah.
Definitely a few curveballs from our producer Michael Jacob, giving us the 7-second special, but also such epic matches too.
Yeah.
Awesome day events.
Collector played awesome.
Yes.
Throughout this top 8, we got to see some of their matches, and they definitely knew what their game plan was, executed it well, pulling off a really big upset against Klebovich in game 1. But Lights Out Ace just was ahead of them. That last game had Collector drawn Permafrost a turn earlier, they would have won, I believe. That they would have forced through enough damage on that turn with the first Carvet came down. It was a card too late, and that's just kind of how the wind blows sometimes when you're playing these card games. So, Lights Out Ace, our ECQ champion.
Congratulations.
The day's not done yet. We got one more thing for you. We've got another preview card here. So, let's take a look at our next Echoes of Eternity preview card. It says Naoki, Valiant Warrior, Charge, Endurance, Exalted, Pledge, lots of abilities, lots of pips, two Justice, 2 Time, 2 Fire. So not an easy card to cast on 5, but if you do, you end up with a 5/5, hits them right away, is back to block. If it dies, gives another unit a +5/+5 weapon. Also, you can play this as one of 3 different factions on turn 1 with Pledge.
Oh yeah, I mean obviously the Pledge mechanic on a 3-faction card in the first place is already really interesting there, but 5/5 Charge, Endurance, Exalted is such an intense threat for 5, immediately putting pressure on, and the question of how to best, I mean, first of all, just 5/5 for 5 has those skills already.
Yeah.
But like if you can figure out how to thread the needle with both of these, the relic and the ostensibly relic weapon, but the armor based abilities, particularly, I just think it really is going to be interesting to see what kind of creation decks come out of Naoki, Valiant Warrior, and the sort of surrounding architecture.
And plus, if you hit twice with this too, and you can get the mastery going, Naoki can get a huge buff depending on how much armor you've accumulated. So Naoki, Valiant Warrior does offer a lot at a high cost, both in terms of influence and potentially in terms of deck building, like you said, try to get max value. But honestly, any deck that can cast this is going to consider it just because of how much rate it offers, which is a pretty sweet place to be because it gives you a lot of things at different points in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very definitional card that's exciting in your opener, exciting to draw early, exciting to draw late. Just one of my favorite cards to come out and that we've seen so far, and really looking forward to it. Yeah,
so stay tuned for more previews as the time rolls out, because again, Echoes of Eternity, the next expansion coming in February. It was an awesome tournament today. Congratulations to everyone who did well. Congratulations to those who competed, and it was a lot of fun. Remember, you can join us next week. Next Sunday, we'll have an extra long broadcast. We're showing 2 tournaments, the QCP Invitational. So we've got a full slate of activities scheduled for next Sunday. We get to see more Eternal played here on twitch.tv/DireWolfDigital. For Patrick Chapin, Andrew Beckstrom, Corey Burkhout, Michael Jacob, and Sam Stelter, Luis Scott Vargas, and thanks for hanging out with us today. We'll see you next week.